I traveled through time coming the Douluo continent, but obtained the ordinary flame martial spirit and the 19th level soul power given by the system. The system told me that as long as he joined Shrek Academy, he would be able to awaken a super powerful system. My martial spirit was just an ordinary flame, so I could not become a student. I could only find another way and become a chef in the academy. Flanders bought several rabbit heads and asked me to make a spicy rabbit heads. Xiao Wu actually took the initiative to come to my door and asked me to kneel down and apologize. Otherwise she would be rude to me. Because I make a spicy rabbit heads. It would be fine if Xiao Wu did not eat them, and it would be fine if she stared at me, but now she came to humiliate me. Unexpectedly I awakening the evil god system. Chapter 1, 0.9%. Yi Han, kneel down and admit your mistake immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. In a simple hut at Shrek Academy. It was late at night, and the moonlight shone in through the open door. The two figures were clearly set off, and they were a man and a woman. The woman had long black hair that was as smooth as silk, hanging down to her hips. She was wearing a white and pink dress, which outlined her graceful body to the extreme. Especially the pair of slender and white jade legs, wrapped in white stockings, exuding a fatal temptation. But the expression on her face at this time was extremely arrogant and unreasonable. Apologize. What's wrong with me? Xiao Wu, don't go too far. Yi Han looked at the beautiful figure in front of him, his eyes full of anger. Half a month ago, he traveled through time and obtained the ordinary flame martial spirit and the 19th level soul power given by the system. The system told him that as long as he joined Shrek Academy, he would be able to awaken a super powerful system. His martial spirit was just an ordinary flame, so he could not become a student. He could only find another way and become a chef in the academy. But he did not expect that half a month had passed since he joined Shrek Academy, and the system had not awakened yet. And today, Xiao San and Xiao Wu joined Shrek Academy. In order to celebrate the capture of several monsters, Flanders bought several rabbit heads and asked him to make spicy rabbit heads. After he finished, he sent them to them, but was stared at by Xiao Wu, as if he wanted to eat people. At this late night, Xiao Wu actually took the initiative to come to his door and asked him to kneel down and apologize, otherwise he would be rude to him. Thinking of this, Yi Han became even more angry. It was Flanders who bought the rabbit heads and asked him to make them. He was just following his instructions. It would be fine if Xiao Wu did not eat them, and it would be fine if she stared at him, but now she came to humiliate him. Why? Just because Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year-old rabbit soul beast. This is simply too much. Xiao Wu ignored Yi Han's anger at this time, and the arrogance on her face became even stronger. She scolded. You cruelly made such a cute rabbit into food, and you still say you are not wrong. I heard from Dean Flanders that you are already 18 years old, but you are just a one-ring soul master with only 10 years soul rings. You are really a waste. If you don't want to be taught a lesson by me, kneel down and admit your mistake immediately. These words fell into Yi Han's ears, and Yi Han couldn't bear it anymore. This is too much. Yi Han took a step forward, suddenly pinched Xiao Wu's beautiful neck, and pressed it against the wall behind him. As he approached Xiao Wu, Yi Han also smelled her smell. It was fishy and smelly, it was really a rogue rabbit. Ah! Xiao Wu was instantly angry, and the soft bone charm rabbit martial spirit immediately possessed her. 2 soul rings emerged from her body, ready to perform soul skills. Although Yi Han couldn't beat Xiao Wu, he had Xiao Wu's handle, and immediately said viciously. Xiao Wu, you don't want your identity as a 100,000-year soul beast to be exposed, right? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Wu's soft body trembled suddenly, and she almost collapsed. But she reacted quickly, her eyes became firm, and she revealed a strong killing intent. Since you know my identity, then you can die, Xiao Wu shouted, and the first soul ring suddenly became bright, bursting out soul skills, waist bow. In an instant, Xiao Wu wrapped around Yi Han like a snake, and a pair of beautiful legs clamped around Yi Han's neck, ready to twist it off. What? Yi Han was shocked, and he never thought that Xiao Wu would have the idea of killing. With his current strength level, he couldn't get rid of Xiao Wu's soul attack at all. Just when Yi Han was in despair, an electronic sound rang in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding. The host is in danger, awakening the evil god system. Close black lens bracket. As the voice fell, a short memory instantly flooded into his mind. Open black lens bracket evil god system. There are 39 tests in total. After completing them, you can become the chaos evil god and annihilate the Shira god in a snap. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket test content description. The test content is related to Tang San's chance, and the reward is determined by the size of the chance. Close black lens bracket. Evil god system. Yi Han was shocked, and then the system voice came again. Open black lens bracket evil god's first test content. Suppress Xiao Wu. Close black lens bracket. He, suppress Xiao Wu. Yi Han was immediately excited after hearing this. But soon he became desperate again. What could he use to suppress Xiao Wu now? And at this moment, the system's voice came again. Open black lens bracket ding. The host is currently too weak, so I will give you a super gift pack. Close black lens bracket. Super gift pack. Soul power upgrade level 10 card. Soul power level is directly increased by 10 levels. 100,000 year soul ring card. Add a 100,000 year soul ring to any martial soul. Chaos evil god eyes martial soul awakening card. Make your eyes evolve to super god level and become a martial soul. After reading this, Yi Han instantly became energetic. Just as Xiao Wu was about to break Yi Han's neck, Yi Han's mouth suddenly twisted. Use all. Instantly, a huge amount of terrifying energy poured into Yi Han's body. In a flash, Yi Han's soul power level soared directly to level 29. The energy fluctuations generated by the increase in soul power in the body instantly shook Xiao Wu away. Ah! Xiao Wu was shocked and collapsed on the bed, looking at Yi Han in surprise. She could clearly feel that Yi Han's soul power level was the same as hers at this moment. How is it possible? How did his soul power level instantly rise to level 29? Immediately afterwards, Yi Han's eyes showed different terrifying changes. There was chaos in the left eye, and a dead silence in the right eye. What is this? Yi Han was shocked. His eyes actually evolved into martial spirits. The left eye becomes the pupil of chaos, and the right eye becomes the pupil of evil. The moment the martial soul completes its evolution, the surrounding environment suddenly becomes dark and depressing. At this moment, the 100,000 year soul ring is attached to the chaos evil god eye martial soul, and the red soul ring appears and surrounds it. The first soul skill of chaos evil god eye, evil domain. Within the scope of the domain, see through everything in the world. If the target's strength is much higher than your own, the effect will be greatly reduced. This piece of information suddenly appeared in Yi Han's mind after the martial soul awakened. Although the two pupils are one martial soul, the effects of the two are different, and each has 4 independent soul skills. This first soul skill is the independent soul skill from the right eye's evil eye, the evil domain. Because the martial soul is too powerful, even the 100,000 year soul ring can only obtain one soul skill. Twin martial souls. 10. 100,000 year soul rings. Xiao Wu was completely stunned when she saw this scene. While Xiao Wu was still in shock, Yi Han had already adapted to the new martial soul and soul ring. Seeing Xiao Wu lying on his bed, Yi Han's eyes suddenly showed an evil light. First soul skill, evil domain. Instantly, Yi Han could see everything within the domain. He, it's really good. With an evil smile, Yi Han slowly walked towards Xiao Wu. You, what are you going to do? No, don't come over. Xiao Wu looked at Yi Han who was coming over, and was immediately terrified, and her delicate body trembled. Chapter 2. He. Yi Han walked towards Xiao Wu with an evil smile. You, what are you going to do? No, don't come over. Xiao Wu looked at Yi Han who was coming, and was immediately terrified, her body trembling. She wanted to run at this moment, but she couldn't exert any strength in her body, and felt invisible pressure. The pressure of the chaos evil god's eyes martial spirit had already made Xiao Wu a piece of fresh meat on the chopping board. What do I want to do? Yi Han walked to the side of the bed, looking down at Xiao Wu's graceful body evilly. He, what do you say I want to do? Xiao Wu's face turned pale when she heard it, and she no longer had any of her previous arrogance. Do you want my soul ring and soul bone? Xiao Wu naturally knew how tempting a soul beast that had transformed for 100,000 years was to humans. Yi Han shook his head, rubbed Xiao Wu's delicate chin with his fingers for a few times, and said evilly. The soul ring and soul bone of 100,000 year soul beast are indeed very tempting. But compared with 100,000 year soul beast pet, I think the latter makes me more excited. After these words fell, Xiao Wu's seductive body trembled violently, and her eyes widened. Xiao Wu naturally understood what Yi Han was saying. He wanted her to be his pet. Becoming someone else's pet was something she had never thought of. She immediately stared at Yi Han. No, impossible. I don't want to be your pet, I will never agree to you. Oh, Yi Han smiled evilly and coldly, and said slowly. You and Tang San seem to have a good relationship. I don't know how many moves he can hold in my hands. After these words came out, Xiao Wu's eyes, which were originally staring at Yi Han, turned into panic. She immediately stretched out her hands, grabbed Yi Han's big hand that was pinching her chin, and shook her head to beg. No, don't hurt Brother San, please, don't hurt him, I am willing to be your pet. While begging, Xiao Wu's eyes were already red, and tears flowed from them, dripping on Yi Han's hands. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Xiao Wu crying and begging him, Yi Han felt endless joy in his heart. She was so arrogant just now, what happened now, why is she not arrogant anymore? But then he thought, Xiao Wu was like this because of Tang San, and his face suddenly became gloomy. You care about him so much, then I will destroy you and make you have no face to face him. Yi Han shouted angrily, and then he didn't care about Xiao Wu's reaction. His big hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed Xiao Wu's exquisite dress fiercely. Rip! With a loud sound, Xiao Wu's white and tender body was suddenly exposed to the air. Xiao Wu was frightened and her body trembled constantly, and she quickly retreated to the depths of the bed. Yi Han followed her calmly until Xiao Wu retreated to the corner at the end of the bed and could no longer retreat. Woo woo! Xiao Wu cried and trembled, her body curled up tightly, as if this could give her a sense of security. Seeing Xiao Wu's incooperativeness, Yi Han immediately shouted angrily. What? Do you want to collect Tang San's body? No, no. Xiao Wu was frightened and her body trembled, and she quickly loosened her curled body. She quickly and actively came to Yi Han's arms, pleading with tears in her eyes. Don't hurt Brother San, I will be obedient. Boom. Xiao Wu's initiative was like the fire that ignited the fuse of dynamite. Instantly, the explosives buried deep in Yi Han's heart were detonated, and he roared. Xiao Wu, I'm very angry now. The next moment, Xiao Wu felt a tingling sensation all over her body, as if she had been electrocuted. Her legs tightly wrapped around Yi Han's waist, not daring to resist her master in the slightest. In a flash, it was the next day. Near the dawn, the sky was turning pale. Yi Han hadn't woken up yet, but Xiao Wu had already woken up. The fragments of the white and pink dress scattered on the ground told of the madness of last night. Looking at Yi Han who had taken away her innocence, Xiao Wu cried bitterly, but didn't do anything to Yi Han. Last night, Yi Han told her that as long as she behaved well, he would help her avenge her mother. He also said that he would protect Da Ming and Ming in the future and prevent them from being harmed by humans. She didn't know why Yi Han knew her so well, but Yi Han has such a terrifying martial spirit, and his future achievements are limitless. Maybe in the future Yi Han can really avenge her mother and protect Da Ming and Ming. Her main purpose in coming to the human world is actually to become stronger and avenge her mother. Woo woo, I hope you won't lie to me. Xiao Wu cried while following the orders Yi Han gave her before going to bed. She comforted her brother Yi Han who woke up in the morning, and finally left quietly after being full. And at the moment when Xiao Wu left, Yi Han slowly opened his eyes comfortably. That's right, he had been pretending to sleep to test whether Xiao Wu was loyal to him. Xiao Wu passed the test just now. He would not kill her in the future and keep her as a pet. If Xiao Wu had a hint of murderous intent at that moment, he would have killed her. After all, who would keep someone who wanted to kill them by their side? Only a fool would. Open black lens bracket ding. Successfully completed the first test of the evil god and received a reward package close black lens bracket. Reward package, 100,000 year soul ring card. Add a 100,000 year soul ring to any martial soul. Martial soul super god level evolution card. Make the martial soul with the worst quality at present, super god level evolution. Oh, seeing this, Yi Han immediately showed a playful smile. Without thinking too much, he immediately used the martial soul super god level evolution card. In a flash, Yi Han's ordinary flame martial soul emerged and began to evolve to super god level. The martial soul, which was originally just an ordinary flame, gradually split and transformed into 22 small flames. The 22 small flames were attached together, and their colors and shapes were all different. Among them, the blue lotus-shaped flame at the bottom was the most eye-catching, and the rest of the flames were presented on it. What is this? Yi Han was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. His martial soul actually mutated into the top of the strange fire list in Dupo Kangchong, Emperor Yan. The moment the martial soul completed its evolution, the surrounding temperature instantly soared, as if in a magma hell. While Yi Han was still immersed in the horror of Emperor Yan's martial soul, the soul skill information slowly emerged in his mind. Emperor Yan's first soul skill, 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire, condense the king of 10,000 beasts to attack, and can temporarily affect the souls of soul beasts. Yi Han looked at the changes in the soul skills of the 10-year soul ring and nodded with satisfaction. Then he directly added the newly acquired 100,000-year soul ring to the Chaos Evil Eye's martial soul. Chaos Evil Eye's second soul skill, Chaos Domain, within the domain, disturb the target's spirit. If the target's strength is much higher than your own, the effect will be greatly reduced. After all, when dealing with Xiao Wu just now, he also saw the power of the Chaos Evil Eye's martial soul. And perhaps it was because of the absorption of the 100,000-year soul ring and the sudden evolution of the martial soul. Yi Han's soul power level actually soared by 6 levels to level 35. Really good. Yi Han got up with satisfaction and opened the window to disperse the smell in the house. After getting dressed and washing, he left the house and went to the cafeteria to prepare breakfast for the people in the academy. On the way to the cafeteria, Yi Han's mind rang again with the voice of the system. Open black lens bracket the content of the second test of the evil god, suppress Ning Rongrong. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the voice, Yi Han's mouth once again showed an evil smile. Chapter 3, 2.7%. The economic conditions of Shrek Academy are very poor. Each person only has a cup of warm water and a steamed bun for breakfast. There are not many people in the academy, so Yi Han prepared breakfast in a short time. After eating breakfast, the Shrek people went to the square to gather for training. After Yi Han cleaned up the tableware, he came outside and watched them train. Because Flanders was there, he did not dare to use the evil field to see through the beauties. Yi Han just stared at them training, making Xiao Wu absent-minded. At the end of the first round of training, a girl and Flanders had a conflict. Flanders raised his hand and pointed directly at the pretty girl in front of him, with a disdainful face. Ning Rongrong, what qualifications do you have to be pretentious? Which student here is not better than you? Yes, this girl is the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong has a delicate face and her skin is as tender as a peeled lychee. She had long black hair that reached her waist, and she was wearing a light blue dress. This made her look like a noble little princess, giving people a sense of distance from her. But now, her pretty face was not noble at all, but full of willfulness and grievance. Ning Rongrong slapped Flanders, hand away, unwillingly saying, I can't compare to them, but Oscar, I'm better than him. As she said this, tears were already welling up in her eyes, and they were about to flow out. Oscar. Flanders still looked disdainful and said sarcastically, let me ask you, have you ever seen a food-type soul master with innate full soul power? As soon as these words came out, Ning Rongrong's face turned pale and she couldn't believe it. Impossible. How can an auxiliary martial soul have innate full soul power? Seeing that she was still so willful, Flanders immediately said viciously, Oscar is an unprecedented existence. He may even replace your 7 treasures glazed tile sect's position among auxiliary soul masters. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong burst into tears and turned around and ran towards her dormitory. HMPH. Flanders looked disdainful and waved at the other 6 monsters. Don't worry about her, I'll take you to Soto City for training now. Seeing this, the other 6 monsters followed obediently without daring to disobey. Seeing this scene, Yi Han's mouth slowly showed an evil arc. Isn't now the best time to complete the second test of the evil god? Without thinking too much, Yi Han immediately walked towards Ning Rongrong's dormitory. Before he reached the door of the dormitory, he heard Ning Rongrong's heart-wrenching cry. The door of the dormitory was not closed tightly, Yi Han pushed it casually and strode into it. As soon as he entered the room, he found Ning Rongrong curled up on the ground. Her hands were wrapped around her legs, her head was buried under them, and she cried heart-wrenchingly. First soul skill, evil field. Yi Han looked at her carefully. Compared with Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong was not much different. She was round and pink, and she could be called a goddess. Ning Rongrong also realized that someone had entered at this time. Thinking that someone came to comfort her, she immediately raised her head and said aggrievedly, "I don't need your comfort." But when she saw that the person who came was the useless chef in the college, she immediately showed disgust. This guy, except for his handsome appearance, has nothing. The martial soul is an ordinary flame, and the first soul ring is a 10-year-old garbage soul ring. Yi Han naturally saw the disgust in Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes, and immediately found it funny. The arrogant little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, right? Then today, he, Yi Han, will completely wipe out the arrogance of this little princess. While Yi Han was thinking, Ning Rongrong quickly stood up. After wiping away her tears, she changed back to a high-handed face. "HMPH, you useless thing, do you want to see my joke?" "Waste." Yi Han's face suddenly showed an evil smile, and he said lightly. "Second soul skill, Chaos Field, open." The room was instantly covered by the Chaos Field, and Ning Rongrong's mind was disturbed. The moment Ning Rongrong's mind was disturbed, her pupils widened in an instant. Red, 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 red. From Ning Rongrong's current perspective, 9 red soul rings slowly emerged from Yi Han's body. The terrifying aura of the titled Douluo burst out from Yi Han. Titled Douluo, twin martial spirits. Ning Rongrong looked at Yi Han in front of her with a face full of shock. At this moment, the aura of oppression on Yi Han's body was even stronger than that of Grandpa Jian combined. Seeing that Ning Rongrong's mind was successfully disturbed, Yi Han showed an even more evil smile. "Ning Rongrong, who did you just say was a waste?" Ning Rongrong's delicate body trembled violently, and her legs began to tremble uncontrollably. How could this waste chef be a titled Douluo? Impossible. He also has 900,000-year red soul rings, which is absolutely impossible. But the scene in front of her was so real that she had to believe it. At this moment, Ning Rongrong no longer dared to disdain Yi Han. Her eyes were full of awe, and she hurriedly lowered her head and bowed respectfully to apologize. "Sorry, I didn't know that your majesty was a titled Douluo. Please forgive my offense just now." Although Ning Rongrong was used to being arrogant and domineering, she was not a fool after all. This person has 900,000-year soul rings. Even if Grandpa Jian came together, he would never be his opponent. He. Seeing this, Yi Han's pleasure suddenly surged into his heart like a tide. Where is the arrogant little princess just now? How come she looks like this now? Yi Han still had an evil smile on his face and strode towards Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong didn't dare to move at all at this moment, and didn't even dare to raise her head. Her eyes were fixed on Yi Han's approaching feet, and she was panicked. Yi Han walked up to her, stretched out his hand and pinched her delicate chin and lifted it up. When Ning Rongrong was touched, her delicate body suddenly trembled, full of fear. Being forced to look into Yi Han's chaotic evil eyes made her even more frightened. "What do you mean by yelling?" Seeing her being so dishonest, Yi Han's smile suddenly stopped. Thinking of Ning Rongrong's arrogant face just now, Yi Han was immediately angry. "Pa!" Yi Han raised his hand and slapped her hard. Ning Rongrong was slapped and collapsed on the big bed behind her. A blood-red big handprint was immediately printed on her pretty face. "Woo-woo, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me, woo-woo-woo?" Ning Rongrong covered her pretty face and cried out of grievance. Yi Han curled his lips in disdain and strode towards Ning Rongrong. "Why'd I hit you? Then you should answer me first, why did you insult me just now?" As he said that, he stretched out his big palm and pulled it hard, and the sound of tearing rang out instantly. Woo-woo, Ning Rongrong was so scared that she didn't know what to do. She shook her head desperately to apologize. "Yes, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again in the future. Please forgive me, woo-woo-woo." Yi Han didn't accept the plea for mercy, and began to teach her viciously, and said fiercely. "Just now you called me trash, and it was so cool. Now you want me to forgive you? Wishful thinking." Ning Rongrong covered her mouth tightly, her face full of tears. At this moment, she regretted insulting Yi Han for no reason. Yi Han's teaching action was a little lighter, and he leaned close to Ning Rongrong's ear and said evilly. Ning Rongrong, you have to call me master in the future, understand? Ning Rongrong didn't dare to provoke this devil again, and nodded quickly. Woo woo, master, master. Chapter 4, The sun sets in the west. The afterglow shines on Shrek Academy, covering it with a layer of orange-red gauze. He, so smooth. Yi Han looked at Ning Rongrong, who was curled up in his arms and shivering, and felt very happy. Just at this moment, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Successfully completed the second test of the evil god and received a reward package close black lens bracket. Reward package, 100,000 year right arm fighting skill soul bone, have 2 fighting skills as skills. Soul ring age soaring 10,000 year card, the age of any soul ring is increased by 10,000 years. Fighting skill soul bone, Yi Han was stunned when he saw the reward. Isn't fighting skill something from Do Po Kangchong? After being curious, Yi Han took out the soul bone from the system space. Soul bone, it's at least 50,000 years old. As soon as the soul bone was taken out by Yi Han, Ning Rongrong in his arms became restless. Yi Han didn't bother to pay attention to her, and casually threw her away, and then began to absorb the soul bone. A terrifying energy instantly poured into his body, causing Yi Han's mouth to curl up. This soul bone has 2 terrifying fighting skills. They are the fighting skills of Do Po Kangchong, Suction Palm, and 8 Extreme Collapse. After absorbing this soul bone, his own soul power level soared directly from level 35 to level 45. Master is so powerful. Ning Rongrong looked at Yi Han in surprise. After seeing Yi Han's power, she even became a little obsessed with Yi Han. This is the most powerful man she has ever seen, who is billions of times stronger than Grandpa GNGU. Yi Han ignored Ning Rongrong, got up, dressed, and prepared to leave. Ning Rongrong saw this and felt abandoned. She said anxiously, Master, where are you going? Yi Han was surprised and looked back at her. He said casually, I'm going to the cafeteria to cook. After that, Yi Han turned around and pushed the door open to leave. Master, wait, I want to go too. Ning Rongrong shouted, got up quickly, put on her clothes, and chased after her. Yi Han frowned slightly when he heard the voice behind him. He was puzzled. He was so mean to her, but she followed him now. What's going on? At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Open black lens bracket the third test of the evil god, suppress Zhu Zhuqing. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the voice, Yi Han's mouth suddenly raised an evil arc. ... After arriving at the cafeteria, Yi Han immediately started to cook dinner. Ning Rongrong watched from the side and reached out to help from time to time. Yi Han looked at Ning Rongrong's clumsy appearance and felt impatient. You are so clumsy, get out of the way. After being scolded, Ning Rongrong immediately felt guilty and stood aside with her head down. Yi Han glanced at her, not knowing why she followed him and was so obedient. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether Ning Rongrong was too afraid of him or was moved. When Ning Rongrong saw Yi Han secretly looking at her, she immediately whispered tremblingly. Master, you are so powerful, why do you want to be a chef in this broken academy? Yi Han curled his lips, and seeing that she was so aggrieved, he stopped scolding her and said casually. What else can I do? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately raised her head and looked at Yi Han, with a warm face. You still have me, huh? Yi Han turned his head and looked at Ning Rongrong, who was suddenly full of enthusiasm, and was stunned. Ning Rongrong also realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly lowered her head, blushing and whispering. I mean, you can come to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, my father will definitely welcome you. At this moment, Yi Han finally understood that Ning Rongrong was moved. Yi Han did not reply to her, and continued to cook dinner, which was soon ready. After carrying the finished dinner from the stove to the canteen, Ning Rongrong clumsily helped beside him. After handling everything, Yi Han sat aside to rest. Ning Rongrong followed closely, always looking for an opportunity to talk to Yi Han. At this time, a beautiful figure slowly walked in from outside. That beautiful figure had a plump and hot figure that did not match her age. 3,000 long hairs like a waterfall, like the Milky Way hanging upside down, cascading down to the waist. The face is absolutely beautiful and flawless, the skin is as white and delicate as sheep fat, it is simply a beauty in the world. But her expression was very cold, and she exuded a dead silence and coldness that was difficult to adapt to. Zhu Zhuqing, she was really ridiculously big. Yi Han looked at the peerless beauty, his eyes revealing strong greed. The three Shrek beauties, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, had been dealt with, leaving only Zhu Zhuqing. At the same time, Zhu Zhuqing also noticed Yi Han and Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing just glanced at him, and went to get dinner with a cold face. Seeing this, Yi Han felt an evil in his heart. Aloof, when the time comes, he will have to beg for mercy. While thinking like this, other people from the academy also walked in. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were the ones walking in front. When they saw Yi Han and Ning Rongrong sitting together so ambiguously, they were dumbfounded. What the hell, am I seeing it right? Ma Hongjun's eyes widened, staring at Yi Han and Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong didn't even look down on Oscar, but she could look down on this useless chef. Then, other people from the academy also walked in, and they were all surprised when they saw it. Oscar, who was originally smiling, looked very ugly when he saw it, and gnashed his teeth in anger. Xiao Wu, who was walking a little behind, was shocked and even a little disappointed. Yi Han, who was as ferocious as a wolf to her, actually smiled so gently at Ning Rongrong. She didn't dare to think about what happened yesterday. Her legs were still a little sore, and the pain came from the dumpling skin as she walked. Tang San followed Xiao Wu and was very upset when he found that Xiao Wu had been staring at Yi Han. Since this morning, Xiao Wu has been ignoring him, and now she is staring at other men. Flanders was satisfied with Ning Rongrong's change, thinking that his lecture had worked. But this did not make him completely satisfied. He wanted to strike again and announced, "I have something to announce." Oscar broke through the 30th level when he just came back. "Wait until tomorrow morning, Teacher Zhao Wuji will lead you to the Stardo Great Forest. At that time, we will hunt for Oscar's third soul ring together, just as an experience." The moment Flanders' voice fell, the attention of everyone present was diverted. Oscar, a food-type soul master, has reached level 30 at this age. You must have been shocked by my young master, right? Oscar listened to the discussion around him and looked at Ning Rongrong with pride. However, contrary to the expectations of Flanders and Oscar, Ning Rongrong ignored it. In her opinion now, Oscar is nothing, her master has 900,000 years soul rings. Hearing Flanders' words, Yi Han stood up and walked towards Flanders. Tomorrow is the day when Tang San hunts the human-faced demon spider and obtains the 8 spider soul bones, which must be destroyed. Everyone was puzzled, and saw Yi Han stopped in front of Flanders and said slightly respectfully, "Dean, when I was practicing yesterday, I broke through to level 20. Tomorrow, Teacher Zhao will take the students to the Stardo Great Forest. Can you take me with you? I want to hunt the second soul ring." As soon as these words fell, a loud laugh exploded. Ha 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 ha. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dai Mubai was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He was only level 20 at the age of 18. Oscar's face was full of sarcasm. How could such a waste be worthy of snatching his Ning Rongrong? Flanders was even more disdainful and looked down upon. He didn't even look at Yi Han. A small chef still wants to enjoy the treatment of their academy teachers hunting soul rings for students. Just as Ma Hongjun's laughter intensified, Yi Han slowly raised his right hand. The Emperor flame formed by the convergence of 22 small flames slowly emerged. Ma Hongjun's laughter suddenly stopped, and the pupils of the others present instantly dilated. Chapter 5, Shua, the Emperor Flame Spirit appeared on Yi Han's right palm. The terrifying flame aura instantly swept the entire cafeteria. All the ridicule and disdain disappeared at this moment, replaced by shock. This is, everyone present exclaimed, even Tang San was no exception. At this moment, he only felt the clear sky hammer spirit in his body trembling. Ma Hongjun looked at Yi Han's spirit in shock, his eyes wide open. With the same fire attribute, his evil fire phoenix was simply garbage in front of this spirit. Flanders stared at Yi Han's spirit, completely speechless. Even Zhao Wuji, who was silent on the side, ran over to check. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who had already seen Yi Han's strength, were now completely stunned. Yi Han had twin spirits, they knew. But shouldn't the first spirit be just an ordinary flame? Hee hee. Yi Han found it funny to see their inexperienced looks. In order to shock them even more, he immediately used the 10,000-year soul ring age increase card he had obtained earlier. In an instant, the 10-year soul ring on Yi Han's Emperor Flame instantly increased in age by 10,000 years. Then, Yi Han's mind moved, and a 10,000-year soul ring slowly emerged and surrounded his body. What? The pupils of everyone present instantly shook. The first soul ring of a martial soul is a 10,000-year soul ring. What does this mean? Apart from the Pope Bibi Dong, who has twin martial souls, who else in the entire Douluo continent can be so amazing? Yi Han, what on earth is going on with you? It was Flanders who said this, and his lips were trembling as he spoke. The others were similar, and they all wanted to know the answer urgently. Seeing this, Yi Han scratched his head, pretending to know nothing, and said in a pretentious manner. When I cultivated to level 20 yesterday, my martial soul suddenly changed. Then my 10-year soul ring turned into a 10,000-year soul ring. I don't know what's going on, can you help me see? Flanders was completely dumbfounded when he heard these words, and he had never heard of them before. Xiao Wu scratched his head in shock, and didn't know what was going on. The two looked at each other, and they thought of that person in their hearts, and said in unison. We don't know either, maybe only that master knows what's going on. Yi Han naturally knew who the master they were talking about was. After quietly rolling his eyes in silence, he pretended to be respectful and asked. Then Dean Flanders, what I just said about hunting for the second soul ring. Before he finished speaking, Flanders immediately nodded and agreed. Okay, isn't it just hunting for the second soul ring? It's a small matter. After all, with such a top-grade martial soul, his future achievements are limitless, and he must be won over. A night passed quickly, after everyone finished breakfast in the cafeteria. Under the organization of Xiao Wu, they came to the square to gather. Xiao Wu crossed his chest with his domineering hands and said seriously. We are going to the Xingdu Great Forest now. Don't follow us if you are afraid of death. After speaking, Xiao Wu walked towards the gate of the academy without looking back. Yi Han glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was hugging his arms tightly, and smiled evilly. Let's go. Yeah, Ning Rongrong nodded obediently, leaning her head on Yi Han's arm, accompanying him. After the whole night of communication last night, Ning Rongrong has completely relied on Yi Han. Yi Han was walking, and suddenly turned back to look at Xiao Wu, casting a suggestive look. This devil, the moment Xiao Wu's eyes met Yi Han's, her delicate body trembled violently. But she didn't dare to disobey, and immediately followed him obediently and came to his side. When Yi Han came to their dormitory to find Ning Rongrong last night, she also suffered. Ning Rongrong saw Xiao Wu following her, but didn't say anything, they were all the masters. This scene fell into the eyes of the people behind, and everyone's face was full of doubts and question marks. Among them, Tang San was the most confused, and he didn't react for a while, just felt a little itchy in his head. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and even Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help looking at Tang San. Xiao Wu actually betrayed me. Tang San's eyes were wide open, and the whole person was like being bombarded by thousands of thunders. At this moment, he finally understood why his head suddenly felt itchy. It turned out that he had grown a green hat. At this moment, endless anger surged in his heart, and his fists were clenched tightly. It was definitely not Xiao Wu who betrayed him, but Yi Han who seduced him. Open black lens bracket Tang sect rules. Anyone who endangers his own interests, no matter how big, has already been killed. Close black lens bracket. This person has already been killed. When we arrive at the Xingdu Great Forest, we must find an opportunity to kill him. Xiao Wu was in a bad mood when she heard the noise behind her. The two cute rabbits were now hanging down like their heads. Yi Han noticed this scene, his mouth twisted, and he quietly reached out and held Xiao Wu's jade hand. Xiao Wu's delicate body trembled, but she didn't dare to say a word. She felt warm being held by Yi Han's big hand. Tang San, Oscar and others behind him could see it clearly. Tang San was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and he kept saying that he had a way to die. Oscar was also furious when he saw Ning Rongrong and Yi Han were so close. Ma Hongjun glanced at Oscar and Tang San, and immediately spread his hands and sighed. Hey, don't be unhappy, aren't they just two women? When I come back, I will introduce you to the twins that Dai Lao Da often visits. As soon as these words fell, Oscar and Tang San glared at Ma Hongjun. What they can't get, others can't get either, and they will avenge this hatred. Zhu Zhuqing heard what Ma Hongjun said, and she became more dissatisfied with Dai Mubai, and her pace quickened. Dai Mubai had just quarreled with Zhu Zhuqing about this last night, and he was too lazy to please her again, and he looked like a boss. Yi Han, who was walking in front, could naturally feel what was happening behind him. He turned his head quietly and glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who had a plump and hot figure. This kind of rare beauty in the world, only Yi Han deserves it. Dai Mubai, get out of the way. ... In the blink of an eye, it was night. The crowd was not far from the Xingdu Great Forest. When passing a small town, Xiao Wu issued an order to rest. They found an ordinary hotel and planned to stay here tonight. Xiao Wu finished dinner early and went to the second floor room alone to sleep. While the others were still eating dinner on the first floor, Zhu Zhuqing sat alone at a table. Oscar and Dai Mubai, as well as Ma Hongjun and Tang San, sat at the same table. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong naturally sat at the same table with Yi Han, sitting on the left and right sides respectively. Ning Rongrong seemed to have endless words to say, chattering and talking to Yi Han. While Yi Han casually responded to Ning Rongrong, he quietly turned over Xiao Wu's dumpling skin under the table. Xiao Wu hung her head, her pretty face flushed, tightly clamped Yi Han's big palm, and tried to suppress her feelings. Tang San and Oscar were both very angry when they saw the two women and Yi Han so close. At this time, a middle-aged man, with several young men and women, walked into the hotel. Except for the middle-aged man, those people were dressed in college uniforms and looked extraordinary. Ma Hongjun's attention was instantly attracted. He glanced at Dai Mubai beside him, and then said with a lewd face, "Boss Dai, those guys should be from Kangwei College, the girls in their college are all pretty good." Dai Mubai looked up and down at this, and said with a lewd face, "Little Kangwei College, what a show. But the girls in their college are really pretty good, it should be fun to play with them." Zhu Zhuqing felt a sharp pain in her heart when she heard this. At this moment, she was completely disappointed with Dai Mubai. After hearing this, Yi Han felt funny and waited to see the show. The people from Kangwei College were instantly filled with anger when they heard what Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun said. Chapter 6. You are looking for a fight. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's words successfully angered the students of Kangwei Academy. A student picked up a few empty plates from the empty table next to him and threw them at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Seeing this, Tang San stood up first, crushed a few plates, and shouted with bloodshot eyes, "I am in a very bad mood now. If you don't want to die, get out of here immediately." Dai Mubai and others knew that Tang San was betrayed by Xiao Wu and must have nowhere to vent. Coincidentally, they were also bored and wanted to find fun to vent, but there was nowhere to vent. Dai Mubai slowly stood up, twisted his neck and came to Tang San, smiling. "Fatty Xiaoao, do you remember what our dean said?" Ma Hongjun and Oscar immediately came to Dai Mubai, looked at Kangwei Academy with disdain, and smiled. A soul master who doesn't cause trouble is not a good soul master. As the saying goes, those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. Yi Han felt sick when he heard this. This is not a protagonist group, it's just a gangster. Zhu Zhuqing also looked at her with contempt and regretted joining Shrek. After hearing this, the people in Kangwei Academy were completely angry. At this moment, the middle-aged man in Kangwei Academy slowly stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Black turtle, possess." A tortoise shell instantly burst out from the man's back, and 5 soul rings slowly emerged. Five rings, Soul King. Tang San, Dai Mubai and others were shocked. Without giving them the chance to continue being shocked, the middle-aged man burst out with all his strength. In a flash, the 4 arrogant people were instantly suppressed to the ground. In front of the Soul King, Tang San had no chance to take out the hidden weapon. When fighting with Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu did not use his full strength, and they were in the state of opening the martial spirit. And now, they have not even opened their martial spirits, but they are suppressed by the opponent with all their strength, and there is no room for counterattack. The middle-aged man glared at Tang San and others on the ground, and said coldly, "I am Yi Ziqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Kangwei College. Which college are you from? How dare you speak so rudely?" While speaking, he glanced around, trying to find their teacher. In an instant, his eyes fell on Zhu Zhuqing, and he said with shining eyes, "This beauty should be yours, right? Since your teacher is not here, then as compensation, this beauty will follow us in the future." While speaking, the middle-aged man signaled to several students around him. Seeing this, they cast their eyes on Zhu Zhuqing, and immediately showed a lewd smile and walked towards her. Zhu Zhuqing saw this, and a trace of panic appeared in her originally cold eyes. Seeing this scene, Yi Han retracted his hand that was turning Xiao Wu's dumpling skin, and slowly said, "She is my person, you try to move." Yi Han said this in a slow and even somewhat indifferent tone. But when it reached the ears of everyone, it was like a bolt from the blue, shocking. Among them, Zhu Zhuqing was the most shocked, and looked at Yi Han at a table not far away with a look of astonishment. Ning Rongrong pouted her lips when she heard this, and it was obvious that she was jealous. Yi Ziqiu looked in the direction of the voice immediately after hearing the words. When he saw that she was just a weak and fragile pretty boy, he smiled coldly with disdain. "You said she was yours, so does that mean that those who just spoke rudely to us are all yours?" Other students of Kangwei College also cast their eyes over. The female students were stunned when they saw Yi Han's elegant appearance. When the male students saw Xiao Wu in Yi Han's arms and Ning Rongrong beside him, their eyes lit up. Yi Han did not avoid Yi Zhiqiu's words, nodded, and still said calmly, "You can deal with those rude clowns on the ground. But you can't move the beauty sitting there, otherwise, hee." Dai Mubai and others, who were paralyzed on the ground by the pressure of the breath, were extremely angry after hearing this. The students of Kangwei College were immediately amused by this and looked at Yi Ziqiu. Yi Zhiqiu's face suddenly darkened, and he stared at Yi Han fiercely, angrily saying, "Are you threatening me? What if I just want to touch her?" Yi Han put Xiao Wu in his arms on Ning Rongrong. Then he slowly stood up, walked in front of the man, and calmly uttered a word. "Die." Silence. The whole place was silent. Deathly silence. After the silence, a roar suddenly broke out. Rampant. Yi Ziqiu roared, and a burst of pressure directly blasted towards Yi Han. Boom. The terrifying pressure instantly compressed the air around Yi Han, but Yi Han's body did not change at all. How is it possible? Not only him, but also the students of Kangwei Academy present were extremely shocked. Yi Ziqiu is a 5-ring soul king. He did not move at all in the face of such pressure. This person's strength. Before they were shocked, Yi Han's mouth slowly moved. 8 extreme collapse. Yi Han instantly displayed the 100,000-year right arm fighting skill soul bone skill. A palm thrust out, blasting towards Yi Ziqiu in front of him. Yi Ziqiu was extremely shocked, his eyes suddenly widened. You can release soul skills without opening the martial soul, it's a soul bone, no wonder it's so arrogant. Just when Yi Han's palm was about to hit his abdomen, it stopped instantly. Gurgle. Yi Ziqiu looked down at the big palm that was only a little finger away from his abdomen, and was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. Yi Han retracted his palm and spit out a word coldly. "Get lost." The moment he said that, everyone in Kangwei Academy immediately fled desperately. The main reason why Yi Han did not hit the other party was because Dai Mubai and other dogs provoked them first. The reason they were driven away was because they were targeting Zhu Zhuqing, so they were just teaching them a lesson. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard again. This time it was from Ma Hongjun and the others who were lying on the ground. They could never have imagined that Yi Han actually had such a rare thing as soul bone. And the power of that attack just now must have exceeded Teacher Zhao's strongest attack soul skill, right? They got up from the ground. Although they were very unhappy with Yi Han, they were completely convinced at this moment. Only Tang San stared at Yi Han, and was more determined about the contents recorded in the Tang sect code. This person must die. Zhu Zhuqing had not recovered from the shock when she saw this scene. Yi Han walked straight up to her, pretended to be serious and took her hand, and said seriously, "Those people didn't scare you, did you feel uncomfortable?" Feeling the heat from her hand, Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face couldn't help but blush, and she answered blankly. No. Well, that's good." Yi Han nodded, then put it down, turned around and walked back to Ning Rongrong and sat down. To win over a cold woman like Zhu Zhuqing, of course, you have to use strength and play hard to get. Zhu Zhuqing stared at Yi Han walking away, and an inexplicable feeling emerged in her heart. It was a sense of security, an unprecedented sense of security, which made her feel at ease. After Yi Han returned to Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, he took them upstairs to the room. With Zhu Zhuqing's personality, she would repay a favor, and she would definitely knock on the door to thank him later. As expected, when Zhu Zhuqing came to her senses, she realized that she had forgotten to thank him just now. Chapter 7. Late at night, the moon was bright and the stars were few. The moonlight poured down on the hotel, covering it with a layer of silver gauze. From the outside, the whole hotel seemed very quiet and warm at this time. But in a room on the second floor of the hotel, it was a different scene. Woo woo, master, master. Under the bright candlelight, Yi Han, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were talking happily inside. Bang, bang, suddenly, someone knocked on the door a few times. The sound made Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong shudder and panic. It's so late, who could it be? Yi Han frowned, but soon a wicked smile appeared on his face. It's so late, who else could it be? It can only be Zhu Zhuqing. Yi Han hurried to end the conversation, causing Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong to tremble and roll their eyes. You two hide under the quilt, don't make any noise later. After giving a warning, Yi Han put on his clothes and opened the door. As expected, it was Zhu Zhuqing outside the door. Her proud figure made Yi Han feel hot all over. Zhuqing, it's so late, what's the matter? Yi Han asked with a gentle face, pretending to be puzzled. Zhu Zhuqing stroked her hair on her forehead, embarrassed, and stammered. Today's matter, Yi Han glanced around outside, and then without giving her a chance to finish, he immediately made a gesture of invitation. Come in and sit down and talk. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned for a moment and wanted to refuse. But in the end, she took a deep breath and followed Yi Han into the house. The layout of the room was similar to the room she lived in, but there was a strange smell. As he walked into the house, Yi Han immediately closed the door, causing Zhu Zhuqing to tremble. Come, sit down first. Yi Han raised his hand and pointed at the bed, indicating that she could sit there. Zhu Zhuqing thought that it was all good intentions, so she did not refuse and sat over stiffly. Seeing her sit down, Yi Han immediately sat next to her and directly embraced her fiery body in his arms. The sudden feeling made Zhu Zhuqing's body tremble violently. The next moment, those beautiful eyes emerged with endless coldness, staring at Yi Han, and said angrily, "What are you doing? Let go immediately, hee." Yi Han ignored her and carefully felt her body. This fiery and plump body is not comparable to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. While feeling it, he showed an extremely evil smile on his face, and whispered to Zhu Zhuqing's ear. I already know your identity and your situation. Now Dai Mubai is like this, you have no way out, right? As soon as these words came out, the cold expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face froze, and she said in surprise. What did you say, how did you know? When Zhu Zhuqing said this, her heart was immersed in memories. When she thought of her life experience and fate, her eyes could not help but turn red. Dai Mubai was originally a candidate for the crown prince of Xingluo Empire, but he escaped because he was afraid of his brother. And as Dai Mubai's fiancée, she would be targeted if she stayed in Xingluo Empire, so she had to escape with him. Dai Mubai is a useless coward. If she can't find someone to rely on, then her fate in the future will only be death. Yi Han naturally knew what she was thinking. He immediately lifted her beautiful chin and said softly, Zhu Qing, be my woman, I will protect you in the future, how about that? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yi Han blankly after hearing this. If Yi Han helps her, doesn't that mean he wants to fight against all those who want to kill her? If Zhu Zhuyun becomes the crown princess of Xingluo Empire in the future, she will face the entire Xingluo Empire royal family. No need. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for only half a second, then pushed Yi Han away and stood up to leave. Her fate will be changed by herself, without relying on others' help. What's more, this is too dangerous, and in the future she will have to fight against the entire Xingluo Empire royal family. Ha. Yi Han looked at this disobedient little cat and immediately got angry. If you don't drink the toast, drink the penalty wine. While speaking, he immediately used the two soul skills of Chaos Evil God Eyes at the same time. First soul skill, Evil Domain. Second soul skill, Chaos Domain. Instantly, two terrifying domains spread. Yi Han saw through everything about Zhu Zhuqing, and her mind was also disturbed by the domain. Similar to Ning Rongrong's reaction last time, she actually saw 9 red soul rings slowly appearing around Yi Han. 900,000-year soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing was shocked and her body trembled, her face full of shock. Yi Han took a step forward, grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's arm, threw her on the bed, and said with an evil face, "It's your honor to be my woman, he he he." Zhu Zhuqing didn't have the strength to resist now. She was paralyzed just by feeling the breath of the titled Douluo. She was already envious of the strong and eager to change her own destiny. Now that she saw that Yi Han was so powerful, she bit her tempting red lips hard and said, I can promise you, but you must swear to help me." Seeing that she dared to negotiate conditions, Yi Han immediately reached out and hooked her chin, and promised. "Okay, then I swear to help you, then from now on, you are my pet, call me master." Zhu Zhuqing was stunned when she heard this, and her body was as stiff as a boulder. But she also understood that perhaps this was the condition for exchanging interests. After hesitating for a long time, she made up her mind and said, "Master, master." Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed with shame, and she was very ashamed. No matter how miserable she was born into the aristocracy of the Xingluo Empire, and now she has become someone else's pet. Good boy. Yi Han was very satisfied with Zhu Zhuqing's performance, and he lifted her chin and kissed her. Zhu Zhuqing was kissed and responded awkwardly. Her eyes were open, looking at Yi Han's different temperament. At this moment, Yi Han seemed like a wolf, without any gentlemanliness that saved her before. Gradually, the two of them fell in love. "Master, please be gentle." Zhu Zhuqing awkwardly put her jade arms around Yi Han's neck, a little scared. "Good boy." Yi Han comforted her and immediately turned into a fierce dragon. Just when Zhu Zhuqing was completely immersed in it, she suddenly screamed. Yi Han was also startled and immediately looked in the direction of her gaze. "I thought it was something else, but it turned out that Zhu Zhuqing saw Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong." Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu's heads were exposed from the thick quilt. Their eyes blinked as they looked at this place, their mouths slightly open. Seeing this, Yi Han immediately sent a look to the two girls. Seeing this, the two girls came to Yi Han very tactfully and served him obediently. Why are they also? Zhu Zhuqing was a little confused, her neck tightly wrapped around Yi Han, her face flushed with shame. Yi Han did not speak, but just stared at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was even more embarrassed by being stared at, and did not dare to continue asking, so she had to continue to cater to Yi Han. Chapter 8. Early in the morning, the sun shines in through the window, making the room quite bright. Yi Han opened his eyes sleepily and couldn't help yawning. At this moment, the system voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Complete the third test for the evil god and get a reward package close black lens bracket. Reward package, 100,000-year soul ring card. Add 100,000-year soul ring to any martial soul. Soul ring age soaring 10,000-year card. Increase the age of any soul ring by 10,000 years. Soul guide Panlong ring. Has unlimited storage space, can store all inanimate objects. Seeing this, Yi Han's mouth corners suddenly rose. Another 100,000-year soul ring was easily obtained. The Panlong ring is nothing, similar to the 24 Bridges moonlit night of the little punk. Thinking of this, Yi Han's eyes moved to his side. Zhu Zhuqing had already left. Ning Rongrong was sleeping soundly in Anyan, and Xiao Wu was hugging his waist. Looking at Xiao Wu who was hugging him, Yi Han couldn't help but feel puzzled. Doesn't Xiao Wu hate me so much? Why did she take the initiative to hug me to sleep? After the puzzlement, Yi Han got dressed and sat cross-legged on the ground. He took out the Panlong ring and looked at it, then put it on the middle finger of his right hand. Then he directly used the 100,000-year soul ring card and configured it on the Chaos Evil God Eye's martial soul. As the absorption began, the terrifying energy poured into the body, making Yi Han feel sour. Soon, the soul ring was absorbed. A 100,000-year red soul ring instantly surrounded Yi Han. From a distance, the 3 100,000-year soul rings were very domineering and daunting. Third soul skill, Evil Fear, infinitely magnify the fear deep in the target's heart. If the target's strength is much higher than your own, the effect will be greatly reduced. Shua, absorbing the soul ring generated a large amount of energy, causing the soul power to soar by 5 levels. The remaining energy swept all over the room, and the whole room was shocked. The soul power has reached level 50. Yi Han was overjoyed, and he was already halfway to the level of titled Douluo. However, this newly acquired soul skill is a bit useless. Is it useful for scaring people? At this time, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who were sleeping soundly, were awakened by the noise. Yi Han immediately retracted his martial soul, got up and walked over to sit down, and stroked their little heads evilly. "I'm so sorry, I woke you up." Xiao Wu was flattered, lowered her head, and dared not speak. Ning Rongrong quietly turned around and happily threw herself into Yi Han's arms, saying coquettishly, "It's not the master's fault. It's all our fault. We went to bed too late." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong turned her head to look at Xiao Wu, who was silent on the side, hinting, "Xiao Wu, don't you think so?" Xiao Wu raised her head, glanced at Yi Han, who was smiling gently in front of her, and nodded gently. Ning Rongrong saw Xiao Wu pretending like a green tea, and immediately curled her lips in dissatisfaction and said, "What are you pretending for? Last night, the master was comfortable and fell asleep, and then I don't know who took the initiative to hug and nibble. Nick it up, and you keep saying that you like the master, want the master to accompany you, and don't want to be separated from the master." Yi Han heard this and immediately looked at Xiao Wu. The intention was to ask Xiao Wu, "Is this true?" Xiao Wu's delicate body trembled, her face full of shame, and she lowered her head even lower. Yi Han was overjoyed, took Xiao Wu into his arms, and gave her an evil kiss. As expected of a 100,000-year-old rogue rabbit, addicted after a little sweetness. Just then, a shout came from outside. "The sun is shining on your butts, you little monsters are not going to get up." Hearing this, Yi Han hurriedly called the two girls to get dressed and wash up. At the same time, the voice of the system sounded in Yi Han's head. "Open black lens bracket. The content of the fourth test of the evil god. Stop Tang San from absorbing the human-faced demon spider. Close black lens bracket. ... Everyone was awakened by Zhao Wuji's loud voice. After breakfast, they set out for the Xingdu Great Forest. At nightfall, they finally arrived at their destination. Shortly after entering, everyone encountered an injured phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Zhao Wuji slapped it to death and let Oscar absorb it as the third soul ring. When Oscar was about to absorb it, Longpo Chao Tianxiang, the Dragon Po of the Geishi Dragon Po couple, came with Meng Yiren. After Yi Han and Meng Yiren fought, Chao Tianxiang appreciated Yi Han very much and took the initiative to give up the soul beast and leave. "Little brother Yi Han, you have worked hard just now." Zhao Wuji smiled at Yi Han, and then said to Oscar beside him, "Little Oscar, absorb it quickly. This is what Yi Han fought for you. After absorbing it, we will go to hunt for the second soul ring for Yi Han." After learning what happened last night, Zhao Wuji was now very respectful to Yi Han. "Okay, Mr. Zhao," Oscar agreed, but he secretly glared at Yi Han, who turned and walked towards Ning Rongrong. He didn't need the help of this bastard who stole Ning Rongrong from him. Without this bastard, he couldn't get the soul ring of this soul beast. At this time, Yi Han returned to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong and sat down. He naturally noticed Oscar's look just now, but he didn't bother to pay attention. He just made a move just now, just to get Chao Tianxiang's appreciation and pave the way for taking down Meng Yiren in the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't help Oscar, this ungrateful wolf. While thinking, Ning Rongrong beside him pulled Yi Han's arm and praised, "Master, you were so powerful just now. You pressed Meng Yiren to the ground with one move." As he said that, he looked at Xiao Wu beside him and snorted. "Xiao Wu, don't you think so?" Xiao Wu nodded, then lowered her head, and kept struggling with one thing. Coming to the Xingdu Great Forest, she could find Da Ming and Ming to kill Yi Han. But she didn't want to do that. After all, she took the initiative to humiliate Yi Han. If she didn't go to humiliate Yi Han would definitely not be like a devil. Putting aside the impression of that night, Yi Han was actually very good to her and very gentle. What's more, Yi Han promised her that he would help her avenge her mother in the future. The most important thing is that after experiencing that several times, she found that she had developed some special feelings for Yi Han unconsciously. Seeing this, Yi Han touched her head evilly and said nothing more. Seeing Xiao Wu like this, Ning Rongrong was too lazy to pay attention to her and continued to praise Yi Han. After a long time, Ning Rongrong was still chattering. While responding to Ning Rongrong, Yi Han looked at Zhu Zhuqing not far away evilly. Zhu Zhuqing accidentally looked at him, her pretty face flushed, and she quickly looked away. At this time, Oscar also absorbed the third soul ring and showed off his soul skills to everyone. Everyone was surprised to hear that the third soul skill was actually flying. Oscar listened to the surprises around him and looked at Ning Rongrong with pride again. Ning Rongrong, like last time, ignored him and didn't even look at him. How could the three women who had seen the horror of Yi Han be surprised by these trivial matters? Oscar saw that Ning Rongrong still ignored him, and he clenched his fists in anger. At this moment, Tang San, who had been practicing cross-legged, suddenly stood up and said excitedly, "Teacher Zhao, I suddenly reached level 30. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge and terrifying roar came from not far away. Roar. Xiao Wuji's body shook, and he was terrified. Could this terrifying voice be from the Titan giant ape, the king of the forest? Chapter 9, 8%, Roar. The roar echoed in the forest. Everyone present was frightened and at a loss. Xiao Wuji's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Everyone return immediately, I will cover you." After that, Xiao Wuji instantly activated his martial soul and possessed his body. Except for Yi Han and Xiao Wu, everyone didn't know what was going on. Everyone did not choose to leave, but activated their martial souls to stay. Ning Rongrong activated her martial soul with a worried look on her face, and leaned closely on Yi Han. How could Ming suddenly come here? Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes were filled with worry, fearing that Ming would hurt everyone. When Zhao Wuji told everyone about the seriousness of the matter, the Titan giant ape had already arrived. Roar. The Titan giant ape ran fiercely and roared. Everyone was trembling with fear, and felt that the soul beast in front of them was extremely terrifying. Even Zhao Wuji was sweating profusely, and he lowered his posture and respectfully pleaded with the Titan ape. "Respected Titan ape, the king of the forest, we just passed by here unintentionally, please let us go." The Titan ape didn't bother to pay attention to the ant, and slapped it hard. Ah! Zhao Wuji spurted out a mouthful of blood and collapsed heavily to the ground. Then, the Titan ape stretched out its giant hand, grabbed Xiao Wu, and turned and ran. Before leaving, it also burst out a terrifying skill, shocking everyone. Yi Han immediately activated his martial spirit to protect Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who was not far away. Afterwards, Yi Han saw Xiao Wu being taken away, and naturally knew that Xiao Wu would be fine. But in order to prevent everyone from seeing the flaw, he warned Ning Rongrong and immediately chased after her. At the same time, Tang San saw Xiao Wu being taken away, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Xiao Wu cheated on him, and he has not yet taken revenge. Before he takes revenge, Xiao Wu cannot die. Xiao Wu, Tang San roared, and immediately shouted at Oscar beside him, "Oscar, give me your third soul skill sausage quickly, or I will kill you." Oscar was shocked, and quickly recited those disgusting soul spells and gave him the disgusting sausage. Tang San ate the disgusting sausage in one bite, and wings appeared behind him, chasing after the Titan ape. Zhao Wuji, who got up from the ground, saw this, and his heart was beating continuously. Except Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, everyone else was seriously injured. Zhao Wuji was angry and helpless when he saw this, and could only let everyone rest on the spot and make a decision after their injuries got better. The Titan ape ran with Xiao Wu all the way. Xiao Wu jumped onto the Titan ape's shoulder. While explaining that those people just now were not bad people, he asked about Daming's recent situation. Yi Han had already caught up, not far behind the Titan ape. He didn't speed up or slow down, just followed silently behind him. At this moment, Xiao Wu and the Titan ape had already noticed Yi Han behind them. Roar. The Titan ape roared angrily, ready to turn around and kill Yi Han. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, then quickly touched the Titan ape's big head, anxiously said, Ming, he is my partner, not a bad guy, you are not allowed to attack him." The Titan ape didn't take action when he heard Xiao Wu's anxious voice, and continued to run. Xiao Wu saw that Yi Han was still chasing behind him, and hurriedly said to the Titan ape, Ming, put me down, when I am free, I will definitely come back to see you in Daming, I promise. The Titan ape finally stopped and put Xiao Wu down after hearing Xiao Wu's promise. But he was a little worried that Xiao Wu would be in danger after he left, so he didn't leave immediately. Xiao Wu put her hands on her waist and said in a slightly serious tone. Don't worry, I'll be fine with him here. Go quickly. Don't you still believe what I said? The Titan giant ape turned back and stared at Yi Han, who was about to catch up. Then he looked at Xiao Wu reluctantly before turning and leaving. Xiao Wu stood there waiting, her heart in a state of entanglement again. If she missed this opportunity, it would probably be impossible to kill Yi Han in the future. Shua. At this time, the wings behind Yi Han shook violently, and he flashed in front of Xiao Wu in an instant. Xiao Wu once again fell into the hands of this bastard who took away his innocence, and her delicate body trembled. But the Titan ape had just walked a short distance, which gave her the confidence to be tough, and immediately said with a serious face. Why are you chasing me? Aren't you afraid that I will let Ming kill you? Yi Han stretched out his finger to hook Xiao Wu's delicate chin, and said wickedly and gently. Didn't you say that you like the master and don't want to be separated from the master? Hearing this, Xiao Wu felt ashamed and lowered her head with a red face. Last night, she couldn't help it, because the master was so powerful. Seeing that she didn't answer, Yi Han immediately took her into his arms, and his big palm crossed the gap evilly. Woo woo. With Yi Han's actions, Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her body softened immediately. She raised her slender jade arms and tightly wrapped them around Yi Han's neck, and couldn't help kissing Yi Han's lips. While enjoying Xiao Wu's active kiss, Yi Han whispered. Do you like the master? Wu, I like it, I like the master the most. While Xiao Wu took the initiative to kiss, she responded with a sweet voice, which made Yi Han even more excited. It was unknown how long it took for the two to finish. After the end, Xiao Wu happened to break through to level 30. Then she began to condense the third soul ring, and soon condensed the third soul ring. Yi Han also took the opportunity to hunt and absorb a fire-attributed real soul beast with a lifespan of nearly 1,000 years. Then he used the 10,000-year card to make Emperor Yan's second soul ring also 10,000 years old. Second soul skill. Netherworld Poison Fire releases a large area of venomous poison, which is so terrible that there is no solution in the world. Seeing that Yi Han had absorbed it, Xiao Wu immediately came to Yi Han and said with a blushing face. Master, let's go back. Yes. Yi Han nodded and walked back with Xiao Wu's hand. After that time just now, Xiao Wu now took the initiative to call him master. Sure enough, the 100,000-year-old rogue rabbit is like this. If you give it a little sweetness, it will really get addictive. The two of them went back all the way they came. While walking, Yi Han heard a movement in front of him and stopped immediately. Then, he immediately pulled Xiao Wu and jumped up to the big tree above. Looking at the movement, I saw Tang San fighting with the human-faced demon spider. It's actually a human-faced demon spider that is more than 2,000 years old. Brother San can't be a match. Xiao Wu was shocked when she saw this, and immediately wanted to go down to help Tang San. Yi Han naturally refused to let her go, and pulled Xiao Wu to cover her mouth, then his face was full of evil. Xiao Wu was a little confused by this sudden action, and hurriedly whispered. Master, don't. Yi Han didn't bother to care what she thought, and pulled her to the bushes above. In this direction, you can clearly see below from above, but you can't see above from below. Yi Han immediately started to turn the dumpling skin, and Xiao Wu held the branch in front of her with one hand. The other hand covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Tang San below also killed the human-faced demon spider at this time. Reaching out his hand to summon the blue-silver grass, the human-faced demon spider was wrapped around. Then he dragged the human-faced demon spider exhausted and slowly walked to the tree where the two were hiding. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San from the gap between the leaves and slowly walked towards the tree where they were. This scene startled her, and the strength of her little hand covering her face increased, for fear of being discovered by Tang San. Chapter 10. Tang San dragged the human-faced demon spider under the tree. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he immediately began to absorb it. Yi Han, who was flipping the dumpling skin, frowned when he saw this. He had to complete the 4 tests, and he must not let Tang San successfully absorb the human-faced demon spider. At this moment, a smelly maggot suddenly appeared on the tree trunk that Xiao Wu was holding. Seeing this disgusting maggot, Yi Han casually threw it under the tree and landed next to Tang San. Seeing that Tang San was still in the early stage of absorption, Yi Han was not in a hurry to start immediately. After looking at Xiao Wu in front of him, he continued to flip the dumpling skin. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Wu finally couldn't hold on and made a sound. Xiao Wu prayed in her heart that her third brother would not hear it. But it didn't go as she wished. Tang San was absorbing the third soul ring and suddenly heard this sound, and was shocked. Is this Xiao Wu? How could it be such a voice? Could it be that Xiao Wu was killed? Tang San opened his eyes angrily and looked up at the tree where the voice came from. When he heard that the voice was indeed coming from the tree, his eyes suddenly turned red. Could it be that Xiao Wu? Tang San was absorbing the spirit ring at this moment. Thinking about such things distracted him so much that the absorbed energy rushed to a certain place. As the spirit ring energy continued to flow into a certain place, Tang San suddenly felt unbearable pain. The purple spirit ring on the blue-silver grass suddenly scattered energy and exploded. The place where a large amount of energy flowed was no exception, and it broke apart in an instant. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Tang San looked down with anger and despair. The feeling of despair, at this moment, instantly swept his whole body. Yi Han was watching everything happening below from the tree, and naturally noticed Tang San's abnormality. Tang San's masculine vigor was actually blown up by the energy of the spirit ring. Seeing this scene, Yi Han felt extremely disgusted, but smiled. Tang San, this double-standard thief beast, deserved his crime, so he could blow up. Xiao Wu was also watching at this time, and was immediately frightened and trembling all over, not daring to look down again. Tang San under the tree was desperate and angry, and stood up against the pain. Then Tang San suddenly felt a sense of weakness and suddenly fell to the ground head-on. Somewhere he was facing the ground, Tang San immediately spit out a mouthful of blood in unbearable pain. And the stinky maggot that Yi Han had just thrown down from the tree. Now it happened to be killed by Tang San's head-on. A very pale white spirit ring and spirit bone burst out from the stinky maggot. Without waiting for Tang San to react, the blue-silver grass immediately absorbed the soul ring. As for the long and stinky soul bone, it was immediately absorbed and fused somewhere. Tang San wanted to stop it, but it was too late. He spurted out a mouthful of blood again, collapsed to the ground, and fainted. Yi Han on the tree was shocked when he saw this. A 10-year-old stinky maggot soul beast actually has a soul bone. Then, Yi Han immediately let go of Xiao Wu and flew down. When he arrived below, an extremely foul smell swept over. Following the smell, he saw Tang San's masculinity that was blown away. At this moment, there was actually a short stinky maggot soul bone, emitting a foul smell. What's going on? Yi Han pinched his nose with confusion and doubt on his face. In Douluo continent, there are at most 7 soul bones. Left arm, left leg, right leg, torso, head, external attachment. What kind of ghost thing is this soul bone that presses on the man's virility? And it also emits such a foul smell. This Tang San is useless. Xiao Wu also dressed up and came down to check. When she saw Tang San in such a state, she felt distressed. But many people were disgusted. Why is it so smelly? It's so disgusting. At this time, many footsteps came from not far away. Yi Han and Xiao Wu turned their heads at the same time, only to see Zhao Wuji and his men rushing over. Ning Rongrong saw Yi Han, and immediately ran over quickly, threw herself into Yi Han's arms and cried. Why are you so stupid, actually chasing such a powerful titan giant ape? Woo woo woo. Yi Han touched her head and began to comfort her. Zhao Wuji, who had just arrived, was shocked when he saw the scene and asked quickly. What's going on? What happened to Tang San? Yi Han glanced at Xiao Wu beside him and lied. I saved Xiao Wu from the titan ape. Then Xiao Wu and I each absorbed a soul ring and returned all the way. As a result, when we passed by here, we met Tang San lying here, emitting a foul smell. Zhao Wuji was shocked and quickly ordered Oscar to make a healing sausage. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun came over to look at Tang San and thought he was stinking. Zhu Zhuqing smelled the stench from a distance, so she didn't get close. When she heard that Yi Han was rescued from the titan giant ape, she had a better impression of Yi Han. At this time, Oscar had already made the disgusting healing sausage. But he disliked Tang San's current stench and didn't get close to feed him. Zhao Wuji had no choice but to take the healing sausage and stuff it into Tang San's bloody mouth. Now, return to Shrek Academy immediately. You can't stay in the Stardew Great Forest any longer. Xiao Wuji picked up the extremely stinky Tang San and said this. The others heard this and had no objection. They all wanted to leave this dangerous place quickly. However, just as everyone was about to leave, but because Tang San's stinky maggot soul bone was too stinky, it attracted a Gale Demon Coon. No, it's the Gale Demon Coon, its cultivation is over 70,000 years. Xiao Wuji was shocked when he saw this. If he was in his prime, he would still have the strength to fight, but now he is seriously injured. Everyone run! Xiao Wuji shouted, his face full of anxiety. Without waiting for everyone to escape, the Gale Demon Coon began to attack. Tang San's soul bone seemed to have a special stench field. As long as the soul beast enters this field, their sense of smell will be disturbed. As a result, they can't find the source of the stench. This Gale Demon Coon is looking for the smell. When it enters the field, it assumes that everyone is the target source of the stench. 2 feet and a pair of wings close to the body, that is the Gale Demon Coon, who lives by preying on stinky maggots. In their memory, stinky maggot soul beasts are all covered with black skin. Therefore, Zhu Zhuqing, who was wearing a black tights, became its primary target. In an instant, the Wind Demon Coon rushed towards Zhu Zhuqing at the same time. Everyone present was shocked and felt that Zhu Zhuqing would definitely die today. Emperor Flame, the first soul skill, 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. Seeing this, Yi Han, who was not far away, immediately let go of Ning Rongrong in his arms and burst out his soul skills. In a flash, a king of beasts was condensed and rushed towards the Wind Demon Coon. The 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire can temporarily affect the soul of the soul beast, so the Wind Demon Coon did not fight back or dodge. Boom! A huge roar sounded. The Wind Demon Coon, who had cultivated for 70,000 years, was instantly killed by the king of beasts. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing next to him, Yi Han pretended to faint due to overdrawn soul power. He fell into Zhu Zhuqing's arms and pretended to be asleep to feel her softness. Chapter 11. Time flies. Late at night, everyone returns to Shrek Academy. Yi Han, who pretended to be unconscious, has not woken up yet, because the 3 Shrek beauties are taking care of him. On the other side, Tang San, whose masculinity was blown away, gradually wakes up. Tang San slowly opened his eyes on the bed, and a middle-aged man was sitting in the room. The middle-aged man saw Tang San wake up, hurried to the bed, and said anxiously, "Xiao San, how are you?" Tang San was surprised to see the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiaogang. But Tang San suddenly remembered his 3rd soul ring, and his face was ashen and silent. Seeing his beloved disciple's face so gloomy, he secretly glanced at a place where Tang San was emitting a foul smell, and said in a deep voice, "Xiao San, what happened?" Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Tang San couldn't bear it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and spit it all over Yu Xiaogang's face. Yu Xiaogang wiped the blood off his face with his hand, and wanted to vomit. Tang San's blood actually had the stench of that foul maggot. Tang San closed his eyes in despair, summoned the blue-silver grass martial soul, and said in a hoarse voice, "Teacher, alas, you should take a look." Yu Xiaogang immediately looked at Tang San, and the first 2 yellow spirit rings appeared. And after the yellow spirit ring, a very light white spirit ring slowly appeared. He had never seen such a light white spirit ring. Even if someone absorbed the white spirit ring, it would be impossible to find such a low cultivation. Yu Xiaogang was stunned, and he finally understood why his beloved disciple fainted. He also understood why Tang San had a desperate look on his face. And with the opening of the martial soul, the stinky maggot spirit bone somewhere seemed to be summoned, and the stench field opened. The stench instantly swept in all directions, making people look nauseous. Smelling the stench, Yu Xiaogang was so nauseous that he covered his nose and frowned. "Ugh, so stinky and disgusting. What's going on?" Tang San opened his eyes and he also smelled the stench. It was even stinkier than the fart of his teacher's martial spirit. He immediately covered his nose and said, "Teacher, when I absorbed the human-faced demon spider spirit ring, I was indecisive, and the 1,000-year spirit ring dissipated at the most critical moment, and then..." Tang San told Yu Xiaogang about the situation at that time. Yu Xiaogang really couldn't stand the stench. He opened the window of Tang San's dormitory and took a few deep breaths of fresh air. After listening to Tang San's words, Yu Xiaogang whispered, "This should be the soul skill of your 3rd soul ring. It's just a 3rd soul ring. you don't have to be so desperate, don't forget, you still have a second martial spirit. Tang San's eyes lit up. Yes, he still has a second martial spirit. What if the first martial soul is useless? It's just blue-silver grass. He already knew the power of the second martial soul when he challenged Xiao Wu. It's so powerful without the attached spirit ring. If it has a spirit ring, it will be much stronger than his blue-silver grass. Yu Xiaogang stuck his head out of the window and took a deep breath. Then he quickly held his breath and came to Tang San and patted his shoulder. Xiao San, you are a genius, although the third spirit ring is useless. Just like that, Tang San's mood gradually improved under Yu Xiaogang's repeated breathing and holding his breath. But Tang San quickly pursed his lips and said, Teacher, this is not the soul skill of my third soul ring. When I absorbed the third soul ring, I felt that something was fused with a certain part of me. It seemed that the stench was emitted by that thing. Yu Xiaogang had been paying attention to it before. After a careful glance, he held his breath and said, something is fused with a certain part. A 10-year soul beast should not explode soul bones. Tang San said nothing, crossed his legs on the bed, and silently felt the changes in his certain part. It was found that it was indeed a soul bone, and this soul bone had a domain. This domain was the stinky domain of the stinky maggot, which could release a range of stench. Tang San immediately told Yu Xiaogang about his discovery. Yu Xiaogang went to the window to take a breath, then came back and touched his chin and said, Domain. A soul bone with a domain. Yu Xiaogang was shocked and hurriedly said, if it is really a soul bone, it should be an external soul bone. Hurry up and absorb this soul bone. After that, he explained soul bones and external soul bones to Tang San. When Tang San heard Yu Xiaogang's words, his brows furrowed and he said with some dissatisfaction, Teacher, this soul bone is only a 10-year soul bone, and it is so smelly, why should I absorb it? Seeing that Tang San spoke to him in such a tone for the first time, Yu Xiaogang slapped him and scolded. What about a 10-year soul bone? This is a soul bone with a domain, unprecedented, you don't even believe my words. Tang San was stunned by the slap, but thinking that his teacher was the world's #1 master, he endured it and began to absorb this soul bone with repressed anger. As he absorbed it, a dazzling black light burst out from somewhere on Tang San's body, and the stinking maggot's torso slowly enlarged. Then part of it merged into Tang San's torso, and part of it was exposed somewhere. Yu Xiaogang was shocked. This was not an external soul bone, but a deformed soul bone. Part of it was in the torso, and part of it was outside. A person can only absorb the torso soul bone once, and after absorbing it, it can never be replaced unless he dies. Yu Xiaogang quickly stretched out his hand to interrupt Tang San's absorption. But at this moment, Tang San opened his eyes and said with a smile, Teacher, I have finished absorbing it. This soul bone does have a domain. Yu Xiaogang's hand was only an inch away from Tang San at this time. Hearing what Tang San said, he froze in place. Tang San was a little confused and said, Teacher, what's wrong with you? Yu Xiaogang put away his hand and said bitterly, Xiao San, I heard you. This is not an external soul bone, this is a deformed soul bone. Your torso bone position is occupied by this soul bone. What? Tang San was shocked. He certainly knew that each person could only absorb the torso soul bone once, unless the torso was cut off, but if the torso was cut off, how could the person still survive? Tang San also tried to comfort himself, and smiled with anger. Teacher, didn't you say that my soul bone has a unique domain? Even if it occupies the position of the torso soul bone, what does it matter? Yu Xiaogang shook his head helplessly. But this soul bone is a 10-year soul bone after all. Your future achievements will definitely be hindered. Tang San's eyes were extremely cold, and he thought in his heart. Yu Xiaogang, you have ruined my practice, and you are already on the way to death. Yu Xiaogang sat weakly on Oscar's bed, lowered his head, covered his face, as if he had no face to see Tang San again. Tang San's cold eyes turned immediately. This man is still useful, he must not be killed here, and then he said. Teacher, since it has happened, then face it, it's not your fault. Listening to Tang San's words, Yu Xiaogang slowly raised his head and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Xiao San, it was the teacher who hurt you. Hearing this, Tang San shook his head and said slowly. It's not the teacher's fault, I was too reckless. Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath, cough, why is there still a bad smell, coughed twice, and said. Haven't you absorbed the soul bone? Why don't you close this stinky field? Hearing this, Tang San frowned and hurried to check. As he checked, Tang San's face turned pale instantly. This field can't be closed. Instantly, a mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth, and Tang San fainted from anger. Xiao San, Yu Xiaogang hurried forward to check, but was also fainted on the ground by the foul smell. Chapter 12. Turning yellowed pages. Time has come to the next morning. Yi Han pretended to sleep for a whole night, and finally stopped pretending. As soon as he woke up, he saw Ning, Rongrong and Xiao Wu guarding the bed. They had been guarding for a whole night, and now their heads were lying on the bed and sleeping. There was a fragrance in the air around him, coming from Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing also guarded for a whole night, and she should have just left. When Yi Han was thinking, the system sound suddenly rang in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Complete the 4th test for the evil god and get a reward package. Close black lens bracket. Reward package, 100,000 years of external fighting skill. Soul bone, have 2 fighting skills as skills. Soul ring age soaring 10,000 years card, the age of any soul ring is increased by 10,000 years. External fighting skills. Soul bone. Yi Han was slightly happy, and then he checked it directly. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but once you look at it, you will be more excited. The first skill is the Do Chi wings in Do Po Kang Chi. The second skill is the air walking in Do Po Kang Chi. After checking it, Yi Han immediately absorbed this soul bone. Therefore, the soul power level soared by 5 levels again, reaching level 55. Just after the absorption, Ning, Rongrong and Xiao Wu woke up slowly at this time. When they saw Yi Han woke up safely, they almost rushed towards Yi Han at the same time. Before Ning Rongrong spoke, Xiao Wu took the lead and said, "Master, are you okay?" Ning Rongrong was not surprised at Xiao Wu's initiative at this moment. Xiao Wu was more excited than now when Yi Han fainted in Zhu Zhuqing's arms in the Xingdu Great Forest. "Hehe, what else can I do?" Yi Han responded by touching their heads, and then said, "It's getting late, I still have to make breakfast, you should sleep a little longer." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong kissed Yi Han's cheek and said softly, "Master, I have good news for you. Flanders learned that you rescued Xiao Wu from the Titan giant ape. And after killing a 70,000-year-old soul beast with one move, he decided to let you become a Shrek student. Moreover, a new teacher who calls himself a master has come, and now he will be the chef." After hearing this, Yi Han was stunned. "No, how come I was unemployed after waking up? Not only unemployed, but also a student of the Gangster Academy. The teacher who calls himself a big shit must be that waste Yu Xiaogang." After a conversation, the three went to the cafeteria. As soon as I entered the cafeteria, I saw Zhu Zhuqing eating breakfast. Yi Han didn't go up to greet like a dog. After taking Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu to get breakfast, he found an empty table and sat down. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing immediately picked up the breakfast and walked towards Yi Han. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong sat on the left and right of Yi Han, so she sat opposite Yi Han. Master, thank you yesterday. Zhu Zhuqing just sat down and thanked him in a very gentle voice. This active and gentle voice made Yi Han very happy. What a high and cold goddess, isn't she completely conquered by him now? Yi Han's mouth corners slightly raised, and he replied with an evil smile. Why are you polite? You are my pet, and I am your master. As he said, his feet under the table rubbed against her plump and attractive legs. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate body trembled, but she didn't refuse her master. After all, she saved her life. Immediately, her beautiful legs that were rubbed by Yi Han began to rub back against Yi Han. Instantly, a faint blush appeared on her cold and pretty face, and she dared not look at Yi Han. After Yi Han noticed it, he immediately showed a satisfied smile. This is a good cat. Xiao Wu naturally noticed it, but did not say much, and her delicate body took the initiative to lean towards Yi Han. Ning Rongrong also took the initiative to lean towards Yi Han, not even bothering to eat breakfast, and snuggled up to him tightly. In this way, Yi Han was attacked from both sides, and there was another person blocking the way in front, and only the back was left. In the meantime, two figures walked in from outside. The two figures were Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. They secretly glanced at the movements under the table and envied and hated. Dai Mubai was naturally furious that his fiancée was robbed, but there was nothing he could do. Yi Han could kill a 70,000-year-old soul beast with one punch, so could he still cause trouble for the other party? The two took their breakfast and sat down to eat. Then, Oscar came in. Oscar didn't even take his breakfast, but sat next to the two of them, complaining with a disgusted look on his face. You don't know, when I returned to the dormitory last night, the room was so smelly that I fainted, and my head is still buzzing now. Ma Hongjun heard this and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Could it be that strange thing that third brother has somewhere?" After hearing this, Dai Mubai, who was standing by, immediately put down the egg in his hand and said with nausea, "I overheard the conversation between the dean and the new teacher yesterday. They said that Tang San had fused a deformed soul bone and gained a domain." What? Oscar and Ma Hongjun were shocked. Soul bones with domains are unheard of. But Dai Mubai's next words made the two of them feel sick. The stinking domain cannot be closed. In that case, won't they all be stinking by Tang San in the future? Their conversation was heard by Yi Han and others not far away. Ning, Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing both felt very sick and had no appetite for breakfast. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, Xiao Wu naturally knew something that humans didn't know. Tang San's life was completely ruined after fusing that deformed soul bone. If this soul bone domain is not closed, sooner or later Tang San will be transformed into a stinky maggot. When Xiao Wu thought of the stinky maggot, she felt extremely sick. She hated the stinky maggot the most, and she would never get close to Tang San again. At this moment, a faint stench came from the entrance of the cafeteria. In an instant, everyone in the cafeteria sniffed their noses and looked up at the door. Tang San walked in from outside with a smile on his face. After seeing Dai Mubai and others, he raised his hand and greeted them. Dai Mubai and others felt that the stench was so bad that they couldn't help but fall to the ground and vomit. Seeing this, Tang San froze in place, and the smile on his face froze. At this moment, his killing intent towards Master Yu Shaogang became stronger. At this moment, Yu Shaogang pinched his nose and walked out of the stove slowly, comforting Tang San. "Xiao San, this is the power of your soul bone domain. Within 20 steps, the opponent will fall to the ground before opening the martial soul." Dai Mubai and others vomited again after hearing this. This disgusting domain is really invincible. It is simply invincible in the domain. At this time, Xiao Wu, who was beside Yi Han, couldn't help it. Turning his head to the side, he vomited the breakfast he had just eaten. Hearing that it was Xiao Wu's voice, Tang San immediately turned his head to look. When he saw Xiao Wu, Tang San couldn't help but think of what happened last night. It was because of Xiao Wu's obscene voice last night that he failed to absorb the human-faced demon spider soul ring. Thinking of this, Tang San looked at Yi Han. The master told him that Zhao Wuji told him that it was Yi Han and Xiao Wu who discovered him first that night. Therefore, it must have been Yi Han and Xiao Wu who did this last night. Thinking of this, Tang San was immediately furious and prepared to activate his spirit to kill Yi Han and Xiao Wu immediately. Suddenly, Yu Shaogang coughed a few times and then said, "I think you have heard from Dean Flanders that I will be responsible for your teaching in the future. After breakfast, gather at the square. I want you to challenge each other and see how good your actual combat skills are." Hearing this, Tang San showed a ferocious smile on his face. "I will definitely beat Yi Han and Xiao Wu severely later. He has all kinds of hidden weapons in a stinky maggot field that is so powerful that everyone is afraid of it. Can't he destroy Yi Han?" Chapter 13, 11.6%. After breakfast, everyone gathered at the Academy Square. The air in the square was filled with a foul smell. Everyone else pinched their noses and stood far away from Tang San, no one dared to approach him. Yi Han and the three women stood the farthest away, but they still couldn't avoid being suffocated by Tang San's foul smell. Just when everyone wanted to escape, Yu Shaogang also pinched his nose and walked over from not far away. He came to Tang San and then shouted angrily at the students. "Okay, don't look like you're going to die. Xiao San is your teammate, it's wrong for you to do this." Everyone heard this, but because he was a teacher, they didn't dare to refute. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but complain when he heard it. "You're still pinching your nose." As soon as the voice fell, Yu Shaogang glared at him fiercely, and scared Ma Hongjun to shut up quickly. "Remember, you are a group, this is inevitable in the future. Yu Shaogang resisted the nausea and released the hand that was pinching his nose, and then said seriously. Next, I will arrange a battle for you. Gradually, Yu Shaogang arranged a series of battles. However, as long as the students met Tang San, they would take the initiative to admit defeat. Now Tang San's blue-silver grass may be due to the stinky maggot spirit ring, it emits a foul smell. Now no one wants to be entangled by the stinky blue-silver grass, it is simply a nightmare. Yu Shaogang frowned. Arrange Dai Mubai and Tang San to fight in an imperative tone. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly, but there was no way, he could only accept it. The final result can be imagined. After just one move, Dai Mubai was so smelly that he foamed at the mouth and collapsed on the ground. Next, facing Yu Shaogang's order to fight Tang San, Ma Hongjun and Oscar had no choice but to agree. But Xiao Wu and the other 3 female students did not obey. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who always obeyed the teacher's orders, refused to obey. After all, if the body was stained with that stench, it would take a layer of skin to get rid of it. Yu Shaogang glanced around, seeing that Dai Mu, Bai Ma, Hongjun, and Oscar were all killed instantly by Tang San. As the 3 female students were unwilling to fight, his eyes fell on Yi Han. He had naturally heard of Yi Han's deeds. The martial soul mutated. The 10-year soul ring became 10,000 years. One move scared away the 50-level soul king. Saved Xiao Wu from the titan giant ape. One strike instantly killed a 70,000-year soul beast. All these combined are unprecedented and terrifying. He had long been eyeing Yi Han and wanted to find an opportunity to take him in as a disciple. Yi Han, I have heard of your deeds. Do you dare to fight Xiao San? As soon as these words fell, Tang San on the side showed a hideous smile. He was waiting for this moment, to kill Yi Han here and avenge Xiao Wu. Ning, Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who were beside Yi Han, immediately stood in front of Yi Han and frowned. No, Brother Han just killed a 70,000-year-old soul beast yesterday, and his injuries haven't recovered yet. In fact, they said this because they were worried that Yi Han would be contaminated by Tang San's stinky maggot blue-silver grass. Seeing this, Tang San stepped forward and pointed at Yi Han and said, Yi Han, are you afraid? Yi Han was naturally unhappy when he heard this, and immediately patted Ning, Rongrong and Xiao Wu, stepped forward and said, If you want to fight, then fight, and defeat you in one move. After such arrogant words fell, Tang San was not anxious yet, but Yu Shaogang on the side was anxious. Tang San was his direct disciple, and saying that he could defeat Tang San in one move, wouldn't that be a slap in his face in public? Tang San, use all your strength to defeat him and completely crush him. Yu Shaogang shouted angrily in Tang San's ear. Tang San heard that his teacher's idea was exactly what he wanted, and immediately activated his martial soul. Yellow, yellow, white. 3 soul rings instantly appeared and surrounded his body. As soon as he activated his martial soul, Tang San immediately shouted. Third soul skill, Stinky Maggot Entanglement. In an instant, the white soul ring flashed and attacked towards Yi Han. The Stinky Maggot Entanglement and the Mother Entanglement attack method are the same. However, the blue-silver grass launched by the Stinky Maggot Entanglement is covered with disgusting stinky maggots. Yi Han felt nauseous when he saw Tang San's new soul skill. Stinky Maggot Entanglement, do you want to stink me to death? Resisting the nausea, Yi Han instantly activated his martial soul. In an instant, 2 10,000-year soul rings emerged. What? The second soul ring is also 10,000 years old. Everyone present was shocked, especially Yu Shaogang, who felt that his worldview was shattered. Before they could finish being surprised, the terrifying flames of the strange fire directly burned the stinking maggots. The flames of the strange fire followed the stinking blue-silver grass and burned all the way to Tang San. Before Tang San could react, the flames of the strange fire had already burned to Tang San's side. In an instant, Tang San's entire body was wrapped in the flames of the strange fire. Tang San's clothes and hair were burned dry. Yi Han quickly retracted the flames of the strange fire, and then Tang San's body appeared. At this moment, Tang San was naked and turned into a big bald head. The stinky maggot soul bone fused somewhere also caught everyone's eyes. Seeing himself like this, Tang San was so angry that he spit out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground and fainted. Xiao San, Yu Shaogang was shocked and hurried over to check. When he saw Tang San in such a miserable state, he immediately appreciated Yi Han a little more. After thinking about it, Yu Xiaogang ignored Tang San for the time being, stood up and walked to Yi Han, smiling. Yi Han, I don't know how your second spirit ring can last for 10,000 years, but I have studied the mutant spirit, it just seems very powerful now. There's a high possibility of side effects in the future, just like I can't break through level 30 for life. In my years of research, there may be a way to help you avoid it. Are you willing to be my disciple? Yi Han couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Is there a way to avoid it? Break through to level 30 first and then stop the dog from barking. Those theoretical knowledge were stolen from the spirit hall through Bibi Dong. What a bullshit master, it's just a pile of shit, it should be called Dashi or Dashi. After thinking about it, Yi Han bowed his hands in a respectful manner and said with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, Yu Dashi. I'm sorry I can't agree to this. My master must at least be someone who can change the world with one move. I'm afraid you can't. As soon as these words came out, Yu Xiaogang's face, which was originally full of smiles, froze. He was rejected. Yu Xiaogang, the master who was famous in Douluo continent, was rejected. What did you say? Puff. Yu Xiaogang's face was ferocious, and he was so angry that he spit out a mouthful of blood. Yi Han quickly dodged, so that he was not spit on his face. After spitting out the blood, Yu Xiaogang collapsed to the ground and fainted from anger. Seeing this, Ning, Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who were not far away, hurried over. At the same time, Flanders, who was secretly watching not far away, also hurried over. You four, go back and rest first, leave the scene to me. Flanders said lightly, helplessly watching the embarrassing scene. Yi Han didn't waste any words, nodded, and directly pulled the three women away. Just when he returned to his residence, the content of the fifth test came to his mind. Open black lens bracket. The content of the fifth test of the evil god, suppress Yi Lingling. Close black lens bracket. Seeing this, Yi Han's mouth suddenly raised a playful arc. After a while, it will be the day to meet and fight with the Royal Tiando team. Chapter 14. Time flies, and several weeks have passed. During these weeks, Yi Han trained during the day and had fun at night. The relationship between the three women and Yi Han has advanced by leaps and bounds, and they study new ways to play every day. During this period, they also went out to hunt the third soul ring for the first martial soul. Then they used the 10,000-year soul ring age surge card, and the third soul ring became a 10,000-year soul ring, and the new soul skill. The third soul skill, Yin and Yang double flame, reverses all the side effects in the body, which can be called the effect of reversing vitality. Since Yu Xiaogang was angry with Yi Han that day, he deliberately made things difficult for his training every day. However, his deliberate difficulties in the devil training were nothing in front of Yi Han. As for Tang San, he became a big bald head since that day, and was extremely angry with Yi Han. He has been practicing hard and waiting for revenge. At this moment, it was already morning. After everyone finished breakfast, they came to the square to gather. Tang San still smelled extremely bad, and as his cultivation level improved, he smelled even worse. Therefore, Flanders spent money to purchase a pair of the most advanced gas masks on the continent. These masks have a certain effect, but the effect is not good. If Tang San's cultivation is improved a little bit, these masks will be just for show. After training for so long, it's time to take you to the fighting arena for actual combat. After purchasing a batch of masks, the academy was on the verge of bankruptcy. Yu Xiaogang proposed to go to the big fighting arena to fight with others. While earning gold soul coins, when you get the silver fighting soul badge, the battle will end. During this period, they will live in the hotel closest to the big fighting soul arena, and take care of their own food and accommodation. The silver fighting soul badge is not only 1-on-1 and 2-on-2, but also multiplayer and group battles. After the introduction, Yu Xiaogang asked the 8 people to go back and pack their luggage and immediately go to the hotel near the big fighting soul arena in Soto City. Not long after, everyone came to Soto City and found a hotel to stay. Also traveling with them were the Dean and Vice Dean of Shrek Academy, Flanders and Zhao Wuji. Since Tang San was too smelly to stay, he had to walk here every day. The competitions in the Great Fighting Spirit Arena are usually held at night. Therefore, after arranging the accommodation, Yu Xiaogang called everyone out to make arrangements. Although the group battle is the most profitable, it takes too long to finish one, so they arranged to play a multiplayer battle. After some arrangements, the 8-person team was divided into 2 teams. The strongest Yi Han led a team of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San, who has the stinky maggot field, led Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, who have strong tolerance. After arranging everything, the 3 women around Yi Han were very satisfied. Tang San and his friends were very unhappy. These days, they watched Yi Han and the 3 women get together every day. Okay, let's do it. Yu Xiaogang confirmed it with one sentence, and said seriously. Tonight we will enter the Duhun competition. Before participating in the competition, we need to register the team name first. Both teams should think about the name of their teams carefully. A good team name is very important. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Ning Rongrong leaned close to Yi Han's ear and whispered, "Master, what is the name of our team?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also looked at Yi Han with some curiosity. Yi Han raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, and then said, "Let's call it the harem combination." Ah, the 3 girls blushed at the same time. This was too much. As soon as these words came out, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar and others on the side were instantly furious. It was simply too much. Tang San's face was even more ferocious, and he clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, the stench on his body actually increased a few points instantly. Dai Mubai and others on the side vomited directly, looking at Tang San with disgust. Yu Xiaogang was immediately pleased when he saw this. Tomorrow, his disciple Tang San will surely be famous in the entire Soto City fighting spirit arena. Yi Han was too lazy to pay attention to these clowns, and secretly looked forward to meeting Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling possessed the strongest healing spirit, 9-heart begonia, and must be taken down. Time soon came to the evening. Yi Han brought the 3 girls to the fighting spirit arena and registered the team name. Then he brought them to the matching area and waited for the fighting spirit arena to assign opponents. Suddenly, a vomiting sound suddenly sounded. Then, a foul smell came. It was Xiao Bo San who came. Tang San walked in with Ma Hongjun and others wearing masks. The moment they came in, the entire matching area team began to vomit. What's going on? Why is it so smelly all of a sudden? Who pooped here? When Tang San came in, his face suddenly darkened. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were following him, felt ashamed. At this time, someone with a keen sense of smell discovered that the smell came from Tang San, and immediately shouted, "Found it, it's the one in blue. He must have hidden shit on his body." As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes fell on Tang San, all showing angry expressions. Seeing this, Tang San couldn't help it at all, and immediately activated his martial spirit, shouting angrily, "Smelly domain, double enhancement." That's right. As Tang San studied this deformed stinky soul bone in depth, he also learned some hidden skills. Instantly, everyone present couldn't help but collapse to the ground and vomit. Even Yi Han and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't stand it, so they took out the masks issued by the academy and put them on. In a flash, all the participating teams in the entire matching area were suffocated and didn't even have the chance to activate their martial spirits. Only Yi Han and others who put on masks in advance survived. Ma Hongjun, who was behind Tang San, saw this and said in surprise despite the stench, "How did Brother San's domain suddenly become stronger? It's so scary." While Ma Hongjun was talking, Yu Xiaogang followed him. He still had something to explain. However, when he came in and saw the scene, he was shocked and said excitedly, "Xiao San, did you do this? Your stench domain is so stinky again." Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Tang San stared at him, and Yu Xiaogang coughed a few times and changed his words. "Xiao San, the effect of your stench domain has been improved again." After hearing this, Tang San regained his respect and explained to Yu Xiaogang. And at this moment, Supervisor Ao, who was responsible for allocating teams for the competition, walked in. He was completely dumbfounded when he saw the scene. He looked at the smelly Tang San and others with surprise and said in shock, "Did you do this?" Yu Xiaogang took the initiative to step forward. Knowing that Tang San had caused trouble, he quickly lowered his posture and said, "Sorry, this was done by my disciple. We are willing to bear the responsibility." No. Manager Ao quickly shook his head and said excitedly, I didn't expect someone to be able to do this. Please ask your disciples in the group to promise me one thing. As long as you get it done, I am willing to pay you 10,000 gold soul coins. Yu Xiaogang was stunned, Tang San and others were also stunned, and Yi Han, who was not far away, was also a little confused. Then, Manager Ao began to explain. It turned out that the Tiando royal team would come tomorrow morning, and they were invited by the great nobles of Soto City. Those great nobles have placed heavy bets on them. If they win, it will bring great losses to the Great Do Soul Arena. At present, there is no team in Soto City that can be their opponent. Now there are more than 20 teams in the matching area, which are all the teams in Soto City. Unexpectedly, they were killed by Tang San in 1 second. Therefore, Director Ao wanted to pin his hopes on Tang San and his team. Okay, I agree. Yu Xiaogang didn't even ask Tang San and others, and agreed directly. He wanted to use this battle to make his disciple Tang San famous in the Tiando Empire. Director Ao was immediately excited when he heard this. Then I will go and get the prepared royal fighting team information for you now. Chapter 15. At night, Soto City, South City Park. In order to prevent Tang San from stinking others, Yu Xiaogang led 8 people to a remote place by the river. Immediately afterwards, Yu Xiaogang repeated the information about the royal fighting team obtained by Director Ao to everyone. What? Except for Yi Han and the 3 women, the others were all shocked. This was actually a silver fighting soul team composed entirely of soul masters. The captain and vice-captain of the team were even more terrifying, which made them all shocked. One of the team members, Yi Lingling, even had the continent's top healing martial spirit. Just when everyone was shocked, Ma Hongjun suddenly smiled and said, "No matter how powerful it is, with the disgusting poop field of the third brother, we are invincible." When Tang San heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes and his fists clenched. Because of Ma Hongjun's words, everyone was full of confidence in this battle again. Ning Rongrong, who was beside Yi Han, felt disgusted by Tang San's stench and couldn't help saying, "Tisk, with Brother Han here, it would be strange if we could lose." As soon as these words came out, Yu Xiaogang's eyes suddenly turned cold and he said seriously, "Yi Han doesn't need to play in tomorrow's game. There are only 7 people on the other side. Do you still want to play 8 against 7? Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were all dissatisfied when they heard this. Yu Xiaogang didn't bother to pay attention to their dissatisfaction. If Yi Han played, wouldn't he steal the limelight from his disciple Tang San? Yi Han signaled the 3 women with his eyes, asking them to stop making trouble. He now has a fun idea in his mind. It doesn't matter whether he plays tomorrow or not. At the same time, on the other side, Qin Ming also handed the information of the Shrek 7 Devils to Yu Tianeng and others for review. He had graduated from Shrek Academy, so he naturally attached great importance to this battle. After seeing this, Yu Tianeng and others didn't think much of it. Seeing that they didn't take it seriously, Qin Ming immediately started to talk. "You must take this battle seriously. There is a very strong control-type soul master in their team." Du Guyan couldn't help but sneered and said sarcastically, "Teacher Qin, you are exaggerating, aren't you? It's just a useless martial soul." Other people's meanings were similar, just a useless martial soul, blue-silver grass. Qin Ming's eyes swept over their faces and explained the cause and effect seriously. After hearing the explanation, everyone was shocked. A soul bone with domain skills. It's unprecedented. But when everyone learned about the domain skills, they all showed disgusting expressions. Especially Yi Lingling, who usually loves to be clean, couldn't stand it at all. How could there be such a disgusting domain? How could his teammates stand it? Everyone was silent for a long time. Yu Tianeng stood up and said with disdain, "Since the opponent is so disgusting, let's fight quickly tomorrow and get rid of him before his domain is released." After a night, time came to the next day. Arriving at the Great Fighting Soul Arena, Manager Ao quickly arranged for the 2 sides to play. As the royal fighting team came on the field, Yi Han, who was watching from the sidelines, began to look at them. Yi Lingling and Du Guyan were both stunning beauties in terms of both figure and appearance. Yi Han looked at them, greed suddenly emerged in his eyes, and licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. At this time, something strange happened on the field. As soon as the royal fighting team came on the field, a player collapsed to the ground and began to vomit. Even the audience in the viewing seats couldn't stand it and began to vomit. The Shrek 7 devils were wearing masks, so they were naturally not affected by the stench. The member of the royal fighting team who vomited raised his hand with anger on his face and shouted, "I want to report that our vice captain mainly uses poison, and they wear protective gear on their faces. This is cheating." Manager Ao glanced at him and then hinted at the host. Seeing this, the host pretended to flip through the rules book of the Great Fighting Soul Arena and said seriously, "The Great Fighting Soul Arena does not have a rule that prohibits wearing protective gear. The report is invalid. Continue the game." "What kind of broken rules are you?" The member wanted to continue to say something, but was stopped by Yu Tianeng. Yu Tianeng was full of anger, staring at the Shrek people, and angrily said, "Do you think you can win by using a broken mask to resist our control soul master?" Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai and others burst into laughter and mocked. "Ha ha ha, who said we wear masks to protect against your control soul master?" After laughing, they cast their eyes on Tang San. Tang San understood and instantly activated his martial soul. Yellow, yellow, white, 3 soul rings appeared instantly. When the members of the royal fighting team saw this scene, they laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, the 3rd soul ring is actually a 10-year soul ring, I am dying of laughter." But then, they felt nauseous and suddenly collapsed to the ground. At the moment when Tang San activated his martial spirit, the stench field became even more intense. What's going on? Why did the stench suddenly become stronger? The members of the royal fighting team collapsed on the ground, shocked. Even Yi Lingling and Du Guyan were paralyzed by the stench. Only Yu Tianeng, who had the highest spirit power, was left standing on the field. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai looked at each other, gave them a middle finger, and mocked. "Let you laugh, keep laughing, ha 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 ha." Yu Tianeng's eyes suddenly turned red, and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex burst out directly. The next moment, he attacked Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai directly, knocking them down with 2 punches. The other Shrek students wanted to resist, but they couldn't stop Yu Tianeng, who had such a high spirit power. Seeing this, Tang San immediately showed a sinister look and shouted, "Smelly maggots are entangled." In an instant, a bunch of blue-silver grass full of stench attacked Yu Tianeng. He could handle the first few, but there were more and more later. Finally, he couldn't resist anymore, and one of them went straight into his mouth. Ah, the strong stench in his mouth was like shit, which made Yu Tianeng's eyes dilate. The members of the royal fighting team who fell to the ground saw this and vomited out of disgust. The people in the spectator seats were also disgusted and vomited, and they were too nauseous to watch the battle. Tang San was not satisfied with this result and shouted, "Double stench." The stench in Yu Tianeng's mouth became stronger, and his whole face turned green. Yi Lingling, who was lying on the ground, saw this scene and immediately resisted the nausea and released the healing spirit skill. Yu Tianeng instantly recovered to his peak state, grabbed the stinky maggot blue-silver grass, and then attacked Tang San angrily. In just a moment, he came in front of Tang San and punched him. Thunder and lightning overflowed. Tang San immediately crossed his hands and protected his chest to barely block the attack. Yi Han, who had been watching from the spectator seat, smiled when he saw this. He immediately used the soul bone skill to suck Tang San's pants to pieces. In an instant, Tang San's body was exposed, and it turned out to be a disgusting maggot-shaped soul bone. Everyone present saw this scene and burst into laughter. "I will kill you." Tang San was completely angry, his eyes were extremely red. Thinking that it was Yu Tianeng's lightning, he immediately raised his fist and hit him hard. Ah! Such a terrifying punch made Yu Tianeng fly backwards and fall to the ground, unable to get up. Tang San shot directly at him, his heart filled with endless killing intent. At this critical moment, Yi Lingling immediately activated his martial soul again and prepared to release his soul skills. Seeing that someone still wanted to help Yu Tianeng, Tang San was furious. "You all have a way to die. I will kill you." As he said that, he rushed towards Yi Lingling instantly. This scene happened too fast, and no one at the scene reacted. Ah! Looking at Tang San who was attacking her again, Yi Lingling was completely desperate, and her pupils shrank instantly. Yi Han's figure flashed, and he instantly rushed to Yi Lingling's side, hugged her in his arms, and knocked Tang San back with a punch. As this scene happened, Qin Ming, Flanders and others reacted and rushed down to knock Tang San unconscious. Seeing this, Manager Ao quickly pushed the host, and the host announced. Shit Lake Team won. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Lingling also came back to her senses. But she was already scared by the scene just now, and her delicate body collapsed in Yi Han's arms and couldn't move. Qin Ming, who was standing by, saw that his team members were busy with their own affairs, so he politely said to Yi Han. You are a student of Shrek, right? Please send her to the lounge first, and we will go there later. Yi Han agreed immediately after hearing this, and carried the frightened Yi Lingling to the lounge. Chapter 16, 14.3%. Walking into the lounge, Yi Han supported Yi Lingling in his arms and sat down on the soft sofa. Staring at her pale face at the moment, ripples appeared in his heart. Being stared at like this, Yi Lingling could not help but recover from the state of panic. Feeling that she was still in someone else's arms, her face suddenly blushed, and she said in a panic. You can let me go, thank you for saving me just now. Hearing this, Yi Han reluctantly let go of Yi Lingling, and said with concern. You're welcome, how are you feeling better? Yi Lingling nodded, and then opened the 9-heart begonia to eliminate the odor. Then her eyes fell on Yi Han, and she was grateful and prepared to stand up to thank him. But she suddenly remembered that the people of Shitlake were smelly and uncultured, and immediately frowned and said. I'm fine, are you also a student of Shitlake Academy? Yi Han saw that she was resentful, so he did not hide it from her, pretending to be apologetic and said. Well, my name is Yi Han, just now the people of our academy were really too much. During the game, not only did they insult you, but they also killed you. I apologize to you here, I'm really sorry. This apology caught Yi Lingling off guard. The prejudice that everyone in their academy is of low quality was eliminated at this time, and then he said softly. Well, this is none of your business. You just saved me, I don't know how to thank you. When Yi Han heard Yi Lingling's thanks, a sly look flashed in his eyes, and he smiled evilly. Thank me, then you have to think about it carefully. I am very picky. Yi Lingling felt a little uncomfortable being looked at, but she still thought seriously and suggested for a long time. I will treat you to a meal, or you can make a request. Yi Han laughed secretly when he heard the first half of the sentence. How could he save Yi Lingling just for a meal? However, when he heard the latter words, greed suddenly appeared in his eyes. Yi Lingling's appearance can be called a goddess, wearing a white short skirt. The snow-white dress is similar to her jade-like skin, which sets off her very beautiful. A pair of beautiful legs like snow naturally brought her figure to the peak of attractiveness. If there was any request, it would be to ask Yi Lingling to marry her. Realizing that Yi Han was looking her up and down, Yi Lingling blushed and said in a panic. First, let me make it clear first, the request cannot be too much, otherwise I will not agree to it. Yi Lingling's face was already exquisite and beautiful, and with the embellishment of blushing, it was even more beautiful and moving. Yi Han was stunned, and a wave of excitement surged in his heart, and his expression gradually became evil. He, I saved you, it's not too much for you to marry me. Yi Lingling's face turned pale when she heard Yi Han's request. She never thought that Yi Han would actually make such a request. In her heart, although Yi Han saved her, he couldn't act recklessly because of this. Looking at Yi Han's evil face, Yi Lingling's expression became serious. She wanted to refuse, but thinking of Yi Han who had just saved her, she hesitated and couldn't bear it. Seeing Yi Lingling's tangled face, Yi Han stood up in a flash, which made Yi Lingling confused. Then, Yi Han directly used the second soul skill, Chaos Domain. Yi Lingling was disturbed like Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing before. In her vision, 9 red soul rings burst out from Yi Han's body. Red soul ring, 100,000-year soul ring. Still 9. Yi Lingling was deeply shocked by the scene in front of her and couldn't believe her eyes. According to rumors, there are only a handful of people in the entire Douluo continent who have 100,000-year soul rings. But this person in front of him actually has 900,000-year soul rings. What kind of existence is this? Yi Lingling's mind was in a mess at the moment, and the shock in her heart was rising like a tide. She felt as if she was pressed down by an invisible mountain, and even breathing became difficult. Yi Han raised a smug smile, stretched out his hand to hook Yi Lingling's delicate chin, and said with a wicked smile. Yi Lingling, am I a titled Douluo with 900,000-year soul rings worthy of you? Yi Lingling had completely lost the ability to think at this moment, and could only nod mechanically, and said in a trembling voice. Of course I am worthy. Yi Han was very satisfied, and immediately leaned over and pressed Yi Lingling against the sofa, and said with a smile. Since you think I am worthy, then be my woman obediently. I want you to pledge your love to me. Yi Lingling still nodded mechanically, but soon reacted and hurriedly refused. Ah, no, we just met for the first time. Yi Han didn't wait for her to finish her words, and kissed her tempting red lips directly. This kiss was domineering and strong, leaving Yi Lingling with no room for resistance. Yi Lingling still tried to resist, but it was in vain. Gradually, under Yi Han's attack, she slowly closed her eyes and let Yi Han do it. After a long time, the two were still entangled on the sofa. At this time, the system voice suddenly sounded in Yi Han's mind, and then stopped. Open black lens bracket ding. Complete the 5th test of the evil god, get a reward package close black lens bracket. Reward package, 60,000 year soul ring card. Add a 60,000 year soul ring to any martial soul. What's going on? Yi Han stared at the system reward in a daze. Just give a 60,000 year soul ring, is the system broken? But soon, remembering the introduction of the system at the beginning, the reward is linked to Tang San's opportunity. It seems that Yi Lingling has only met Tang San a few times in the novel, right? As Yi Han stopped, Yi Lingling completely collapsed on the sofa, powerless. She felt that everything that happened today was as incredible as a dream, but it was not a dream. At this moment, her face was red, her heart was beating non-stop, and her heart was filled with shame. Good boy. After thinking about the reward, Yi Han's eyes fell on Yi Lingling. Then, he reached out and stroked her pretty face that was blushed and decorated to be extremely beautiful. You bastard. Yi Lingling felt Yi Han's gentle touch, her delicate body trembled, and she bit her red lips and cursed softly. He, Yi Han said with a wicked smile. Lingling, you were quite cooperative just now. Yi Lingling's delicate body trembled, her face blushed even more, and she tried to cover up. No. Nothing. Looking at Yi Lingling's shy look, Yi Han became even more excited. He approached Yi Lingling, blew hot air in her ear, and smiled softly. Lingling, in fact, you are not at a disadvantage. Yi Lingling's heart skipped a beat, and her face became even hotter. Becoming a titled Douluo woman is indeed not at a disadvantage. What's more, this is a unique titled Douluo. But this method is too simple and crude. Yi Lingling turned her blushing face to the side and said coquettishly. You have to be responsible. Don't worry, you will be my woman from now on. Yi Han smiled evilly and looked down at her rosy face. With Yi Han's affirmative words, Yi Lingling no longer resisted and took the initiative to cater to him. Squeak. Just when the two were deeply in love, the door of the lounge was suddenly pushed open. What are you doing to Lingling? As soon as the door was opened, a female voice suddenly came over. Yi Han didn't react much, but Yi Lingling was frightened and hurriedly pushed Yi Han away. Turning his head, he found that there was only one person coming, that was Dugu Bo's granddaughter, Dugu Yan. At this time, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Open black lens bracket content of the 6th test of the evil god, suppress Dugu Yan. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 17, 15.2%. What are you doing to Lingling? Dugu Yan pushed the door open and saw the scene, and shouted immediately. Sister Yan Yan. Yi Lingling was immediately panicked. She pushed Yi Han away with a blushing face. She grabbed the dress beside her and put it on, then quickly stood up and walked towards Dugu Yan. Seeing Yi Lingling like this, Dugu Yan became even more angry, staring at Yi Han fiercely and shouting. How dare you take advantage of Lingling's weakness and do that to her? I will kill you now. Yi Lingling hurried to Dugu Yan's side, grabbed her arm, and explained. No, Sister Yan Yan, listen to me. Yi Han seemed to be indifferent, put on his clothes alone, and looked at Dugu Yan greedily. Dugu Yan was wearing a purple short skirt. She had short dark purple hair and a plump and proud figure. The most important thing is that she has a unique and strange charm. A pair of green eyes, very strange, giving people a bit of weird feeling. The color of her hair and eyes is a special color caused by poisoning. Yi Han looked at this strange Duguyan, and the greed in his eyes became stronger. At the same time, Du Guian also listened to Yi Lingling's explanation, but she didn't believe it at all. Seeing Du Guian thinking, Yi Lingling quickly changed the subject and said, "Sister Yan Yan, why are you here alone? Where are the others? Are they better?" Du Guian naturally knew that she was changing the subject, and then followed her meaning and said, "Except Tianeng, everyone else is fine. It's just that the guy with the shit spirit made it too smelly, so everyone went back to the hotel to take a bath. I came here specially to pick you up. You go back to the hotel first, and I'll stay and talk to this guy." Yi Lingling was stunned for a moment, then shook Du Guian's arm and explained again. "Sister Yan Yan, what I said just now is true. He saved me, and I kissed him to thank him, and then... Anyway, it has nothing to do with him. I took the initiative first. Believe me, okay." Yi Han, who had been sitting on the sofa, heard these words and immediately stood up and walked towards the two women. Du Guian wanted to reply to Yi Lingling, but when she saw Yi Han coming, she subconsciously protected Yi Lingling behind her. "What do you want to do?" Du Guian stared at Yi Han vigilantly, her eyes like the eyes of a poisonous snake. Yi Han did not reply to her first, but smiled at Yi Lingling behind her. "Lingling, you go back to the hotel first. Since she wants to talk, I will chat with her." Yi Lingling was slightly stunned, a little worried that the two would fight later. "Hey." Seeing Yi Han was so ignorant of life and death, Du Guian turned her head and stared at Yi Lingling, and said sternly, "Lingling, you go back first, I promise to leave this guy a breath later." Yi Lingling was still standing there worriedly, a little worried. She was not worried about Yi Han, after all, Yi Han was a titled Douluo. Yi Han knew that Yi Lingling was worried about Du Guian, and then casually said, "You go first, I will also promise that nothing will happen to her." Yi Lingling breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Du Guian, and then turned to leave. Du Guian was immediately furious when she heard what Yi Han said. What does this mean? Is he looking down on her, a soul master close to level 40? As Yi Lingling left, Du Guian slammed the door of the lounge. "Promise that nothing will happen to me, arrogant boy." In an instant, Du Guian activated his martial soul, and a green snake emerged. Yellow, purple. 3 soul rings emerged, surrounding her body, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Yi Han saw this scene, his face full of disdain, and he was too lazy to even activate his martial soul. "Boy, you are really crazy." Du Guian couldn't stand him being like this, and was about to activate the first soul skill. Yi Han raised a smile and said with a wicked smile, "Du Guian, your grandfather Dugu Bo, I'm afraid he won't have much time left." After saying this, Du Guian was stunned, and then his face was full of disdain. "HMPH, you are scared by me, you want to delay time. My grandfather is a titled Douluo." Yi Han was immediately full of disdain when he heard it. Immediately told Dugu Bo and her that there was a deadly poison in her body. "What did you say?" "There is a deadly poison in my body and my grandfather." In this timeline, Du Guian naturally didn't know that she was poisoned, and her face was full of disbelief. But thinking about it carefully, she had to believe it. She always felt that her grandfather was weird. Every once in a while, her grandfather would inject a lot of soul power into her body on the grounds of assisting cultivation. But those injected soul powers did not improve her cultivation at all, and sometimes affected her. If it is true as the boy in front of me said, that the soul power is used to suppress the poison, then it can be explained. Seeing her hesitation, Yi Han slowly walked towards Du Guian and said with a wicked smile, "Du Guian, your grandfather can only suppress this poison at most. If this continues, you and your grandfather will surely die. The changes in the body over the years, and the weirdness of the grandfather." At this moment, Du Guian has believed what Yi Han said, but still full of vigilance. "How do you know? Do you have a solution?" "Impossible, my grandfather is a titled Douluo, he can't solve it." Yi Han didn't waste time talking to her and directly activated the Emperor Flame Martial Soul. In an instant, 3 black 10,000-year soul rings emerged, shocking Du Guian. Before she finished being shocked, Yi Han directly used the 3rd soul skill, Yin and Yang Double Flame. This soul skill can permanently reverse the poison produced in Du Guian's body without harming herself. And it does not affect her own cultivation, and the effect of the toxin on the enemy. In just a short while, the toxin in Du Guyan's body instantly changed, causing Du Guyan to tremble all over. As the toxin in the body became purer, Du Guyan's soul power instantly soared, and suddenly reached level 40. Level 4, 40. Du Guyan looked at the changes in himself with a look of astonishment. The body suddenly became smooth, as if something had been blocked for many years and suddenly cleared. What did you do to me? What's wrong with me? Du Guyan looked at himself and looked up at Yi Han. Yi Han took a step forward, hooked Ji Yu Dian's delicate chin, and said with a wicked smile. As you can see, I can completely cure the poison in your body. As for your grandfather, you don't want your grandfather to die, do you? Du Guyan heard what he meant, raised his hand and slapped Yi Han's hand away, and said angrily. You saved me, I am naturally very grateful to you, but don't try to threaten me with this. My grandfather is a titled Douluo. When it comes to the point of no choice, it is not impossible to force you to detoxify. Although you have 3 10,000-year soul rings, so what? In front of a titled Douluo, 300,000-year soul rings are useless. Yi Han laughed when he heard these words. Helped this stinky bitch to detoxify, but threatened her in return. Does she think that her grandfather is a titled Douluo, so she is awesome? 300,000-year soul rings are useless. What about the 9? Yi Han smiled playfully and instantly opened the Chaos Realm. Du Guyan's mind was disturbed, and she was shocked. Then, Yi Han directly used the third soul skill of Chaos Evil Eye. Evil Fear. This soul skill can infinitely magnify the fear deep in the target's heart. In just a moment, 2 fears in Du Guyan's heart were infinitely magnified. The first was the fear of Yi Han's current strength. The second was the worry that her grandfather would die due to the poison. Yi Han grabbed Du Guyan's neck and threw her hard on the soft sofa. Du Guyan collapsed on the sofa, and her arrogance just now disappeared. She said in panic. You are a titled Douluo, what do you want to do? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Seeing this, Yi Han smiled even more, walked over directly, and looked down at her. You want to apologize and be done with it? You should know what I need, Du Guyan is a wise man, and naturally knows what Yi Han wants. At the moment, he did not dare to disobey, and immediately did it obediently, trying to please Yi Han. Chapter 18. Hiss. Yi Han looked up at the ceiling. He closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Master, are you satisfied? The speaker was Du Guyan, who was now completely obedient. Yi Han lowered his head and patted Du Guyan's red face. If Du Gubo saw his granddaughter like this, he would probably be angry to death, right? Open black lens bracket ding. Complete the 6th test for the evil god and get a reward package close black lens bracket. Reward package, 90,000-year soul ring card. Add a 90,000-year soul ring to any martial soul. The system's sound suddenly sounded in his mind again. Seeing the reward, Yi Han was extremely unhappy. Why is the reward just this little? It's so bad. Did I ask you to stop? Yi Han vented his displeasure on Du Guyan. Du Guyan did not dare to disobey and continued to please him obediently. Now she wanted to live and save her grandfather's life. Seeing that Du Guyan was so well behaved, Yi Han lost interest in her and was ready to shake her off. At this time, a system voice sounded in his mind again. Open black lens bracket the content of the 7th test of the evil god, intercept Tang San's opportunity to get the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Close black lens bracket. Seeing this, Yi Han was overjoyed. This is a super opportunity, and the reward must be super generous. Du Guyan, who was busy, noticed Yi Han's joy. Thinking that she had satisfied him, she immediately asked cautiously. Master, can you forgive me, the poison in my grandfather's body? Before she finished speaking, Yi Han glared at her fiercely, scaring Du Guyan to shut up quickly. Squeak. At this moment, the door of the lounge was suddenly pushed open again. Just as he pushed the door open, a figure rushed in from outside, shouting at the same time. Master, we finally found you. Yi Han turned his head and found that it was Ning Rongrong. Behind Ning Rongrong, there were Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. When they saw the scene, they were stunned and quickly closed the door. Du Guyan's face turned pale, and she quickly picked up the purple skirt beside her and curled up to the side. Du Guyan, the vice captain of the royal fighting team. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were displeased when they saw a bitch hooking up with their master. Zhu Zhuqing was a little disappointed, but she didn't show much, and watched quietly from the side. Yi Han saw Dugu Yan's panic, and was immediately satisfied, and smiled. Yan Yan, you can go now. Dugu Yan quickly shook her head, not caring about the three Shrek beauties. She hurriedly crawled in front of Yi Han, with tears in her beautiful eyes, begging. Master, please forgive me, please detoxify my grandfather, I will listen to you in everything in the future, please. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu looked at each other. It turned out that this bitch wanted something from the master. Seeing that she didn't care about her image, Yi Han didn't refuse directly, stretched out his hand to hook her chin, and smiled evilly. Since you are so obedient, I will consider it. Let's go back and wait for news. Dugu Yan smiled immediately after hearing this. Thank you, master. Yi Han bent down, leaned close to her ear, and threatened insidiously. I remember that you seem to be interested in Yu Tianeng, right? You are mine in the future. If you dare to do something to let me down, your grandfather's life, hee. Dugu Yan nodded quickly and vowed not to do anything to let Yi Han down. Yi Han nodded with satisfaction, helped her up with a wicked smile, and motioned her to leave. How dare Dugu Yan disobey, and quickly put on her dress. She walked past the three Shrek beauties with a face full of shame and left the lounge. Master, don't you want Xiao Wu anymore? Xiao Wu threw herself into Yi Han's arms, her face full of grievance. Ning Rongrong was the same, her face full of grievance, and even tears in her eyes. One more person, their quality of life will be lower later. Zhu Zhuqing did not move, watching from the side, her personality did not allow her to do that. Yi Han touched the little heads of the two girls, and comforted them with a wicked smile. Who said I don't want you? You are all my little pets. The two girls snuggled in Yi Han's arms with grievance, not wanting to leave their master. At this time, Yi Han's eyes fell on Zhu Zhuqing, who did not move. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head to avoid his gaze, and was still upset about what had just happened. Little cat, come here. Yi Hengxi called out with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing trembled when she heard that, but she still walked over obediently. As soon as she came over, Yi Han let go of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu and hugged her. As expected, Zhu Zhuqing is still the best. This plump and hot body is unmatched. HMPH, the master is partial. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong pouted angrily when they saw this. Zhu Zhuqing was hugged alone, and her disappointment was relieved a little. She gently hugged back. After staying in the lounge for a long time, Yi Han took the three staggering girls back to Shrek Academy. From them, they learned that Qin Ming had tried hard to persuade Flanders and Yu Shaogang for a long time. In the end, Flanders decided to leave Shrek Academy with everyone and join Tiando Royal Academy. Back to Shrek Academy, the three girls fell asleep quickly because they were too tired. 2 soul rings, absorb them all at once. Yi Han murmured, and then took out 2 soul rings from the system backpack and absorbed them. In an instant, the 4th and 5th soul rings were equipped with 60,000 year and 90,000 year soul rings respectively. 4th soul skill, Fallen Heart Flame, with the heart fire protecting the body, it can increase the cultivation speed of oneself or others by 50%. 5th soul skill, Flame of Living Beings, the spring breeze blows endlessly, and the weeds grow again, which can help all things recover and grow quickly. 2 pieces of information appeared in his mind at the same time. Amazing! Yi Han was overjoyed. The 4th soul skill can be used to help small pets quickly improve their cultivation. Then the 5th soul skill can help the fairy grass grow quickly and have unlimited fairy grass. Yi Han jumped up from the bed with joy. Sure enough, the system's reward was logical. Recent time has passed quickly. Today is the day to set off for Tiando Royal Academy. Although this dilapidated academy is very simple, everyone obviously has a lot of reluctance in their hearts. When a person stays in a place for a long time, he will have a sense of home, even if it is not home. All the teachers and students of Shrek looked at the dilapidated Shrek gate, and Flanders' eyes were slightly sour. Zhao Wuji certainly knew what his old friend was thinking. He sighed and hugged Flanders' neck to comfort him. After Flanders was comforted by Zhao Wuji and others, he took a deep breath, looked in one direction with a firm gaze, and said, "Let's go, a new beginning, Tiando Royal Academy." Everyone followed after hearing this. The 3 Shrek beauties were still with Yi Han. During this time, Yi Han used the fallen heart flame to assist in accelerating his cultivation. Ning, Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing both reached level 30, and they also hunted the third soul ring. With the help of auxiliary cultivation, their own soul power level increased by 5 levels in a row, reaching an astonishing level of 60. Chapter 19. After a day of traveling, everyone was exhausted. When night fell, they came to a hotel to stay. Yi Han took Zhu Zhuqing and several other girls to live in a big bedroom. After Ning, Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing took a bath, they fell asleep tiredly. Yi Han hugged the plump and hot body of the kitten and prepared to fall asleep. Master. At this moment, a soft call sounded beside. Yi Han turned his head and found that Xiao Wu was looking at him with a tired face. What's wrong? Yi Han looked back at Xiao Wu and replied casually. HMPH. Xiao Wu pouted like a spoiled child and said softly. After a day of traveling, my legs and feet are sore. Can the master help me rub them? Yi Han frowned when he heard it. Could it be that he has been too nice to this rogue rabbit recently? How dare he make such a request? Seeing the displeasure on Yi Han's face, Xiao Wu continued to act coquettishly. Please, master, my legs are so sore. While speaking, Xiao Wu raised her right leg, fully demonstrating her flexibility. Then, the slender right calf was directly placed on Yi Han's back and shoulder. Xiao Wu was lying next to Yi Han at the moment, and raising her leg like this made the gap between her legs come into Yi Han's sight. So coquettish, a surge of anger suddenly surged into Yi Han's heart. He immediately let go of Zhu Zhuqing and turned around to hug Xiao Wu's beautiful leg. One hand pinched her jade ankle, and the other hand gently rubbed the muscles of her calf. Xiao Wu made a soft sound, closed her eyes comfortably, and a little blush appeared on her little face. It was like soaking in hot spring water, and the soothing feeling made Xiao Wu's comfortable eyes blurred. Yi Han helped her rub, and then he discovered the uniqueness of Xiao Wu's legs. It must be said that Xiao Wu's legs are much better than Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's. Zhu Zhuqing's legs are plump and feel fleshy when played with, but lack some flexibility. Ning Rongrong's legs are a bit thin, and you can feel the bony texture when playing with them. Xiao Wu's legs are more like a balance between the two, with neither too much flesh nor too little, and enough flexibility. Everything is just right. Okay, give me the other leg, too. Yi Han was addicted all of a sudden, and said in a commanding tone. Seeing that her master liked her, Xiao Wu's face suddenly became even redder. She obediently changed her legs and said coquettishly, "It would be nice if I could always be like this with my master. Master, if you have a wife in the future, will you not want me anymore?" Yi Han played with her beautiful legs and smiled playfully. How could that be? You are always my little pet, and it will be the same even if you have a wife in the future. Xiao Wu smiled foolishly and suddenly said, Master, how about I marry you? Anyway, you like me so much. Yi Han's face darkened when he heard this. A rogue rabbit wants to be his wife. It's really a rip-off. Xiao Wu saw the change in Yi Han's expression, and was frightened and trembled. She said in panic, Sorry, I'm sorry, Master, I just said nonsense. Don't be angry. Yi Han's expression improved a little. He stared at Xiao Wu's jade feet and smiled. Master is angry. You have to let the master calm down, right? Just use your feet. Ah, Xiao Wu was slightly stunned, but soon her face turned red and she nodded obediently. The next morning, the group continued on their way. It didn't take long before they arrived at Tiando City. After asking for directions, they successfully arrived at Tiando Royal Academy and prepared to go in. But because Tang San's smell was too bad, the people inside were instantly let out. Stop, who are you? Why is it so smelly? The boy in blue clothes, didn't you wipe your shit? It's so disgusting. A dozen young students in light yellow school uniforms came over and stopped them. Tang San's eyes suddenly turned red. These dozen people were already doomed. Seeing his disciples being humiliated, Yu Shaogang was also furious. He stepped forward and shouted. We are from Shrek Academy. We were personally invited by your Tiando Royal Academy teacher. Hurry up and lead the way. Yu Shaogang's tone made the dozen young students feel very unhappy. What shit? Shit Lake. The name of the academy has shit in it, no wonder it stinks. Ha ha ha, what the hell is Shit Lake? I have never heard of it. Several young students couldn't help but burst into laughter. You are already doomed. Tang San's eyes became even redder and his fists clenched. At this moment, the smell around him instantly became more foul. In an instant, the laughing young students collapsed on the ground and vomited. Flanders was also disgusted to the point of vomiting, and quickly waved his hand to signal Tang San to stop. As soon as this scene appeared, these young students finally remembered. Wasn't it the team from Shidlake Academy that defeated their academy team? For a moment, these young students became extremely respectful and dared not to do anything else. But a young student in gorgeous clothes not far away saw this and ran over quickly, shouting at Tang San. "A guy who plays with shit still wants to enter our academy. Do you want to pollute our academy? Ha 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 ha." When Yi Han saw this person, he immediately knew that he was the fourth prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Shui Beng. When everyone on Shrek's side heard this, they were extremely angry. Tang San couldn't help it and directly exploded 3 spirit rings. Yellow, yellow, white. Then, he directly used the third spirit skill, the Stinky Maggot Entanglement. In an instant, disgusting stinky maggot blue silver grass poured directly into Shui Beng's mouth. Bengal collapsed to the ground, rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth. "Xiao San, stop it." Flender hurried to stop him, fearing that the man would be stinking to death. Tang San did not listen to him at all, and immediately activated the double stench. Bengal felt even more disgusting, his whole body began to twitch, and a seed of revenge was planted in his heart. Just then, a vigorous voice sounded. "What's going on? Why is it so noisy? And it's so stinky?" When Tang San heard the word, stinky, his eyes became more red and he stared fiercely. I saw a middle-aged figure in a tight suit, walking quickly from not far away. When he saw the scene, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Someone actually treated the fourth prince of Tiando like this. When Yu Xiaogang and others saw the person coming, they immediately guessed that it was a teacher from the academy and hurried forward. When the middle-aged figure met Flanders' eyes, he found that he was quite powerful, so he bowed slightly and said, "Everyone, I am Sun Buyu, I wonder why I came to my Tiando Academy." Flanders did not waste time and immediately began to explain the whole story. After the teacher understood the general course of events, he immediately bowed and apologized. "I am Sun Buyu, a teacher of this academy. What happened just now was the fault of our students, please follow me." As he said, his eyes fell on Shui Beng, who was lying on the ground and foaming at the mouth. Fortunately, although Shui Beng was a prince, he was not without real power, otherwise these people would surely die. Yi Han noticed his eyes and looked at Shui Beng, but did not expose anything and followed him. Chapter 20, 17.9%. Sun Buyu led everyone into the academy. He introduced the academy to everyone along the way. Soon, everyone was taken to a reception room by him. He asked everyone to wait here for a while, and then he left to find Qin Ming. Everyone discussed in the reception room and was very satisfied with Tiando Royal Academy. Soon, a burst of hurried footsteps came. It turned out that Qin Ming walked in quickly from outside, with a happy face. Behind Qin Ming, there were 3 old men, exuding a terrifying aura. Yi Han recognized the identities of these 3 old men at a glance. They were from the Tiando Royal Academy Education Committee. As soon as they came in, Flanders asked everyone to stand up and salute. Then Qin Ming also began to introduce the identities of these 3 old men one by one. Zhilin, Meng Shenji, Bai Baoshan, their strength is all at the Soul Douluo level. When everyone heard that these 3 old men were all Soul Douluo, they were all shocked. Xiao Wu's face turned pale, her body trembled slightly, and she hid behind Yi Han, not daring to speak. After some greetings, the 3 Soul Douluo's eyes fell on the smelly Tang San at the same time. They valued this kid who defeated their college team single-handedly. Shua, Ji Lin raised his hand to Tang San, and the air around his body twisted suddenly. In an instant, the pressure swept towards Tang San, making Tang San feel a burst of pressure. As the pressure increased, Tang San's martial spirit and spirit ring emerged, and the smell became more disgusting. Even Ji Lin, a Soul Douluo, couldn't stand this smell, and quickly stopped the pressure. Hiss. This boy's breath is even more terrifying than the poison of Poison Douluo. His future achievements. The 3 Soul Douluos looked at each other, wanting to accept Tang San as a disciple. But Tang San was too smelly, so they gave up the idea and showed disgust. Yu Xiaogang saw that the 3 Soul Douluos seemed unhappy, and hurriedly shouted to Tang San. "Xiao San, You have offended the chief and the 2 teaching committee members, quickly take back your martial spirit. Hearing Yu Xiaoging's shout, Tang San quickly took back his martial spirit. His eyes swept over the 3 soul Douluos, and he felt a little angry. If these soul Douluos had not insisted on releasing pressure on him suddenly, it would not have been like this. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a loud voice came out. Is Chief Meng Shenji here? Meng Shenji was stunned when he heard the voice, and hurriedly stood up to greet him. The other 2 teaching committee members followed closely, and their faces seemed to change slightly. Soon 3 people walked in from outside, and the one on the left was Shui Beng. Shui Beng still had a faint stench on his body, and his face was filled with extreme anger. Walking in the middle was an old man in gorgeous clothes. He was a prince of the Tiando Empire, standing there with his hands behind his back. Even when facing 3 soul Douluos, he had no intention of showing respect. The man on the right of the old man in gorgeous clothes was tall and thin, and looked more like a javelin. His hair and beard were all dark green, and his eyes sparkled like emeralds. As soon as this man came in, he immediately scanned everyone anxiously, and finally his eyes fell on Yi Han. But when he saw that Yi Han was a level 60 soul emperor, the anxiety on his face suddenly turned into disdain. Yi Han looked at this man and recognized him as Dugu Bo at a glance. Presumably, Dugu Yan also told Dugu Bo about the matter. Dugu Bo was so anxious just now, he must be looking for himself. He suddenly became disdainful, probably because he saw that his title Douluo strength was fake. Xiao Wu hid behind Yi Han and trembled. Fortunately, Dugu Bo's attention was attracted by Yi Han. Just when the 3 soul Douluos suddenly arrived for unknown reasons, the stench emanating from Shui Beng told them the answer. All of you get out. The prince glanced at Shui Beng beside him, and then shouted at the Shrek people. The Shrek people were puzzled when they heard this. Tang San saw the reason, and immediately stepped forward and said seriously. Everything started because of me, I just need to leave, right? Shui Beng immediately said a lot of words to the prince angrily, and the prince said angrily. Poison Douluo, please teach this arrogant boy a lesson. Yes, Dugu Bo was worried that Yi Han was too strong before, and he didn't dare to help the prince. But now that he knew that Yi Han was just a level 60 soul emperor, he immediately burst out with pressure and pressed Tang San. Tang San was pressed and collapsed to the ground. The terrifying pressure instantly tore her clothes. In an instant, a disgusting smelly maggot soul bone somewhere came into the eyes of everyone present. The stench made everyone present retch. Even Dugu Bo couldn't stand it and quickly pinched his nose. You. Tang San's eyes suddenly burned, and he roared at Dugu Bo. I will not be a human if I don't take revenge. Dugu Bo immediately increased his pressure upon hearing this. Flender and others wanted to stop him, but they had no way to do so, and were repelled by the pressure. Stop. Finally, the prince couldn't stand the stench. He hurriedly called for a stop, and then left with avalanche. Dugu Bo also stopped his pressure, and shouted majestically. All of you get out. As he said this, his eyes fell on Yi Han, and he was ready to wait until tonight to find Yi Han to fight. Flender, Yu Xiaoging, Ma Hongjun and others were all furious. Damn it, but they had no choice but to obey the title Douluo. Just as they were about to leave, Dugu Yan walked in from outside. When she saw her grandfather attacking Shidlake's people, she was afraid that her master would be angry, so she hurried to Dugu Bo's side. Before she could speak, Dugu Bo whispered something in her ear. Then, Dugu Yan stared at Yi Han with anger on her face. He turned out to be a fake title Douluo, she must avenge this. When she wanted to take action, Dugu Bo stopped her and said something again. Dugu Yan's eyes showed a ruthless look. Yi Han must be cut into pieces tonight. Yi Han didn't think so and left with the Shrek people. Facing Dugu Bo, the most rubbish title Douluo, he now has the strength to fight. When the Shrek people left, Qin Ming also followed and left with Shrek. Facing Qin Ming's stubbornness, Flanders opened his mouth, sighed, and said nothing. Shrek and his group left. Dai Mu, Bai Ma, Hong Jun and others were unwilling in their hearts. Constantly complaining to Flanders, Zhao Wuji and others. They ignored him and looked at Tang San, who was angry. Tang San is the son of His Majesty Haoshan. If he knew, poison Douluo would surely die. Flanders and Yu Xiaoging comforted Tang San and said, "Let's go." Let's go to Tiando City to find a place to stay. After a while, everyone saw a huge notice on the bulletin board beside them. Blue Tyrant High-Level Soul Master Academy, Recruitment. Due to its own expansion, it is now recruiting the following personnel. 10 Soul Masters over 40 years old, with high soul power preferred. Seeing this news, Flanders was first full of surprise, and then smiled. I think we already have a place to stay. Seeing this, Yi Han also showed an evil look in his eyes. Blue Tyrant Academy, isn't the Dean Long, he he he. Chapter 21, Flanders led the group, came to Lanba Academy and explained their purpose. The teacher in charge of recruiting people saw that there was a Soul Saint level coming, and hurriedly led the way and said, "This matter still needs to be decided by our dean, please follow me." Everyone followed the teacher and walked into the forest outside the campus area. After walking for about 10 minutes, everyone sighed at the size of this academy. At this moment, a pleasant singing voice came from the front. The moment the singing came, Yu Xiaogang burst into tears and turned to leave. Flanders suddenly grabbed Yu Xiaogang's shoulders and said seriously, "Xiaogang, how long do you want to escape? You already knew that the dean of this academy is her, right?" Yu Xiaogang questioned Flanders very excitedly and angrily. Flanders didn't say anything, but held his shoulders tightly and didn't let him run away. Everyone present was confused by Yu Xiaogang's sudden scene. Only Yi Han knew what was going on. Yu Xiaogang was such a disgusting scumbag. The group continued to move forward, and soon after, they saw a thick tree with a sign hanging on it, which read, "Open black lens bracket school's important ground, no entry without permission close black lens bracket." After passing the tree, the scenery in front of them suddenly changed. It was a small lake, a stream about 3 meters wide. There was a simple hut by the stream, built of wooden boards and straw. There was a fence around the hut, and various flowers were planted in the fence. Right between the flowers, a figure with an extremely hot figure stood there. She was wearing a simple black dress, and she exuded a strong smell of a young woman. Under the dress, the waves were surging, and it was the unconcealed peaks and ridges, which were definitely not something an ordinary girl could achieve. Really awesome. Looking at this mature and plump young woman, Yi Han's interest suddenly soared to the peak. It is obvious that this young woman is Long. As expected, young women are more attractive than young girls. Humph. Ning, Rongrong and Xiao Wu pouted when they saw their master staring at other women again. Zhu Zhuqing was also very disappointed, but she did not choose to watch this time and took the initiative to hold Yi Han's arm. Being hit hard by the mountain peak, Yi Han immediately turned his head to look at Zhu Zhuqing, with satisfaction in his eyes. Seeing this, Ning, Rongrong and Xiao Wu immediately followed suit, as long as the master was not seduced away by other masters. Long also noticed the movement here, looked at everyone, and the kettle in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. The golden iron triangle gathered again. But Yu Xiaogang and Long did not say a word. Yu Xiaogang, a scumbag, has no face to face Long now. Long also can't forget that Yu Xiaogang cruelly abandoned her and left. Ahem. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Flanders told Long about the humiliation he suffered at the Royal Academy. A strong murderous aura flashed in Long's eyes, and he wished he could go to their door and beat them up right now. During the conversation, Flanders easily cheated the Blue Tyrant Academy founded by Long. Finally, he led everyone to the cafeteria to prepare a sumptuous banquet to entertain them. After dinner, he took everyone to visit the Blue Tyrant Academy and finally arranged accommodation for everyone. After doing all this, it was already sunset. Yu Xiaogang asked Flanders to accompany him for a walk. The others returned to their respective residences. Yi Han also returned to his residence with the 3 Shrek beauties. Ning, Rongrong and Xiao Wu, fearing that their master's soul would be hooked away by Long, took the initiative to please him. Yi Han had no interest in the two of them at the moment, and his mind was full of Long's hot and plump body. Therefore, Zhu Zhuqing, who also had a plump and hot body, became Yi Han's first choice today. Master, Xiao Wu and the others. Zhu Zhuqing was very comfortable, but she felt a little guilty. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong had been ignored by the master for a long time and were aggrieved. Good boy. Yi Han was very satisfied with the cooperation of the kitten and gently stroked her little head. This made Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong on the side feel even more aggrieved and wanted to cry. But they had no choice. who made Zhu Zhuqing so well developed, they couldn't compare. Seeing their faces full of grievances, Yi Han let go of the satisfied Zhu Zhuqing and went to play with her. Unknowingly, night fell. The three Shrek beauties all fell asleep contentedly. Yi Han was not satisfied, and hugged the sleeping Zhu Zhuqing and rubbed her. After a while, Yi Han couldn't help it and was ready to go directly to Rongrong. At this moment, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Yi Han felt the breath and found that the outsider was actually Douluo. Is he here as expected? Well, let's finish the 7 tests of the evil god as soon as possible. Yi Han immediately dressed the 3 girls and used his soul power to set taboos. To prevent the little punks and Oscar and other disgusting guys from secretly causing trouble for the 3 girls. He got up, dressed and went outside. Just as he closed the door, a green figure suddenly flashed out. The figure slapped Yi Han's neck. Yi Han knew that Douluo wanted to catch him, so he did not resist and pretended to faint. So weak, Douluo curled his lips in disdain, but after touching Yi Han's bone age, he was surprised. Hiss, he is already level 60 at the age of 18. When the detoxification method is forced out, this kid must be eliminated, or, hee. After speaking, Douluo's figure flashed and took Yi Han away in the direction of the sunset forest. And at the moment when Douluo left, Tang San, who was passing by not far away, happened to see it. He only saw Douluo's back, but didn't see what Douluo was holding. Yes, it was Bai Tian. It was the titled Douluo who made me a joke in public. Tang San was furious and clenched his fists tightly. Just now, he had prepared 2 pairs of soul-chasing gallbladders. With the blessing of these 2 pairs of hidden weapons, it is not impossible to kill the titled Douluo. After thinking about it, Tang San angrily took out the soul-chasing gallbladders and followed quietly and quickly. It won't take much time. Douluo held the unconscious Yi Han in his hand. Came to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire in the center of the sunset forest. At this moment, Douluo had been waiting here, with anger on her face. Grandpa really said it, this Yi Han is a fake titled Douluo. Bang! As soon as Douluo landed, he threw Yi Han, who was pretending to be unconscious, to the ground and said with a smile. Yan, now you finally believe what Grandpa said, right? Yeah, Douluo nodded happily, and then glared at Yi Han angrily. She only told Grandpa that she was threatened by Yi Han after the poison was cured. But she didn't have the face to tell Grandpa what she did when threatened by Yi Han. Douluo became more and more angry, and immediately pointed to the cave beside her and said viciously. Grandpa, can you leave for a while? I want to take this kid into the cave and teach him a lesson first. Douluo was stunned for a moment, and then said seriously. Yan, although this kid is not a titled Douluo, he is a level 60 Soul Emperor. What? Douluo was stunned for a moment. It was amazing to reach the Soul Emperor at this age. That's right, Douluo suddenly remembered something. He quickly told Yi Han about the first martial soul he released and the configuration of the soul rings. The first martial soul Yi Han released was Flame, with 3 10,000-year soul rings. The second time was the second martial soul, a pair of eyes, with 900,000-year soul rings. Douluo was shocked. In this case, doesn't this kid have twin martial souls? The soul ring of the first martial soul must be real. The second martial soul should have soul skills such as simulation or interference with the mind. Just as Douluo was thinking, Yi Han slowly stood up and laughed coldly. Haha, Douluo, is this how you treat your master? Chapter 22. When did you wake up? Douluo looked at Yi Han, who suddenly woke up in shock. He had clearly controlled the time of coma. Could he be pretending to be unconscious? Grandpa, the psychological shadow left by Yi Han in Douluo's heart cannot be erased. After Douluo shouted, she immediately hid behind Douluo, trembling. Hee. Yi Han smiled coldly and stood up, looking at the grandfather and granddaughter with cold eyes, and said coldly again. Douluo, is this how you treat your master? Douluo's body trembled again, and she was so scared that she dared not speak. Master. Douluo heard it, looked back at his granddaughter, and suddenly felt something was wrong, and shouted angrily. Boy, who do you say you are the master of? As he spoke, a terrifying aura belonging to the titled Douluo swept towards the surroundings. Douluo felt the breath of her grandfather, and her fear gradually disappeared. She shouted to her grandfather. "Grandpa, he threatened me to be his slave girl for life and to call him master." Douluo was even more angry, and his breath was even stronger. Yi Han sneered disdainfully, twisted his neck calmly, and looked playful. "Douluo, kneel down and crawl over now to serve the master obediently. Maybe I will continue to consider detoxifying your grandfather." Douluo couldn't help it after hearing this, and roared angrily. "Boy, you dare to be so rampant in front of me, you are simply looking for death." Yi Han was still full of disdain. Kill me, who else can detoxify you?" This made Douluo laugh immediately. "Ha ha ha ha, I have 10,000 ways to cripple you and imprison you, torture until you tell it out." Seeing that her grandfather was sure of victory, Douluo quickly stood up and said angrily. "Yi Han, you dared to force me to do that with you. Today, you are finished. My grandfather is a genuine titled Douluo. Let's see how arrogant you can be in front of my grandfather." Before Yi Han could speak, Douluo's body froze first, and he said in surprise. Yan, what did you say? What did he force you to do?" Quote. Douluo realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, but he did not intend to cover it up, and he was angry and said it all. At this time, Douluo's anger had reached its peak, and his figure flashed directly in front of Yi Han. Shua, he grabbed Yi Han at a very fast speed, trying to strangle him directly. "Little titled Douluo, nothing." Yi Han snorted disdainfully, and his two martial spirits burst out instantly. The eyes that were originally ordinary turned into the eyes of the Chaos Evil God at this moment. A ball of extremely terrifying flames appeared on the right palm, making the surrounding air become hot. The soul rings of the two martial spirits also appeared and surrounded at this moment. The first martial spirit, black 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 black. The second martial spirit, red red red. Boom, the terrifying aura, like a volcanic eruption, swept in all directions. Douluo, who was attacking Yi Han, was also directly repelled by this terrifying aura. What? Douluo and Douluo were both shocked. What kind of monster is this? Douluo couldn't believe what he saw. But he was a titled Douluo. In front of him, any disguise of Yi Han's level was useless. Therefore, the martial spirit and soul ring configuration of this kid in front of him were genuine and could not be disguised. Grandpa. Douluo was also frightened and quickly asked for help from her grandfather. She tried to get the same answer that her grandfather had given her today. But this time she did not get the same answer, but Douluo's shocking answer. This is true." As soon as these words fell, Douluo collapsed on the ground. There are actually people in this world who are so powerful. No matter how strong he is still a soul emperor. Grandpa will kill him. Douluo suddenly reacted, stood up, and stared at Yi Han fiercely. Douluo also came back from his shock and prepared to attack Yi Han again. Hee. Yi Han sneered disdainfully and immediately released all the soul skills of the second martial soul. The three soul skills were used together. Although the effect was weakened in front of high cultivation, it also had extraordinary effects. It's actually a domain, and too. Douluo felt the changes happening around him and was shocked again. At this moment, some of his mental perceptions were also disturbed by the chaotic domain, and his reaction became slow. Seeing this, Yi Han stopped talking nonsense and immediately used the soul bone skill of his right arm. 8 Extreme Collapse, he shouted loudly and blasted directly towards Douluo. Seeing this, Douluo immediately released his soul skill to resist. However, he never expected that due to the interference of the Chaos Realm. Before his defensive soul skill was fully activated, Yi Han attacked. Boom! With just one attack, Douluo was shocked and collapsed on the ground, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Puff! Grandpa! Douluo was shocked and ran over to check on his grandfather. Puff! Douluo spit out another mouthful of blood, and said in horror. It's 100,000 years, soul bone. Seeing this, Yi Han retracted his martial soul, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and said evilly. Douluo, I'm very angry now, I'll give you one last chance. Douluo was so angry that he stared at Yi Han. Douluo was so scared at this moment, fearing that something would happen to his grandfather, he immediately crawled over. Yan. Douluo was so angry that his brain was congested and his eyes were extremely red. Yi Han grabbed Du Guyan's head with his big hand, and Du Guyan obediently vented Yi Han's anger. Just like that, under Du Gubo's angry and incompetent gaze, Yi Han's anger subsided. Du Guyan swallowed the thing and began to cry and beg. Wu, master, I beg you, don't hurt my grandpa. Yi Han looked at her like a dog and laughed. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, Yi Han's eyes became cold. Pa, he slapped her hard. Didn't you just rely on your grandpa to bark? Keep barking. Yi Han raised his hand and slapped her again. Wu, Wu. Du Guyan was completely desperate. He was simply a demon from hell. Du Gubo was so angry that he kept spitting blood, but at this moment he didn't even have the strength to stand up. After slapping Du Guyan a dozen times in a row, Yi Han suddenly remembered something and walked towards the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. As compensation, everything here belongs to me. Yi Han snorted coldly and put everything he could move into the Panlong ring. Even the spring water of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire was all put into the Panlong ring. Open black lens bracket ding. Complete the 7th test for the evil god and get a reward package close black lens bracket. Reward package, 100,000 year soul ring card. Add 100,000 year soul ring to any martial soul. 100,000 year right leg fighting skill soul bone, have 2 fighting skills as skills. Soul ring age soaring 30,000 years card, increase the age of any soul ring by 30,000 years. Yin-yang reversal grass, after taking it, it can change the gender of the living being. Seeing this, Yi Han was overjoyed. The reward this time was indeed not comparable to the previous 2 times. Du Gubo was so angry that he spit out blood again and collapsed to the ground and fainted. Du Guyan hurriedly ran over to check on his grandfather and regretted provoking Yi Han. Yi Han looked at this scene coldly without any mercy. At this moment, a familiar stench suddenly came from not far away. Little bison, just in time, Yi Han sneered in his heart, with a playful light in his eyes. Thinking of the poop grass he had just obtained, an evil idea came to his mind. Chapter 23, 20.5%. Before Tang San arrived, Yi Han knocked Du Guyan unconscious. He hid her and Du Gubo in a secret place. Not long after, Tang San's figure gradually appeared not far away. Tang San approached cautiously at this moment, looking for Du Gubo's trace. First soul skill, Chaos Domain. Yi Han used the soul skill instantly when Tang San's eyes were about to sweep over. With the opening of the Chaos Domain, Tang San's mind was successfully disturbed. At present, from Tang San's perspective, Yi Han has become Du Gubo's appearance. Poison Douluo, Du Gubo. The moment Tang San saw Yi Han, his eyes suddenly turned red. He tightly grasped a pair of life-threatening soul-chasing gallbladders, ready to find an opportunity to sneak attack. Yi Han noticed Tang San's action, and immediately cast his eyes over, sneering. Since you are here, why hide? Get out. A loud shout shook Tang San's body violently, and he was discovered so easily. When did you find me? Tang San put the soul-chasing gallbladder behind his back, walked over lightly, and shouted angrily. Yi Han did not answer, but smiled coldly and walked towards Tang San step by step. A trace of panic flashed in Tang San's eyes, and he subconsciously held the soul-chasing gallbladder more tightly. Hee. Yi Han did not take it to heart, and his pace quickened, and soon he came in front of Tang San. Just when Tang San was about to use the soul-chasing gallbladder, Yi Han immediately released his pressure and suppressed him directly. Ah! Tang San collapsed to the ground at once, and the pair of soul-chasing gallbladders he was holding rolled to the ground. Tisk tisk tisk. Yi Han smiled evilly, picked up the pair of soul-chasing gallbladders, and taunted. Want to kill me with these little things? Wishful thinking. Tang San's eyes became redder, staring at Yi Han, roaring. Du Gubo, dare you let me use this little thing? Yi Han was too lazy to pay attention to his request, and gradually showed a playful smile. Then, he suddenly took out the yin-yang reversal poop grass he had just obtained and stuffed it into Tang San's mouth. Ah! Tang San's eyes widened immediately and wanted to resist. But he was suppressed by the pressure and couldn't move at all. He could only watch the grass that looked like poop being forced into his mouth. No, don't, Tang San shouted in horror, but Yi Han seemed not to hear it and continued to stuff it in. Gulp, the sound of Tang San being forced to swallow sounded. The effect of yin-yang reversal grass began to transform in Tang San's body. His body underwent a wonderful change, and strong energy fluctuations emanated from him. Seeing this, Yi Han's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Then a crazy light flashed in his eyes, as if he had seen something extremely interesting. I hope this Zushan grass will not increase Tang San's strength, but just change his nature. At this moment, Tang San's body was constantly changing, and his breath became strange. Yi Han stood aside quietly, waiting for the final result. Finally, when Tang San's breath completely changed, his body burst out with a dazzling light. After the light dissipated, a brand new Tang San appeared in front of Yi Han. Tang San's figure became slender with curves, and his face became pretty and beautiful. Most importantly, the breath she exuded was completely that of a woman. What's going on? Tang San felt the changes in himself and suddenly panicked. Her voice has become clear and pleasant, like the sound of nature. Yi Han showed a satisfied smile. He walked in front of Tang San and looked at him carefully. At this moment, Tang San has become a beautiful woman with long flowing hair. It makes people want to hold her in their arms, but her body is still smelly. Tisk tisk, she has become a girl. I wonder if there is also a smell there. Yi Han was puzzled, and suddenly urged the soul power to tear the pants that Tang San wrapped the soul bone. In an instant, a certain place came into view, but the stinky maggot soul bone was no longer there. There has been a complete change there, and as for the stinky maggot soul bone, it should be completely integrated with the torso. Tang San also noticed it, and after a quick look, he immediately flew into a rage. What did you do to me? Yi Han looked at Tang San's pretty face with a sinister look on his face, and said with a smile. You've become a woman now, how do you feel? Tang San completely collapsed, got up angrily, and rushed towards Tang San. I'm going to kill you. Yi Han raised his hand disdainfully, suppressing Tang San to the ground. Looking up and down, Yi Han shook his head helplessly. She's pretty, but she's too smelly. As he said that, a more interesting idea came to Yi Han's mind. Take it back, secretly put it in Dai Mu, Bai Ma, Hong Jun, or Yu Shaoging's room, put some drugs, hee. Dugu Bo, you bastard. Tang San roared again, hating Dugu Bo in front of him. But what he didn't know was that there was no Dugu Bo in front of him, it was Yi Han. He. Yi Han sneered disdainfully and knocked him out directly. Dugu Yan, who had just knocked Tang San out and was knocked out not far away, woke up. Dugu Yan saw what happened here, but didn't dare to speak, and continued to pretend to be unconscious. In her heart, she secretly prayed that Yi Han, this terrible demon, would leave quickly and never come back. Yi Han knew that she had woken up, but didn't reveal her clothes. Pretending not to know, she walked to Dugu Bo and detoxified Dugu Bo. Although Dugu Bo was a good person, he took so many immortal herbs from him, so helping him detoxify was considered an exchange of interests. Dugu Yan looked at this scene in shock, not knowing why Yi Han would help her grandfather detoxify. Her grandfather had just wanted to kill Yi Han, but Yi Han was so generous to help her grandfather detoxify. At this moment, Dugu Yan's opinion of Yi Han changed a lot. Yi Han never glanced at Dugu Yan, who pretended to be unconscious. After doing all this, he turned around and carried Tang San, who had turned into a girl and was sleeping, away. Not far away, a wild boar with flames on its body rushed over. Hiss! A 70,000-year soul beast with fire attribute. Yi Han was slightly happy. Wouldn't this happen to be used as the sixth soul ring of the first martial soul? Although it was only 70,000 years, he had just obtained a 3-year and 10,000-year limit soaring card. In this way, the sixth soul ring of the first martial soul can be a 100,000-year soul ring. Thinking of this, Yi Han threw Tang San, the girl in his hand, down and prepared to attack the flaming wild boar. But the flaming wild boar ignored him and rushed towards Tang San, who was thrown on the ground. What does it want to do? Yi Han was stunned for a moment and wanted to stop the wild boar. Unexpectedly, the wild boar's body became strange and came directly in front of Tang San and knocked her into the river. Then, under Yi Han's shocked and stunned eyes, Tang San was actually killed by the wild boar. Tang San was also awakened by the strange feeling, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he was instantly paralyzed by anger. Damn it! Yi Han opened his mouth in shock and stared at the scene in front of him. I didn't expect Tang San to be taken away by a flaming wild boar. As the flaming wild boar was satisfied, Yi Han killed it directly, absorbed the spirit ring, and added the age-soaring card. The first soul skill of the sixth soul ring, 3000 flames, can absorb the power of the stars and heal itself. If the stars are not destroyed, the body will not be destroyed. The second soul skill of the sixth soul ring, volcanic stone flame, condense a large piece of volcanic stone and attack the enemy in front. The soul ring age reaches 100,000 years, and directly possesses 2 soul skills. Tisk tisk, not bad. Yi Han picked up Tang San from the river and continued to return to Blue Tyrant Academy. On the way back, the voice of the system sounded again in Yi Han's mind. Open black lens bracket content of the 8th test of the evil god, suppress Rongrong. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 24, Yi Han carried the unconscious Tang San back to the academy. It was late at night, and the entire academy was in silence. Only a few dormitories and some scattered street lights were emitting faint light. He glanced at Yu Xiaoging's residence and found that the lights were still on. He had not slept yet. Yi Han took out a bag of powder from a roadside pharmacy and poured it into Tang San's mouth. Yi Han was looking forward to what would happen between Tang San and Yu Xiaoging after taking the medicine. After feeding Tang San the medicine, Yi Han carried him to Yu Xiaoging's residence, left Tang San behind, and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. Who? Yu Xiaoging's somewhat evasive voice came from inside the room. It was already this late, I'm afraid Rongrong came to ask him for clarification. Yu Xiaoging knew that he could not escape, so he went forward to open the door. When Yu Xiaoging saw Tang San unconscious outside the door, his face turned pale instantly. Xiao San, what's wrong with you? Yu Xiaoging anxiously picked up Tang San and pulled her directly into the room. After entering the room, he immediately put her on the bed and then anxiously checked her condition. However, he did not notice that Tang San at this moment was a girl. Yi Han took the opportunity to jump onto the roof, found a position where he could peek into the room, and observed quietly. After a check, Yu Xiaoging did not find that Tang San was in any serious trouble. Xiao San, why are you soaked? Yu Xiaoging said as he looked for a towel to wipe Tang San. He gently wiped the water droplets on Tang San's face with a towel, and suddenly felt that Tang San's skin was very soft. And when he wiped Tang San's wet body, he couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart. When he wiped Tang San's chest, he felt something was wrong. How could this touch be the same as a woman's? With doubts in his heart, Yu Xiaoging continued to wipe down. Then, he was stunned, his eyes wide open. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was speechless for a long time. How is this possible? Tang San is actually a woman. At this moment, Yu Xiaoging felt that the whole world was in chaos, and his mind was blank. He and Tang San have known each other for many years, and he has always treated Tang San as his own son. But now he found out that Tang San is actually a woman. What the hell is this? And at this moment, the effect of the drug began to take effect in Tang San's body. An inexplicable heat surged into her heart, making Tang San extremely uncomfortable. She just felt extremely hot all over her body and needed to vent urgently. Consciousness also began to become blurred, and she kept muttering, I want. Yu Xiaoging looked at Tang San who was twisting his body in front of him, and felt a surge of blood. Since he broke up with Rongrong, he has never touched a woman again, and has been struggling to suppress his inner desires. At this moment, looking at the slender Tang San with wet hair in front of him, the desire in his heart seemed to be completely ignited and burned fiercely. Reason was gradually swallowed by desire. Yu Xiaoging's eyes turned red, and he pounced on him. Rongrong, I miss you so much. Yu Xiaoging shouted while moving. At this moment, Tang San was unconscious and instinctively cooperated with Yu Xiaoging. Yi Han saw all this. Looking at the figures of Yu Xiaoging and Tang San entangled together, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Tisk tisk tisk, Yu Xiaoging is really hungry, Tang San is so smelly, but he can eat it. Yi Han watched with great interest, and at the same time remembered that the 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone he had obtained had not been absorbed yet. Immediately, while watching, he began to absorb. The 100,000-year soul ring is configured to the 4th soul ring of the Chaos Evil God Eye, and the new soul skill is the 4th soul skill, Chaos Abyss, causes a huge amount of spiritual damage to the target. If the target's strength is much higher than its own, the effect will be greatly reduced. The 100,000-year right leg soul bone has 2 skills, 3,000 thunders and explosive steps. At the same time, the soul power level also increased significantly at this moment, directly soaring to the level 70 soul saint. 3,000 thunders. Yi Han was overjoyed, and then he heard a sudden sound of footsteps. Yi Han turned his head and found that Lu Erlong was walking towards Yu Xiaoging's residence. Hiss. Hee, a better show is coming. Yi Han was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately showed a playful smile. Hide your figure in the dark to prevent Lu Erlong from discovering it. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the door, looking forward to what would happen next. Lu Erlong walked to Yu Xiaoging's door and wanted to knock on the door. But suddenly she found that there were strange noises coming from inside. She had an ominous premonition in her heart and knocked hard on the door. Xiaoging, what are you doing in there? Open the door quickly. Lu Erlong shouted anxiously, and the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Yu Xiaoging in the room was frightened to death when he heard Lu Erlong's voice. Yu Xiaoging panicked and quickly climbed up from Tang San, and hurriedly sorted out his clothes. Lu Erlong saw that there was no movement inside, and her uneasiness became stronger. She knocked on the door again, and her voice revealed a trace of anger and anxiety. Xiaoging, I know you are in there. Open the door for me. Yu Xiaoging in the room looked at Tang San on the side, but didn't know how to respond. He was in extreme panic at this moment, and didn't know how to face Lu Erlong at all. Lu Erlong couldn't wait any longer. She stepped back a few steps, then rushed forward and slammed into the door. Bang! After a loud bang, the door was knocked open by Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong broke into the room, and the scene in front of her made her stunned instantly. The woman in the room turned out to be Tang San, who claimed to be Yu Xiaoging's disciple in the morning. Yu Xiaoging, what are you doing? Lu Erlong roared, unable to believe what he saw. When Yu Xiaoging saw Lu Erlong, he suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt. He knew that his behavior had deeply hurt Lu Erlong, but he could not control his desire. Erlong, Yu Xiaoging wanted to explain, but found that he could not speak at all. At this moment, Tang San's drug effect had not yet worn off, and he immediately entangled Yu Xiaoging. Lu Erlong looked at this scene, and could not help but feel angry and disappointed. You two dogs, you actually pretended to be master and disciple. She glared at Yu Xiaoging with disappointment and anger, and roared. Yu Xiaoging, you really disgust me. I was really blind to fall in love with you. From now on, we have no relationship anymore. Tomorrow you will take her out of Lanba Academy. You two are not welcome here. After saying that, Lu Erlong turned around and slammed the door and left, never looking back. Erlong, Yu Xiaoging wanted to chase her, but was tightly entangled by Tang San and could not leave for a while. Looking at her leaving back, Yu Xiaoging's heart was full of regret and despair. But he knew that he had no way out, so he could only vent all his anger on Tang San, roaring. Xiao San, all this is because of you, from now on you are my Erlong. This sentence was naturally heard by Lu Erlong, who had not walked too far. Lu Erlong became even more desperate, tears immediately flowed out, and she left crying. Yi Han on the roof saw this scene and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He knew that his plan had succeeded, and Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaoging had completely broken up. Then, it was time to harvest Lu Erlong, this fierce and beautiful woman. Thinking of this, Yi Han immediately jumped off the roof and chased in the direction where Lu Erlong left. Chapter 25. Lu Erlong cried all the way. She quickly returned to her residence. Her heart was filled with endless sadness and disappointment. She closed the door, leaned against the door, and tears fell silently. She suddenly remembered every bit of her time with Yu Xiaoging, all the sweetness and happiness she had in the past. But now they have all turned into sharp blades, deeply hurting her sincere heart. Just as she was immersed in sadness, Yi Han also came to the door. Bang, bang, Yi Han knocked on the door gently, which made Lu Erlong's heart tighten. She thought it was Yu Xiaoging who was chasing her, and roared at the door angrily. Yu Xiaoging, what are you doing here? Get out. Yi Han ignored this sentence and continued to knock on the door. This made Lu Erlong even more angry. She stood up and wiped away her tears, pushed the door violently, and said angrily. Yu Xiaoging, get out. I will never forgive you in my life. However, when she saw the face of the person outside the door clearly, she was stunned. It's you. Yi Han, a student of Shrek. Lu Erlong looked at Yi Han in surprise, puzzled. Yi Han's eyes revealed a hint of cunning, pretending to be embarrassed and said, "Teacher Erlong, it's me." "You are." Lu Erlong frowned and became a little alert. Perhaps because of Yu Xiaogang, she was very sensitive and shouted, "What are you doing here? Are you here to plead for that disgusting guy?" "Ah." Yi Han pretended to know nothing, and shook his hands in embarrassment and panic. "Teacher Erlong, I don't know what happened to you. I came here because I heard crying." Lu Erlong looked at his embarrassed look and believed him for a while. At the same time, he became more angry with Yu Xiaogang. He didn't even apologize. What a beast. Seeing Lu Erlong lost in thought, Yi Han pretended not to understand again and said, "Teacher Erlong, were you crying just now? What happened to you?" Lu Erlong's heart tightened when Yi Han asked this question suddenly. As if the soft spot in her heart was touched, a trace of sadness flashed across her pretty face again. But she didn't reveal anything. She looked at Yi Han coldly and waved her hand impatiently. "I'm fine. Why do you care so much as a child? Hurry up and go." Yi Han knew that Lu Erlong was at her most vulnerable time. He continued to scratch his head and pretended to be embarrassed. "Teacher Erlong, in fact, I didn't just come here because I heard you crying. I wanted to give you something." "Huh." When Lu Erlong heard this, he was stunned for a moment and frowned and asked, "Give me something." "What?" Yi Han immediately took out a fairy grass from the panlong ring and handed it over. This fairy grass was the coxcomb phoenix sunflower obtained from the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. In the novel, Tang San gave it to Ma Hongjun, but I can't give it to that idiot now. Coxcomb phoenix sunflower can only be taken by the owner of the beast-type martial spirit with the flame attribute. Anyway, I have the fifth soul skill of the flame of life. As long as there are seeds, there will be endless fairy grass. Therefore, this fairy grass is the most suitable for Lu Erlong, and it won't hurt. Teacher Erlong, this is the fairy grass I prepared for you. It will help you. I hope you can accept it." While handing it over, Yi Han pretended to be shy and stammered. Lu Erlong looked at the fairy grass in front of her, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Why did you give me this?" Through the breath she exuded, she was sure that this fairy grass was of extraordinary quality and was definitely not an ordinary thing. Yi Han looked at Lu Erlong affectionately and said in a fake tone, Because I like Teacher Erlong. From the first time I saw you, I was attracted by your beauty and strength, so I." Lu Erlong was stunned when she heard what Yi Han said. She was secretly happy in her heart. "My charm is still as good as before." At this moment, Lu Erlong looked at Yi Han's affectionate eyes and began to waver in her heart. Yu Xiaogang's betrayal made her a little desperate about love, and she wanted to retaliate fiercely. However, she is a mature woman after all, and she will not make decisions because of a momentary impulse. Lu Erlong took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and then said coldly, "Yi Han, do you know what you are saying? I am your teacher. How old are you?" Seeing this, Yi Han quickly pretended to be flustered and apologized. "Sorry. I am sorry, Teacher Erlong, I was too abrupt today. But I really like you, please accept this fairy grass." A warm current surged in Lu Erlong's heart, and her revengeful nature gradually increased. Since Yu Xiaogang can be with his disciple, then it's okay for her, Lu Erlong, to be with her students. Yu Xiaogang, that bastard, actually abandoned her cruelly and was with another woman. She wanted revenge. Lu Erlong made up her mind in anger and took the fairy grass from Yi Han's hand. She stretched out her jade hand to touch Yi Han's pretty face, and a charming smile appeared on her face, tempting. "Do you really like me, your teacher, so much?" The sudden initiative surprised Yi Han, who had been mentally prepared. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Yi Han looked up at the charming Lu Erlong in front of him. Looking at Yi Han's straight eyes, Lu Erlong felt even more proud. She smiled gently, her face showed a more charming expression, and her voice became gentle. "Why don't you answer the teacher's question?" Yi Han came back to his senses, with an embarrassed smile on his face, and said, "Teacher Erlong, you are really beautiful, Before he finished speaking, Lu Erlong had already taken the initiative to move closer, opened her red lips, and blew gently in Yi Han's ear. Yi Han immediately felt a tingling spread throughout his body, and a strong impulse surged in his heart. He suppressed his inner excitement and said calmly, "Teacher Erlong, you are." Lu Erlong smiled slightly, a trace of cunning flashed in her eyes, and said, "Why, don't you want the teacher? Or do you think the teacher is not attractive enough to you?" Yi Han waved his hands and explained in a panic. "No, it's not like that, Teacher Erlong, I just..." Lu Erlong looked at his panic and felt even more proud. So he deliberately moved closer and said in a more ambiguous tone, "Why are you nervous? The teacher won't eat you. Don't you want to have a closer relationship with the teacher?" Yi Han knew the time had come, and immediately looked up at Lu Erlong and said affectionately, "Teacher Erlong, I want to. But I know you are not a casual woman, I am willing to take it slow with you." Lu Erlong listened to Yi Han's words, and a warm current surged in her heart. She didn't expect that this boy would respect her so much and be so affectionate to her. Although she knew that she was taking revenge on Yu Xiaogang, at this moment, she was really moved by Yi Han's sincerity. The charming expression on Lu Erlong's face became more intense, and she took Yi Han's hand and pulled him into her room. The door slowly closed, and Yi Han felt successful in his heart, knowing what would happen next. Chapter 26. Inside the room, the lights were dim and the atmosphere was ambiguous. Yi Han looked at Lu Erlong expectantly, while Lu Erlong smiled charmingly and slowly approached him. The two people's breathing gradually intertwined, and Lu Erlong took the initiative to kiss his lips and took the initiative to ask for it. Yi Han suddenly felt a current spread throughout his body, and he hugged Lu Erlong tightly, catering to her demands. One night passed. "Xiao Han, thank you so much." Yi Han, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly heard this voice. Then, he felt a plump body pounce on him. When he opened his eyes, he found that it was Lu Erlong. "Teacher Erlong, what's wrong?" Yi Han was a little confused and touched his painful waist. Lu Erlong quickly began to explain, and kept thanking him. After some understanding, it was learned that she had taken the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Her martial soul evolved as a result and became a sacred flame dragon with the ultimate fire. The soul power level has also been greatly improved, soaring to level 85. "Congratulations, Erlong Lao." Yi Han wanted to say thank you, but unexpectedly Lu Erlong took the initiative again. Yi Han had no choice but to cooperate. This female dragon was probably mad at Yu Xiaogang. Open black lens bracket ding. Complete the 8th test for the evil god and get a reward package. Close black lens bracket. Reward package, 100,000 year soul ring card. Add 100,000 year soul ring to any martial soul. Suddenly, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Seeing that it was a 100,000 year soul ring, Yi Han smiled. He immediately rode the fire dragon in front of him and became a dragon knight. "Xiao Han, are you in the state?" Lu Erlong smiled with satisfaction and liked Yi Han more and more. "It's not over yet," Yi Han shouted, and used the right leg soul skill he got yesterday. 3,000 thunders. Just when Yi Han was about to tame this female dragon, there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. The sudden sound made Lu Erlong's delicate body tremble violently. But when she found out who was outside the door, she became more proactive. Yi Han couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then he also went to find out who was outside the door. "Big shit." Yi Han couldn't help but blurt out these two words. Lu Erlong charmingly hugged Yi Han's neck, her pretty face flushed and said, "Xiao Han, don't worry about the people outside the door, let's continue." Yi Han smiled, and then tried to cooperate with Lu Erlong. He knew what Lu Erlong wanted to do at this moment, nothing more than revenge on Yu Xiaogang. As expected, Yu Xiaogang outside the door heard the noise inside and immediately knocked on the door in anger. "Lu Erlong, what are you doing in there? You slut." The moment Lu Erlong heard Yu Xiaogang's voice, she immediately stopped in anger. Then, she looked at Yi Han in front of her with a charming and affectionate face, and said gently, "Xiao Han, can you cooperate with the teacher later?" Yi Han naturally knew what she wanted to do, and immediately nodded and agreed. Seeing Yi Han agree, Lu Erlong was immediately happy, and a cunning light flashed in her eyes. She put on her dress casually, deliberately messed it up, and then signaled Yi Han not to come out later. Everything was ready. Lu Erlong slowly walked to the door, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened the door. Yu Xiaogang outside the door stood there with an angry face. As soon as he saw Lu Erlong open the door and noticed her messy dress, he cursed. "Lu Erlong, you slut, do you want to take revenge on me in this way?" Lu Erlong ignored his words and asked coldly with a stern face. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you yesterday to take your little bitch out today? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Yu Xiaogang immediately glared at Lu Erlong, his eyes red, and shouted. I'm here now to tell you that I'm going to take Xiao San away from Lanba Academy. Then it's your turn to answer me. What were you yelling about in there just now? Are you stealing a man? Who is the man in there? Is it Flanders, who has always been interested in you? Get that bastard out. Lu Erlong was furious when he heard this. Only Yu Xiaogang is allowed to have women, but Lu Erlong is not allowed to have men. But she just wanted Yu Xiaogang to see this scene and let him taste the taste of being betrayed. Xiao Han, come out. Lu Erlong turned around and called out gently towards the room. When Yu Xiaogang heard the word, Xiao Han, he was stunned. When Yi Han heard Lu Erlong calling him, he walked out calmly. When Lu Erlong saw Yi Han coming out, he took the initiative to hold his arm. When Yu Xiaogang saw this scene, he was so angry that he trembled all over and cursed. You two bitches. He raised his hand and pointed at Yi Han and Lu Erlong. His anger had reached its peak. Lu Erlong sneered in her heart when she heard this. She took the initiative to kiss Yi Han's lips and sneered at Yu Xiaogang. Don't call me a bitch. Yi Han is my man now and I am Yi Han's woman. Seeing this, Yi Han reached out and hugged Lu Erlong's waist. Then he grabbed her breasts fiercely, making Lu Erlong blush. Puff. Yu Xiaogang was so angry that her chest heaved and fell to the ground with a plop, spitting out blood. Lu Erlong looked at Yu Xiaogang's embarrassed look and showed a smug smile on her face. Perhaps it was because the noise was too loud. Flanders, who lived nearby, as well as Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, all the students and teachers of Shrek were attracted here. Even Tang San was attracted here. Now Tang San didn't remember what happened with Yu Xiaogang yesterday. He only remembered being fed with poop grass by Dugu Bo, and then being fed by wild boar, and then returning to the academy. When they saw the scene, they were all dumbfounded. Flanders hurried to help Yu Xiaogang up from the ground, and seeing Yi Han and Lu Erlong so close, he was dumbfounded and said, Erlong, what's wrong with you? Why are you? Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu and others stared at this scene in a daze. Yu Xiaogang grabbed Flanders' hand and shouted angrily. Flanders, let's go, leave Lanba Academy, and we will have nothing to do with Lu Erlong from now on. Flanders was puzzled, but he also guessed something. He was also very angry about Lu Erlong now, and he actually hooked up with Yi Han. But for the future of Shrek and other little monsters, he couldn't leave. Yu Xiaogang saw Flanders hesitate, and immediately shook off Flanders' hand, and shouted at Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu and others. Xiao San, Mu Bai, and you, follow me now. Tang San Dai Mu Bai Ma Hongjun Tang San Oscar, the four of them vaguely guessed something. They were angry with Yi Han, and when they saw that Dashi was treated so unfairly, they all came to him. As for Xiao Wu and the other girls, they naturally would not follow him, and they all came to Yi Han. Yu Xiaogang looked at Xiao Wu and the other two girls angrily, roaring angrily. You three, are you not going to follow me? Ning Rongrong didn't indulge him, hugged Yi Han's arm, raised her chin and said, Wherever Brother Han is, I'm there. You can leave if you want, anyway, I won't leave. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing beside him probably meant the same thing, and were indifferent to Yu Xiaogang's words. Yu Xiaogang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His whole body was shaking, and he wished he could kill them immediately. Seeing this, Tang San stepped forward with a gloomy face and said in a cold voice, Are you going to follow us or not? But her voice was like the sound of nature. Ma Hongjun and the other wretched men immediately had a physiological reaction. Hearing this, Yi Han couldn't help laughing. Let them go with you. Sure, as long as they can beat me. While speaking, the martial spirit was released instantly, and the 6 spirit rings of the first martial spirit circled out. Black 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 black. Red, chapter 27, Red, 100,000 year soul ring. The moment Yi Han's soul ring configuration appeared, everyone present was shocked. How is this possible? The first 5 soul rings are all 10,000 years old. The 6th soul ring is, actually 100,000 years old. Except for Xiao Wu and the other girls, everyone else felt that their cognition was shattered. Lu Erlong, who had not seen Yi Han's strength, was also stunned at this moment. Yu Xiaogang looked at this scene with a face full of shock, and began to shake his head and talk to himself. No. Impossible, impossible, This is absolutely impossible. Flanders, Ma Hongjun and others also looked at this scene dumbfounded, full of disbelief. Some time ago, Yi Han had just broken through to level 20. He went to the Xingdu Great Forest with them to hunt for the second soul ring. How come he suddenly became a 6-ring soul emperor now? This is simply beyond the norm. How is this possible? Tang San looked at this scene in shock, and the idea of standing up for his teacher came to an abrupt end. Words of shock were heard one after another. Yi Han listened to these voices, and the expressions on their faces, and felt ridiculous. A bunch of little guys who have never seen the world. Xiao San, do you still want them to go with you? Yi Han's lips moved slightly, and he spit out this sentence coldly. Tang San's slender body trembled violently, and he didn't dare to speak rashly for a while. Not to mention Yu Shaogang, Ma Hongjun and others, they were already scared. No wonder. The scene fell into a dead silence, and Flanders's angry voice broke it. Everyone present couldn't help but glance at Flanders, wondering what he meant by saying these 3 words. Under the suspicious gaze of everyone, Flanders glared at Lu Erlong with disgust and said angrily, "Erlong, is this the reason why you are hanging out with Yi Han behind Xiaogang's back? It's disgusting." As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned to Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong, as a senior, was actually hanging out with Yi Han, a junior. It didn't make sense no matter how you thought about it. It turned out to be because of Yi Han's strength. It was really cheap. When Lu Erlong heard this, he was furious and wanted to refute. Unexpectedly, Yi Han took the lead and burst out a terrifying air wave, sweeping towards Flanders. Shua, the air wave was extremely fast, and it instantly pushed Flanders back several steps, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Everyone present was stunned. Flanders was a level 78 soul saint, how could he be? Yi Han looked at this scene with disdain, and just thought it was ridiculous. Now his strength has far surpassed that of ordinary title Douluo, and Flanders is just a small soul saint. Ning Rongrong was very happy to see this scene. Flanders, this waste, really deserved it. As this scene happened, Lu Erlong also stepped forward and said angrily, "Flanders, do you know what happened? I will make a private judgment here. Do you know that Yu Shaogang last night?" Before he finished speaking, Yu Shaogang, who was afraid that the matter would be exposed, immediately shouted, "Enough." While shouting, he grabbed Tang San who was blocking in front of him and said seriously, "Xiao San, Mu Bai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, let's go." Tang San was suddenly grabbed by Yu Shaogang's hot palm, and his delicate body couldn't help but soften a little. Oh, Ma Hongjun and others nodded, and followed Yu Shaogang away. They had long noticed the changes in Tang San's figure, appearance, hair, and voice. But at this juncture, he didn't say much, but inexplicably had a physiological reaction to Tang San. When Flanders saw Yu Shaogang leaving with the 4 monsters, he glared at Lu Erlong and Yi Han fiercely and said angrily, "Erlong, that's it. From now on, there will be no more golden triangle in the world. Zhao Wuji, Qin Ming, and a few old brothers, let's go." After accusing, Flanders also called Zhao Wuji, Qin Ming, and several original teachers of Shrek. They have been in Shrek for many years and have a deep relationship with Flanders. They all agreed to follow. Lu Erlong watched them all leave, and then thought of Flanders' accusations just now, and felt angry and wronged. Seeing this, Yi Han immediately took Lu Erlong into his arms and gently comforted her. "Teacher Erlong, you haven't done anything wrong, and you haven't let anyone down. Don't be sad about it." Lu Erlong couldn't help but feel warm when she heard this. She looked at Yi Han's affectionate eyes and secretly made up her mind to cherish him. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing looked at them, feeling a little jealous and unhappy. Lu Erlong had long seen that the 3 women had a close relationship with Yi Han, and smiled. "If you don't mind, call me sister from now on." The women were a little unhappy and glanced at Yi Han. After seeing Yi Han's hint, they all nodded in agreement. Yi Han was secretly happy to see Lu Erlong so generously accept Xiao Wu and the other girls. Maybe Lu Erlong was so generous because she had seen the power of his 3,000 thunders. At this moment, a man in the uniform of a college teacher came from not far away. After being shocked by the intimacy between Lu Erlong and Yi Han, the man said anxiously, "Report to the principal, there is a titled Douluo, with 2 women, saying that he wants to join our academy." Lu Erlong was shocked. A titled Douluo wants to join our academy. Is this true? Do you know their origins? The man nodded affirmatively. Absolutely true. The title Douluo is the poison Douluo Dugu Bo. As for the two accompanying women, they are from Tiando Royal Academy, Yi Lingling and Dugu Yan. Hearing this, Lu Erlong was even more surprised, and his eyes could not help but move to Yi Han. Xiao Wu and the other girls were similar, and they all guessed that this matter was related to Yi Han. After being shocked, Lu Erlong looked at the man and said seriously, "Where are they now? Take me there immediately." The man heard this and immediately took Lu Erlong away. Seeing this, Yi Han told Xiao Wu and the other girls, "I'll go over and take a look. You guys go to class first." The girls all looked bitter, not wanting to leave their master. "Be good, this is for you." Yi Han touched their heads. Then he took out 3 fairy herbs from the panlong ring. They were Acacia Heartbroken Red, Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone, and Kiluo Tulip. The 3 girls looked at the extremely precious fairy herbs in their hands in surprise, and said in unison, "Master, this is, for us." "Yes." Yi Han nodded, and then followed Lu Erlong who had not walked far. The 3 girls watched Yi Han leave reluctantly, especially Xiao Wu, with 2 cute bunnies hanging down their heads. The 2 followed the male teacher. Not long after, they arrived outside the waiting room of the academy. At Lu Erlong's signal, the male teacher turned around and left. Squeak! Lu Erlong took Yi Han to push open the door. In an instant, 3 figures came into view. 2 of them were Yi Lingling and Dugu Yan. The other one, needless to say, was the poison Douluo Dugu Bo. And the moment the door was opened, the 3 people inside also cast their eyes over. The moment Yi Lingling saw Yi Han, her pretty face suddenly became familiar. Dugu Yan, who was standing aside, had a complicated expression, both terrified and mixed with palpitations. Dugu Bo stood up immediately when he saw Yi Han, and his face was even more respectful. Chapter 28, Lu Erlong saw Dugu Bo stand up. He immediately stepped forward, bowed and said respectfully, "I don't know that His Majesty Douluo has come to visit us. I don't know why His Majesty came to our academy. If it were an ordinary soul Douluo, Dugu Bo would not bother to pay attention to him." But he had already noticed the quarrel on Yi Han's side just now, and found that Lu Erlong and Yi Han had a complicated relationship, so he immediately said respectfully, "I am here to let my granddaughter and her classmates enroll in your academy. I wonder if your academy still has vacancies." Lu Erlong was surprised by Dugu Bo's respect, and then asked tentatively, "Our academy naturally welcomes new students. But aren't your granddaughter and her classmates students of Tiando Royal Academy? Why do you suddenly want to come to our academy?" When Yi Lingling and Dugu Yan heard this, they secretly glanced at Yi Han, their pretty faces flushed. Dugu Bo was about to reply, but Dugu Yan stood up first and answered, We came here because of teacher Qin Ming. We heard that he came to this college." Dugu Bo shook his head helplessly. He had already noticed that Qin Ming had left. Lu Erlong knew that Dugu Yan's words were false at a glance, but she also patiently explained. Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling were at a loss when they heard that teacher Qin Ming had left. Now, the reason for their coming here seemed to be lost. Dugu Bo glanced at Yi Han and his granddaughter, and then he didn't waste any words and said straight to the point. "I heard that there is a very outstanding student in your college. If my granddaughter is a classmate of him, it may be of great help to my granddaughter." Hearing what her grandfather said, Dugu Yan's pretty face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head and dared not look up. When Lu Erlong heard this, he immediately understood what Dugu Bo was thinking, and then said, "In this case, let them officially enroll today. Xiao Han, take them to get familiar with the campus. I will stay and talk to His Majesty the Poison Douluo." Yi Han nodded, then looked at Yi Lingling and Dugu Yan, and smiled. "Two little beauties, come with me, I will take you to visit our campus." As he said, he turned and walked out. Yi Lingling and Dugu Yan looked at each other, and both saw a trace of inexplicable emotions in each other's eyes. They followed Yi Han and walked out of the waiting room. Along the way, Yi Han took them to visit the entire campus. He introduced the various facilities and teaching conditions of Lanba Academy in detail. During the tour of the campus, the atmosphere between Yi Han and Yi Lingling gradually became ambiguous. Dugu Yan followed and watched this scene with envy in her heart, always looking for an opportunity to insert the topic. After touring the campus, Yi Han and Zhang Zhu took them to the girls' dormitory area. They found a beautiful empty dormitory and arranged for Yi Lingling and Du Guyan to move in. After helping to tidy up the room, Yi Han took out 2 fairy herbs from the panlong ring and said with a smile. These 2 fairy herbs are given to you respectively. They are very helpful for your cultivation. One is Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone, which is handed to Yi Lingling. The other is Blood Swan Kiss, which is handed to Du Guyan. Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone had just given one to Zhu Zhuqing, but it had the flame of life and soon grew a new one. Blood Swan Kiss can stimulate toxins thousands of times. It is used in the novel to destroy the killing city. Du Guyan has undergone the changes of yin and yang double flame soul skills, and the toxins in his body will not harm himself when they are stimulated. Seeing this, Yi Lingling's eyes suddenly showed surprise. As the descendant of the 9-heart begonia, she naturally had some experience and knew that this fairy grass was precious. Du Guyan was also a little surprised. Didn't she take it from her grandfather? Why would he give it to her? Even her grandfather didn't know the effect of these fairy herbs. He only knew that they were extremely precious. Yi Han actually knew it. The 2 girls wanted to refuse, but they were forced into their hands by Yi Han, and they couldn't help but be moved. Then, the 2 girls looked at each other, and kissed Yi Han on the cheek with their little faces flushed. Yi Han touched their heads and said playfully, "Okay, take the fairy grass and see the effect." Yeah, the 2 girls nodded at the same time, took the fairy grass, sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. Yi Han watched them absorb it from the side, and then took out the fiery apricot and the star anise ice grass. In the novel, Tang San absorbed these 2 immortal herbs and combined them with the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to strengthen his body. If Tang San didn't have the help of these things, his 4th soul ring would not be able to withstand the 10,000-year soul ring. After thinking about it, Yi Han directly swallowed the 2 herbs and absorbed them, and also took out the longing for the autumn water dew to absorb. After a while, Yi Han absorbed the 3 immortal herbs. After absorbing the 3 immortal herbs, his body was strengthened, and the chaos evil god eyes were also greatly enhanced. He glanced at the 2 women, who had not yet absorbed the immortal herbs. Seeing this, Yi Han continued to take out the 100,000-year soul ring he obtained today. The 100,000-year soul ring was quickly assigned to the 5th soul ring of Chaos Evil God Eyes. New soul skill. 5th soul skill. Evil deprivation. Deprive the target of all control rights of the body. If the target's strength is much higher than your own, the effect will be greatly reduced. Deprive the target of all control rights of the body. When Yi Han saw the effect of the new soul skill, an evil arc suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Open the panel, Yi Han called out tentatively. After all, he had never opened the panel before. Evil God System. Open black lens bracket host. Yi Han close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket soul power level. 70 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first martial soul. Emperor flame close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket soul ring. Black red close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket second martial soul. Chaos evil god eyes close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket soul ring. Red close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket soul bones. 3 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket domains. 2 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket assessment progress. 8th test close black lens bracket. Looking at such a detailed panel, Yi Han was very satisfied. At this time, Yi Lingling and Du Guyan also completed the absorption of the fairy grass. After the 2 women looked at each other in surprise, they immediately stood up and rushed towards Yi Han. Yi Han looked at the excitement of the 2 women and did not react much, which was expected. At this moment, Yi Han suddenly noticed a familiar breath approaching outside. Looking out the window, he found that it was Rongrong who brought Xiao Wu and the others over. At this moment, Ning, Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's faces were filled with endless joy. Seeing this, Yi Han took Yi Lingling and Du Guyan out of the dormitory. When Ning Rongrong saw Yi Han, she immediately rushed towards him. Rongrong on the side said helplessly, "Xiao Han, I just sent off His Majesty the poison Douluo, and these 3 little guys ran over, and they have been anxious to see you." Yi Han nodded, and probably guessed why they suddenly ran over. Sure enough, Ning Rongrong activated her martial soul the next second. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed sect actually evolved into the 9 treasures glazed tower. Yi Lingling, Du Guyan, and Lu Erlong were all shocked by this scene. After some understanding, they learned that they all took the fairy grass to improve their strength. After taking the fairy grass, the strength of the women was improved. Lu Erlong, level 85. Du Guyan, level 44. Yi Lingling, level 43. Ning Rongrong, level 41. Zhu Zhuqing, level 42. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had previously cultivated with the aid of the fallen heart flame. Therefore, their cultivation speed was faster than in the novel, and with the help of the fairy grass, they quickly reached this level. Xiao Wu, didn't you eat it? Yi Han asked, pretending to be ignorant. Xiao Wu hung her rabbit and whispered with some self-blame. I can't bear to. Yi Han touched her little head. Xiao Wu relied on the aid of the fallen heart flame and is now level 39. It doesn't matter whether she eats the fairy grass or not, but Yi Han still took out a fairy grass from the ring and gave it to her, smiling. This fairy grass is Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone, the same as the one given to Zhuqing, you take it now. Ah, Xiao Wu looked at the fairy grass in surprise and was flattered. Du Guyan was also shocked by this scene. She remembered that her grandfather didn't have so many immortal herbs, right? Lu Erlong looked around at everyone and smiled. It seems that everyone has reached level 40. Tomorrow I will take you to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings. As soon as this was said, the girls nodded one after another, their faces full of joy. At this moment, a system voice suddenly sounded in Yi Han's mind. Open black lens bracket the content of the 9th test of the evil god, suppress Qian Runshui. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the voice, Yi Han was stunned. In this timeline, Qian Runshui seems not to have appeared yet. Could it be that the plot of the original work has been changed, causing the plot to change? Chapter 29. The next morning, the weather was extremely clear. The air was filled with a faint scent of flowers. Today was the day to go to Sunset Forest to hunt for the 4th soul ring. Everyone gathered in the square, and they all seemed extremely excited, especially Ning Rongrong. Master, after hunting for the 4th soul ring, you will accompany me back to the 7 treasures glazed sect, okay? Ning Rongrong shook Yi Han's arm and said coquettishly. Yeah, Yi Han nodded, and then rubbed Ning Rongrong's head lovingly. Now that Ning Rongrong has been taken down, the 7 treasures glazed sect will definitely be his in the future, so it's not a bad idea to go and take a look in advance. While the two were talking, everyone had arrived. Including Yi Han, there were exactly 7 people. Lu Erlong, Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu. Except for Lu Erlong, the others were all under the age of 25. If one more person comes, they can form a team that can participate in the Soul Master competition. Lu Erlong glanced around and smiled. Everyone is here, let's go. Yeah, everyone said in unison and followed Lu Erlong. Just as everyone walked out of the school gate, Ning Rongrong suddenly shouted to the distance. Dad, Grandpa Bone. As soon as this was said, everyone stopped and looked in the direction of Ning Rongrong's gaze. Not far away, 3 figures were walking slowly. Walking in the center was a man dressed in noble royal clothes. Although his appearance was not handsome, he was also angular and looked quite comfortable. Walking on the left was a slender, elegant middle-aged man. On the right was a tall, middle-aged man with a terrifying aura. Hee. Yi Han stared at them and immediately guessed the identities of the 3 people. If I guessed correctly, the identities of these 3 people are Qian Runshui, who disguised herself as Tiando Prince Shui Qinghe. Ning Rongrong's father, the leader of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, Ning Fengji. One of the 2 great sect guarding Douluo of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, Ji Yu Rong. The 3 people immediately cast their eyes over when they heard Ning Rongrong's voice. When Ning Fengji and Ji Yu Rong saw Ning Rongrong holding another man intimately, their originally gentle eyes instantly turned cold. Qian Runshui, who disguised herself as Shui Qinghe, also frowned slightly at this time. She had naturally seen Ning Fengji's daughter, and this person could make Ning Fengji's daughter so intimate. Presumably, this person was the one she came to see this time. After Ning Rongrong was stunned, she immediately whispered a few words to Yi Han, and then trotted towards Ning Fengji. Under the gaze of everyone's puzzled eyes, Ning Rongrong threw herself into Ning Fengji's arms and said happily. Dad, Grandpa Gutu, why are you here? Are you here to visit me? When everyone saw this scene, they immediately realized that the man was the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji. Yes, Dad and Uncle Ji Yu are here to visit you. Ning Fengji touched Ning Rongrong's head in his arms, but his eyes still stayed on Yi Han. Ji Yu Rong's scheming and temper were not as deep as Ning Fengji's. He asked Ning Rongrong urgently. Rongrong, who is the boy whose arm you just held? When Ning Rongrong heard this, she realized that her father and Grandpa Gutu seemed angry, and she immediately explained. When Ning Fengji learned that this person was Yi Han, his originally cold eyes suddenly filled with joy, and he was secretly happy in his heart. Ji Yu Rong's face did not improve at all, but a surge of anger surged in his heart. It was because Yi Han's other arm was being held by a girl with 2 rabbits on her head. This man was so indecisive that he was not worthy of his granddaughter Rongrong. After thinking about it, Ji Yu Rong strode forward and walked towards Yi Han, who was standing not far away. Ning Fengji and Qian Runshui saw this and understood what he wanted to do, but did not stop him. Ah, what does Grandpa Gutu want to do? Ning Rongrong saw it and immediately realized that something was wrong. She wanted to go forward and hold Ji Yu Rong, but was stopped by Ning Fengji, which made her anxious and said, Dad, why are you stopping me? Does Grandpa Gutu want to make trouble for Brother Han? Ning Fengji nodded, wanting to confirm whether Yi Han was really as rumored. Only 18 years old, with 5 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring. No, don't let Grandpa Ji Yu go. Ning Rongrong was so scared that her face turned pale. If she made her master angry, Grandpa Ji Yu would. Ning Fengji thought Ning Rongrong was worried about Yi Han, so he didn't care and continued to watch. Qian Runshui felt that something was wrong, but she didn't say anything and watched quietly. As Ji Yu Rong approached aggressively, everyone noticed something was wrong. Lu Erlong stepped forward, stood in front of everyone, and said respectfully, I am Lu Erlong, the principal of Lan Ba Academy. I would like to meet His Majesty the Bone Douluo. Ji Yu Rong just glanced at her coldly, then glared at Yi Han and said seriously, Are you Yi Han? Yi Han was neither humble nor arrogant, motioned Xiao Wu to let go, then stepped forward and replied seriously, Yes. Ji Yu Rong was secretly surprised to see that Yi Han could be so humble in front of him. But when he thought that Yi Han had Rongrong and did not keep a distance from other women, he immediately said disdainfully, Your demeanor is good, but your strength is a little weak. This made Lu Erlong and others feel bad, and they all prepared to activate their martial spirits to protect Yi Han. Before everyone could react like this, Ji Yu Rong instantly activated the Bone Dragon martial spirit. In an instant, a huge bone dragon appeared with a bang, and 9 soul rings instantly surrounded it. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The terrifying aura and pressure instantly made it impossible for everyone to release their martial souls. Even Lu Erlong, who now has a soul power of level 85, could not release his martial soul. Is this the difference between a soul Douluo and a titled Douluo? Lu Erlong gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, looking at Yi Han with worry. Under the pressure of this titled Douluo, Yi Han was not affected at all at this moment. The continent's first defensive titled Douluo, is this it? Yi Han murmured disdainfully, and then instantly activated the Emperor Flame martial soul. Black, 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 red. Every time a soul ring fell, Ji Yu Rong, Ning Fengji not far behind him, and Qian Runshui were shocked. Unexpectedly, the rumors were true. There are really people in this world who can do such a heaven-defying thing. Monster. It's an unprecedented monster. Ji Yu Rong was horrified, but for Rongrong, he still didn't want to stop there, and immediately said seriously, An 18-year-old 6-ring soul emperor is barely qualified to stand in front of me, but if you want to be Rongrong's man, I'm afraid you don't have this qualification. When Yi Han heard this, his heart was immediately filled with disdain, and he immediately shook his head and smiled. I'm sorry, I broke through to level 70 last night. I wonder if I have this qualification now. While speaking, Yi Han no longer concealed the aura of his soul level and emitted it directly. In an instant, Ji Yu Rong's face froze, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Not far behind him, Ning Fengji and Qian Runshui were even more stunned, unable to believe it. Chapter 30. Excuse me, Your Majesty Ji Yu Douluo. Am I qualified to be Rongrong's man now? Looking at Ji Yu Rong, who was shocked, Yi Han retracted his martial spirit and said lightly. Ji Yu Rong's face changed when he heard this, and there were already storms in his heart. He never thought that this kid would be so amazing and extraordinary. Recalling his previous contempt and provocation of him, Ji Yu Rong couldn't help but feel a little regretful. But he was a titled Douluo after all, with a high status and position, so it was naturally impossible for him to bow to a junior easily. The scene was in a stalemate for a while. Ning Fengji, who was not far behind him, saw this and walked over with Ning Rongrong, smiling. Uncle Ji Yu, I know you feel sorry for Rongrong, but you may not give this young man a chance. Ji Yu Rong was stunned when he heard this. I don't know why Ning Fengji, who always loved Rongrong, suddenly said such a thing. Ning Fengji didn't care about Ji Yu Rong's expression. His eyes fell on Yi Han and he smiled gently. Uncle Ji Yu just made a move to test whether you have the ability to protect Rongrong. Please don't take it to heart. Yi Han couldn't stand his scheming look, but he still said respectfully. Hello, Master Ning, I can understand what happened just now. Ning Fengji looked at Yi Han, his future backer, with satisfaction and smiled. Just now I heard Rongrong talk about your affairs. As Rongrong's father, I am willing to give you this opportunity. Ning Rongrong, who was standing aside, was immediately happy and relaxed when she heard what her father said. Ji Yu Rong was still a little dissatisfied, but because Ning Fengji had already spoken, he didn't say anything. Yi Han was full of disdain. Ning Rongrong didn't know how many times he had done to her. Did she still need him to give her a chance? After Yi Han finished complaining in his heart, he smiled and said, Master Ning, rest assured, I will treat Rongrong sincerely and will never let down this opportunity you gave me. Ning Fengji nodded again with satisfaction. He thought to himself that this trip was not in vain. As this scene ended, Qian Runshui slowly walked forward. I didn't expect that the teacher would have a happy event during this visit. Such a demon genius is a good match for the teacher's daughter. Qian Runshui walked to Ning Fengji's side and smiled with her lips slightly hooked. But now she was disguised as Shui Qinghe, and her voice was male. When Lu Erlong and others saw this person and heard the word visit, they were all confused. Seeing that everyone was a little confused, Ning Fengji immediately raised his hand to introduce Lu Erlong. You must be Principal Lu Erlong of Lanba Academy, right? This is the current Crown Prince of Tiando Empire, His Royal Highness Shui Qinghe. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of everyone present suddenly became respectful. Then Ning Fengji continued to explain. The main reason we came here this time is because recently, 2 members of the Tiando Royal Academy's regular team withdrew, so we came to investigate the reason. When Lu Erlong heard this, his eyes slowly moved to Yi Lingling and Du Guyan. Yi Lingling and Du Guyan quickly stepped forward, saluted respectfully to Qian Runshui, and explained the reason. Yi Han watched quietly from the side. He knew very well that Qian Runshui was not here to visit, but for him. After listening to Yi Lingling and Du Guyan's explanation, Qian Runshui pretended to smile and said, So that's the case. I thought the Royal Academy didn't treat you well. It seems that I was worrying too much. As she spoke, Qian Runshui changed the subject and said, you are all dressed up like this, are you going on a long journey? After hearing this, Lu Erlong immediately replied respectfully. Reporting to His Royal Highness, we are planning to go to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul rings for these little guys. As soon as these words fell, Ning Fengji looked at Ning Rongrong with joy on his face and said anxiously, Rongrong, you are going with us this time. Have you broken through to level 30? Ning Rongrong shook her head mysteriously, and then smiled and showed her martial soul. The moment the martial soul appeared, Ning Fengji, Ji Yu Rong, and even Qian Runshui were shocked. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tower actually has 9 floors. Could it be the legendary 9 Treasures Glazed Tower? At the same time, Ning Fengji also saw and felt the soul power fluctuations on Ning Rongrong's body, and was immediately surprised. Rongrong, you are 41st level. Ji Yu Rong and Qian Runshui were shocked again, especially Qian Runshui. Even though she was extremely talented, she had not reached this level at Ning Rongrong's age. While several people were shocked, Ning Rongrong suddenly said to Ning Fengji coquettishly, Dad, you also accompany us to hunt soul rings, okay? Ning Fengji was naturally willing, but with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince here, it was a bit difficult to make a decision. Qian Runshui saw his hesitation and immediately smiled and said, "Since the teacher's daughter wants to hunt soul rings, let's go together. Anyway, I have nothing to do today." As she spoke, her eyes fell on Yi Han, with a gleam in her eyes. Yi Han guessed that Qian Runshui wanted to win him over, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Everyone headed towards the sunset forest. When night fell, they arrived at their destination. The fatigue of the journey consumed everyone's energy, so they set up tents outside the forest to rest. There were only a few tents with them. Qian Runshui slept alone in a room. Ning Fengji and Ji Yurong slept in a room. Yi Lingling, Du Guyan, and Lu Erlong slept in a room. Yi Han, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing slept in a room. Before they knew it, it was already late at night, and everyone fell asleep. Even Yi Han was very sleepy and was ready to fall asleep. He would deal with other things after waking up. Bone Douluo had set up soul skill traps around in advance, so no one was needed to keep watch. Sha. Just when Yi Han was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard a noise outside the tent. Before Yi Han could think about it, a man's voice came. "Yi Han, are you asleep?" It was Qian Runshui's voice disguised as Shui Qinghe. Yi Han suddenly lost all sleepiness, got up and walked out, pretending to be sleepy and said, "Your Highness, it's so late, is there anything I can do for you?" Qian Runshui felt a little embarrassed to disturb him so late, but still said directly, "I want to invite you to my tent to talk, are you willing?" Yi Han immediately guessed that she might want to win him over, and nodded in agreement. Following Qian Runshui into her tent, Yi Han immediately urged his soul power to close the tent. Qian Runshui felt what Yi Han did, and immediately turned back in surprise and confusion. "What are you doing?" Yi Han ignored her doubts, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose, revealing an evil smile, and his mouth moved slightly. Fifth soul skill, evil deprivation. In an instant, Qian Runshui lost control of her body. What did you do to me?" Qian Runshui looked at her body that was out of her control, her face full of panic. Under Yi Han's control, she took off her disguise and revealed her true face. Qian Runshui's fruit was full, and her pair of slender legs were extremely seductive. At this time, she was wearing an exquisite golden palace dress. This dress was woven with gold silk, without too many patterns and decorations, and the style was simple and elegant. The golden stand-up collar protected her snow-white and slender neck, and her long golden hair was casually draped behind her. Her temperament seemed mature and seductive, and the wings behind her were extremely dazzling, like a fairy descending to the earth, extremely holy. Compared with the simple tent environment, she seemed like an angel descending to the earth, extremely holy. She looked like an unattainable angel goddess, making people want to kneel down and worship her. Bululu. Yi Han looked at such a beautiful woman and swallowed his saliva. He suddenly tore off her golden outer skirt, revealing her white dress. Then he pushed her onto the quilt and walked towards her with a wicked smile on his face. What are you going to do to me? No, don't." Looking at Yi Han walking towards her, Qian Runshui's soft body suddenly trembled violently. Chapter 31. You don't want others to know that you are pretending to be the prince, do you? Yi Han leaned over and lifted Qian Runshui's chin, smiling evilly. Qian Runshui looked at Yi Han's eyes full of lust and said angrily, "What do you want to do? Don't touch me, get out of here." Yi Han didn't answer her, and his fingers brushed across the crystal-clear earlobe. Qian Runshui trembled violently, and then her body continued to tremble violently. "It smells so good." Yi Han smelled the fragrance emanating from Qian Runshui and licked his lips greedily. His breath fell on Qian Runshui's cheek, making her pretty face flushed. She panicked and said angrily, "Do you know who I really am? If you dare to do that to me, I will make you live a life worse than death." However, this struggle had no effect at all. Instead, it aroused Yi Han's desire to conquer the beauty. "What is your identity?" "Qian Runshui, the daughter of the current Wuhun Hall Pope. I want you, the Pope's daughter." After Yi Han finished speaking, he suddenly kissed Qian Runshui's cherry lips. Caught off guard, Qian Runshui felt her mind go blank for a moment. Woo. Qian Runshui wanted to struggle, but her body was completely out of control. She could only watch Yi Han like this. She could only make a woo-woo sound when she wanted to scream. This feeling made her feel extremely humiliated. Her heart was full of hatred, and she wished she could cut Yi Han into pieces. Yi Han didn't care what she thought in her heart, and his devil's hand had already started climbing. Qian Runshui, you are mine. Yi Han bit her and roared. Qian Runshui felt an indescribable humiliation. Tears slid down her face, and she let Yi Han do whatever he wanted. At this moment, she wanted to know why Yi Han could see through her disguise. Could it be Yi Han's eyes just now, but how was her identity known? Qian Runshui was thinking frantically, but now she couldn't change the status quo no matter how much she thought. As Yi Han took a step further, he found that Qian Runshui's blood was different. Angel's blood is actually golden. Yi Han was stunned, and his heart became more excited. Qian Runshui is the only one in the world who has golden liquid. Qian Runshui bit her red lips and endured it, and the hatred in her heart became stronger and stronger. Time quickly came to the second half of the night. Qian Runshui had already regained control of her body. It was just that she was passive for a long time, so that her delicate body could not exert any strength at this moment. At this time, she was like a snail, curled up in a corner of the tent, with empty eyes. That beautiful face had already turned pale, looking haggard, as if she had lost her soul. Good boy. Suddenly, a gentle whisper entered Qian Runshui's ears. Then, she felt a big hand wiping away her dried tears. Qian Runshui bit her swollen lips with her pearly teeth, and endless hatred surged in her eyes, and she said angrily, "What do you want to do? Just to do that to me, and you don't hesitate to offend the entire spirit hall for this." Yi Han heard Qian Runshui's words and stopped his movements slightly, so he pretended to be affectionate and said, "Yes, just to do that to you, to get you. As long as I can get you, what does it matter if I offend the entire spirit hall? Even if I offend the entire Douluo continent, I will still do this." Yi Han's eyes flashed with a burning light, as if it could burn everything. Qian Runshui was stunned. A man who had never met her was so obsessed with her. At this moment, Qian Runshui couldn't help but feel a little palpitation, but the humiliation made her unforgettable for life, and she immediately shouted, "It's so shameless to say that you force it so high-soundingly, I will never let you go." Seeing this hateful look, Yi Han immediately showed an evil smile. He, do I need you to let me go?" As he said, he stretched out his claws and gently stroked Qian Runshui's plump fruit. Qian Runshui's soft body suddenly spasmed, but she was powerless to resist. This made her body tremble violently, and a humiliating look surged on her face, and she hated it to the extreme. Seeing her like this, Yi Han's heart was hot, and he wanted to conquer again. At this moment, a system voice suddenly sounded in Yi Han's mind. "Open black lens bracket ding. Complete the 9th test for the evil god and get a reward package close black lens bracket. Reward package, Chaos Evil God Sword, the ultimate super artifact, which can summon and control all the undead killed by the host, and let them exert 100% of their strength before birth, with no upper limit. It's actually a divine artifact." Yi Han was shocked and stopped what he was doing. "I never thought that the reward for the 9th test would be so generous." Qian Runshui was shocked when she saw him stop and heard what he said. Could it be that Yi Han also accepted the inheritance of the gods? Qian Runshui often went to the place where her grandfather inherited from her since she was a child, so she naturally knew what the artifact was. After she accepted the inheritance of the angel god, her grandfather often sent her messages through his mind. Only the guardian of the gods can convey words to the inheritors of the gods through their minds. So Yi Han's current monologue must be talking to his guardian of the gods. Yi Han did not notice Qian Runshui's actions at this moment, and continued to check the rewards he had just received. At this moment, a wave of soul power suddenly came from outside, and Yi Han came back to his senses in an instant. This breath was not someone else, but his little pet Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is still awake so late. Yi Han stood up in confusion and prepared to go out. But before leaving, he turned back and stared at Qian Runshui, and lied. "Don't think about revenge. I have planted a soul power restriction in your body that only I can break. I can kill you at any time." After saying that, Yi Han turned around and left without looking back. Qian Runshui was not stupid. She knew that he had not left any soul power restriction in her body. But when she learned that Yi Han was the inheritor of the gods, she no longer had any killing intentions, but was replaced by joy. Such a person who was passed down from heaven and was also the inheritor of the gods was worthy of her, Qian Runshui. Yi Han walked out of Qian Runshui's tent and came outside. But he saw Xiao Wu sitting in front of the bonfire that had just been lit, looking up at the starry sky with her face raised. Under the light of the stars and the moon, her figure was absolutely beautiful, especially her beautiful legs. After a closer look, he found that a plant of acacia heartbroken red was lying across her beautiful legs. Yi Han's anger surged up again, and he immediately walked over and took Xiao Wu into his arms. Xiao Wu collapsed in Yi Han's arms, and said with a bit of jealousy, "Master, what were you doing in the prince's tent just now? Are you?" A woman's sixth sense told her that the prince was not a man. Seeing her jealous look, Yi Han did not deny it and nodded in agreement. Xiao Wu nodded jealously, but did not say much. She took out a comb from her arms and said softly, "Master, can you help me comb my hair? My hair is a little messy." Yi Han did not refuse and took the comb. This wooden comb looks very ordinary, but the wood is very good. The wood grain on the dark purple comb is very delicate, hard and tough to the touch, and a faint wood fragrance emanates from it. Chapter 32. This comb is very good. Yi Han touched the comb in his hand and said casually. Xiao Wu nodded, and there seemed to be something in her eyes. She said with some discomfort, "This is a gift from my mother. It was made by my mother herself. It is also the last thing my mother left for me." Yi Han touched her head and was a little greedy for her mother. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will not only avenge your mother, but also resurrect your mother." Xiao Wu thought that resurrection was just the master comforting her, so she didn't take it too seriously. But in her beautiful eyes, there were a few more crystal tears. Xiao Wu raised her hand to gather her scorpion braid and untied the pink cloth knotted at the bottom. Her eyes were always fixed on Yi Han, her left hand supported the braid, and her right hand slowly combed from the root of her hair. The black hair that was originally braided was slowly spread out by her, like a black waterfall gradually extending. Shrouded by the light of the stars and the moon, Yi Han couldn't help but be a little dazed as he saw the braids quietly spread out in front of Xiao Wu. At this moment, Xiao Wu was really beautiful, and the stars and the moon seemed to have become her foil. Only she was the center of this picture. "Master, help me comb my hair." Xiao Wu's voice was very soft, with a slight tremor. Yi Han came back to his senses and gently combed Xiao Wu's hair. Under the cover of the color of the stars and the moon, this scene looked extremely beautiful. And this scene was also seen clearly by Qian Runshui in the tent. Seeing that the man who had just forced her had such a gentle side, she was even more frightened. Perhaps Xiao Wu also noticed that she was being peeped at, so she immediately reached out and held Yi Han's hand, and said softly, "Master." Yi Han was a little confused and stopped combing his hair. At the same time, he glanced around and immediately guessed something. He only thought that Xiao Wu wanted to be ambiguous to Qian Runshui on purpose. Xiao Wu's face turned slightly red at this time, and she brought Yi Han's big hand into her skirt and pressed it against her belly. Yi Han thought she wanted it, so he was about to slide down, but was held tightly by Xiao Wu, who said softly, "Master, I seem to be pregnant with your baby." After this, Yi Han was stunned. But it was normal to think about it, as he had been with Xiao Wu the longest. In addition, Xiao Wu was a rogue rabbit, so it would be strange if she didn't get pregnant after so long. Qian Runshui, who was peeking in the tent, was a little uneasy after hearing this. And Xiao Wu saw that the master did not reply to her, so she held Yi Han's big hand tighter and said softly, "Master, let's give birth to this baby, okay?" Yi Han came back to his senses, immediately hugged Xiao Wu from behind, and whispered in her ear, "This time I'll do as you say." As he said that, Yi Han urged his soul power to feel it, and found that it was actually a girl. Xiao Wu was very happy when she heard the master's agreement, and continued softly, "Then master, you give our child a name, she is a girl." Yi Han thought about it, and then smiled evilly. "Let's call her Yi Wudong." Xiao Wu nodded shyly. At the same time, she glanced at Qian Runshui's tent quietly. Qian Runshui witnessed the whole process and felt unhappy for a while. "Child, she can give birth too." In the early morning of the next day, everyone woke up from their sleep, packed up the tent and gathered. Lu Erlong was telling everyone about the dangers they might encounter later. Everyone was listening carefully, only Qian Runshui, who had returned to disguise, was absent-minded. Qian Runshui stared at Yi Han with a fiery gaze, and had many questions in her heart. I want to know what kind of god's inheritance Yi Han is receiving. I want to know if Yi Han has any power at present and whether he wants to join the Wuhun Hall. Yi Han noticed her strange look and couldn't help but feel strange. Wasn't she full of hatred last night? Gradually, Lu Erlong finished describing the dangers, and everyone nodded. Even Ning Fengji nodded, recognizing Lu Erlong as the president of the academy. Then, everyone prepared to set off into the sunset forest. At this time, Ning Rongrong touched Xiao Wu from behind and whispered. Xiao Wu, why is your braid a little crooked? Xiao Wu's pretty face suddenly blushed, and her eyes unconsciously drifted to Yi Han beside her. Yi Han naturally noticed, and his eyes couldn't help but meet Xiao Wu's eyes in the air. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was noon. Yi Han relied on Emperor Yan's first soul skill, 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. In just one morning, he hunted the fourth soul ring for everyone. Quite coincidentally, the fourth soul rings of the girls are exactly the same as in the original book. Xiao Wu also condensed her fourth soul ring on her own when no one noticed. Okay, let's get ready. Let's go back to the academy early while it's still early. Lu Erlong glanced at everyone and said happily. Everyone nodded, their faces full of fatigue, but many of them showed joy. Just as Lu Erlong was about to lead the team to leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked Yi Han with concern. By the way, Xiao Han, aren't you already level 70? Why didn't you mention hunting for spirit rings? Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Han after hearing this. Yi Han shrugged and smiled. Seventh spirit ring, I plan to hunt for 100,000-year spirit ring, but there doesn't seem to be any here, let's talk about it later. This surprised everyone present. Already have 100,000-year spirit ring, but you still plan to continue hunting for 100,000-year spirit ring? Master, Xiao Wu's heart tightened when she heard Yi Han's words. There are not many 100,000-year spirit beasts alive in the world today. If the Master's 8th and 9th soul rings in the future also require a 100,000-year soul beast, will Daming and Erming. Yi Han noticed the abnormality of Xiao Wu beside him, and immediately raised his hand to touch her head. After hearing this, Lu Erlong said no more, nodded and said. In this case, let's go back to the academy directly. Everyone nodded and followed Lu Erlong's footsteps. At this time, Qian Runshui left Ning Fengji's side, walked towards Yi Han, and smiled. Can we talk alone? Qian Runshui's sudden action made everyone present a little confused, including Yi Han. After hearing Qian Runshui's words, everyone consciously moved away from them to leave room for conversation. There was Lu Erlong in the front and Ji Yu Rong in the back, so everyone was not worried about being too far away and encountering danger. Yi Han was very confused. Could it be that Qian Runshui wanted to say something harsh? While thinking, Qian Runshui had already returned to her female voice, and said in a slightly gentle voice. Yi Han, what force do you belong to now? Are you willing to join the Spirit Hall? Yi Han didn't know what Qian Runshui was thinking for a moment, and then smiled. Oh, invite me to join the Spirit Hall. Don't you care about what happened last night? Qian Runshui recalled what happened last night, and she couldn't help but feel pain, and then she said charmingly. As long as you are willing to join the Spirit Hall, we can write off what happened last night, but... Yi Han was puzzled, but didn't speak, and continued to wait for her to finish. Qian Runshui paid attention to Yi Han's expression, and then continued. But in addition to joining the Spirit Hall, you have to become my man. When Yi Han heard this, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He remembered that although Qian Runshui in the novel was a love-brained woman, she was not a casual and dissolute woman. Seeing his doubt, Qian Runshui smiled charmingly. We are both inheritors of gods, and both are chosen by heaven. Isn't it good to be together? Besides, weren't you trying to get me last night? After listening to this, Yi Han finally understood why Qian Runshui suddenly changed. It turned out that he accidentally let it slip last night and she heard it. Okay, Yi Han nodded and agreed. The other party has taken the initiative, and if he still doesn't agree, wouldn't he be stupid? Yi Han, I believe we will meet again soon, hehe. Qian Runshui was very satisfied with Yi Han's answer, smiled with her lips, and then slowly walked away. As Qian Runshui walked away, a system voice suddenly sounded in Yi Han's mind. Open black lens bracket the content of the 10th test of the evil god, suppress Zhongzhu. Close black lens bracket. Zhongzhu, isn't that a female student carefully trained by Lu Erlong? Chapter 33, 29.5%. At night, in the dark night sky, a crescent moon hangs above. The cold moonlight sprinkles down, covering the entire land with a layer of silver gauze. After half a day's journey, everyone has returned to Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu, Ning, Rongrong and other girls fell asleep contentedly after being fed by Yi Han. Yi Han was lying on the bed at this time. While gently stroking the belly of Xiao Wu who was sleeping in his arms, he fell into deep thought. It has been a few days since I came to Lanba Academy, but I have never seen Zhongzhu. Let's go ask Lu Erlong. It's a good opportunity to study the writing of Kun with her. Yi Han muttered to himself, got up and put on his clothes, and rushed to Lu Erlong's residence. From a distance, Lu Erlong's residence was still lit, and she should not have rested. As Yi Han walked into the house, he heard the voices of two women talking from inside. One of them was from Lu Erlong, and the other was a strange voice, very pleasant to the ear. Yi Han felt confused and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. The knocking sound was particularly clear in the quiet night. The conversation in the room stopped abruptly, and then Lu Erlong's puzzled voice came. It's so late, who could it be? Teacher Erlong, I'll go and see. The pleasant voice in the room said so. Yi Han stood outside the door, waiting quietly. After a while, the door was gently opened. A slender figure appeared in his sight. Yi Han's eyes were attracted at once. This figure looked about the same age as Yi Lingling Dugayan. She looked soft and wore a green and white miniskirt. The most eye-catching thing was her mature body. The big part is definitely not small, and the round part is definitely not flat. A pair of long legs with snowflakes exposed in the air is extremely attractive. You are. Yi Han stared at her attractive body, and doubts arose in his heart. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered that she might be Zhongzhu. Zhongzhu, a female student carefully trained by Lu Erlong. At the age of only 19, she has reached the 35th level of Soul Master. Her martial soul is a healing scepter, and her strength is also top-notch among her peers. While Yi Han greedily stared at Zhongzhu, Zhongzhu was also staring at Yi Han. Zhongzhu looked at Yi Han's dress and immediately guessed that he was the Yi Han mentioned by Teacher Erlong. Thinking of this, Zhongzhu's eyes flashed with surprise, and then smiled slightly, saying, Junior brother Yi Han, are you here to see Teacher Erlong? Yi Han looked at Zhongzhu, and his eyes flashed with surprise and amazement. Unexpectedly, Zhongzhu actually knew that he was Yi Han. He did not expect Zhongzhu to be so beautiful, even more beautiful than he imagined. After Yi Han looked at Zhongzhu, he pretended to be confused and said, Oh, I came to see Teacher Erlong to discuss something, who are you? At this time, Lu Erlong in the room also saw that it was Yi Han who came, and immediately stood up and walked out, introducing. This is my most outstanding student, Zhongzhu. When Yi Han heard this, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes, and he pretended to be respectful. Hello, senior sister Zhongzhu, I have heard of you for a long time, but I didn't expect that you are more beautiful than I imagined. Zhongzhu blushed slightly when she heard this, and she was shy and didn't know how to answer. Seeing this, Lu Erlong quietly threw a coquettish eye at Yi Han and smiled. Xiaohan, it's so late, you come to see me, is there something important? Yi Han's eyes unconsciously glanced at Zhongzhu. A hint of heat flashed in his eyes, but he didn't speak. Zhongzhu felt Yi Han's gaze, her face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head. Lu Erlong saw this and thought it was Zhongzhu who was there. He was too embarrassed to say anything and immediately smiled and said, Xiaozhu, you go back first. I still need to consider the team for the Soul Master competition. Zhongzhu nodded immediately after hearing this. Yi Han was stunned when he heard what Lu Erlong said. It turned out that Zhongzhu came to Lu Erlong to discuss participating in the Soul Master competition. Just when Zhongzhu stole a glance at Yi Han and wanted to leave, Yi Han suddenly said, Senior Zhongzhu, please stay. Zhongzhu paused after hearing this, turned around with some doubts, and looked at Yi Han. Yi Han smiled slightly and said to Lu Erlong, Teacher Erlong, let's go in and talk together. Lu Erlong was stunned for a moment, not knowing why Yi Han kept Zhongzhu, but didn't say much. The three walked into the house. The lights in the house sprinkled on the two of them. It covered them with a warm halo. As soon as he sat down, Yi Han proposed the team members who would participate in the Soul Master competition. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Duguyan, Yi Lingling, Zhangzhu, and finally himself. Lu Erlong frowned quickly after this suggestion. She actually didn't want Yi Han to participate in this Soul Master competition. After all, he is now a Soul Saint with a 100,000-year soul ring. It is estimated that the opponent will admit defeat before the fight even starts. If so, how can other little guys gain experience? But Yi Han had already proposed it, so Lu Erlong did not refuse. Well, let's arrange it as you said. Lu Erlong smiled and nodded in agreement, but her eyes could not help but glance at Zhangzhu. After Zhangzhu looked at her, she felt extremely disappointed. She came here this time because she hoped that teacher Erlong would not let Yi Han participate. If Yi Han participated, she would not get any battle gains in this Soul Master competition. Yi Han saw Zhangzhu's lost expression and vaguely guessed something. He immediately took out a fairy grass suitable for Zhangzhu from the panlong ring and handed it to her, saying, "Zhangzhu, this fairy grass is called Luo tulip. It is of great help to auxiliary soul masters like you. Please accept it." Zhangzhu was shocked and couldn't believe it. The news of Yi Han's fairy grass had already spread in the academy. The Luo tulip in front of her was the most widely spread. The daughter of the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, after taking it, her martial soul evolved directly. "It's too expensive, I can't accept it." Zhangzhu was so scared that she stood up instantly and didn't dare to accept it. Yi Han forcefully stuffed it into her hand and asked her to keep it secret. Lu Erlong looked at this scene and remembered something while being shocked. On the way to the Sunset Forest, Ning Fengji learned that the reason for Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolution was the fairy grass. From time to time, he asked Yi Han if there was any more fairy grass, and Yi Han directly denied it every time. But now he took out the same one and gave it to Zhangzhu. What would Ning Fengji do if she knew? Under Yi Han's strong pressure, Zhangzhu accepted the fairy grass and said with a red face, "Junior brother Yi Han, thank you so much. I really don't know how to thank you." Yi Han smiled evilly, then took her into his arms and said evilly, "Then how about you pledge yourself to me?" Ah! Zhangzhu was stunned when she heard what Yi Han said. But she was surprised and didn't refuse. She nodded and said softly, "Okay." She actually admired Yi Han when she knew his strength. At this moment, Yi Han actually took the initiative to make this request, and she naturally couldn't miss it. Yi Han was overjoyed when he heard it. He directly picked her up and walked to the bed beside him. "Ah, teacher Erlong is still here, we can't, Zhangzhu tried to stop him in a panic, but unexpectedly Yi Han had already started. All this happened so fast that Lu Erlong barely reacted at this time. She wanted to stop him but it was too late. Zhangzhu had already agreed, so she had to let him go. One was her favorite student, and the other was the man she loved deeply. What else could she do? Chapter 34. The next morning, it was rainy. The sky was covered with dark clouds, thick and gloomy. The rain kept dripping, washing everything. Ding, ding ding, ding. The small raindrops fell on the rubble of the eaves, making a crisp and pleasant sound. The system sound, accompanied by the sound of these raindrops, sounded in Yi Han's mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Complete the 10th test of the evil god and get a reward package close black lens bracket. Reward package, soul ring age soaring 30,000 years card. The age of any soul ring is increased by 30,000 years. Fully equipped 10,000 year soul bone gift package. Directly get 6 10,000 year soul bones suitable for any martial soul. Yi Han woke up when he heard the voice. I never thought that the reward for suppressing the Crimson Pearl was actually quite good. A fully equipped 10,000 year soul bone suitable for any martial soul is no worse than a 100,000 year soul ring. However, the soul bone he wanted must be at least 100,000 years old. Who should this fully equipped 10,000 year soul bone be given to? At this moment, a soft and delicate body suddenly rushed over. After recovering from his shock, he found that the woman who rushed into his arms was Zhangzhu. Yi Han wondered why she was so excited all of a sudden, and Lu Erlong explained. It turned out that the two girls woke up very early. Then, under the guidance of Lu Erlong, Zhangzhu took the fairy grass. After taking the fairy grass, Zhangzhu not only soared to level 6 in soul power, but also evolved in martial arts. The martial arts evolved from the original healing scepter to the holy healing scepter, that was not much worse than the 9 treasure glazed tower. After understanding this, Yi Han smiled and said, "Then when the rain stops, I will take you to hunt for the 4th soul ring. I just got a card with a 30,000-year soaring age. I can do the same as last time, hunting a 70,000-year soul beast and making a 100,000-year soul ring." Okay. Jiangsu nodded in agreement immediately after hearing this. Lu Erlong watched with satisfaction and said nothing. At this time, another system voice sounded in Yi Han's mind. Open black lens bracket the content of the 11th test of the evil god, suppress Xiao Wu. Close black lens bracket. Hee. Yi Han's mouth curled up immediately, revealing a sly smile. It will be the day to participate in the Soul Master competition soon. Then I can see Xiao Wu, and I must suppress her severely. However, who should I give the fully equipped 10,000-year soul bone I just got? It's not possible to give it to Qian Runshui, because she already has a fully equipped soul bone, and it is an inherited angel god-equipped soul bone. Then I can only choose one from Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Lingling, Du Guyan, and Jiangsu. At the same time, in the south of Sodo City, Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaogang looked at the pouring rain, helpless that he couldn't train today. That's right, since Tang San and his friends left Blue Tyrant Academy, they have returned here. Shrek should have closed down, but under Flanders's deception, Qin Ming took out all his savings and resumed the operation of the academy. Originally, he wanted to recruit 3 more freshmen to form a new Shit Lake 7 monsters. But the little punk was so smelly that everyone who wanted to come ran away. Big Shit had to train the Shit Lake 4 monsters every day, hoping that the 4 of them would make a splash in the Soul Master competition. Alas, Yu Xiaogang sighed, turned and walked towards Tang San's residence, wanting to see her. When he just arrived at Tang San's residence, he suddenly heard vomiting from inside. Yu Xiaogang was afraid that Tang San was in trouble, so he immediately pushed the door open. Tang San was startled and hurriedly covered up his vomiting. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaogang grabbed her and asked anxiously, "Xiao San, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable because of overtraining these days?" As he spoke, Yu Xiaogang began to use his soul power to check, and Tang San couldn't stop him. After a round of examination, Yu Xiaogang was shocked and trembling all over. Xiao San was actually pregnant. The vomiting now was morning sickness. Could it be caused by what he did that day? When Tang San saw that Dashi had found out, he immediately looked depressed. He immediately told her about the day when he tracked Dugu Bo. Dugu Bo fed her with poop grass and turned her into a woman. Then Dugu Bo caught a wild boar and gave her to. Now Tang San was sure that the fetus in his belly was from a wild boar soul beast. Yu Xiaogang heard it and immediately understood why Tang San suddenly became a woman. But what he cared about at the moment was not this, but the child in his belly. How could a soul beast and a human being who had not yet transformed have a child together? At this moment, Xiao San had forgotten what happened with him that day, so he mistakenly thought that this was the soul beast's child. Therefore, this child must be his, Yu Xiaogang's. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but get excited. He had a child. Tang San did not notice Yu Xiaogang's expression at this moment, and said very disappointedly, "Teacher, what should I do now? I don't know what to do." After hearing this, Yu Xiaogang immediately said happily, "Xiao San, give birth to the child, he is our child." What? Tang San was shocked to hear that the child in his belly was a big shit. "Yu Xiaogang, you have already killed yourself." Then, Yu Xiaogang began to explain and told what happened that day. However, he distorted the facts and said that he was forced by Dugu Bo. After hearing this, Tang San's head was about to explode, and his hatred for Dugu Bo became even deeper. Tang San could not accept this fact, and his eyes turned red. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang was afraid that his child was gone, so he quickly played the victim. He exaggerated the reason why Lu Erlong drove them away. Perhaps it was because he became a woman and became emotional. At this moment, Tang San was actually soft-hearted when he heard Dashi was so miserable. Yu Xiaogang felt the change in Tang San's mood, and immediately hugged Tang San's waist and cried in her arms. "Woo, Xiao San, it's the teacher who is sorry for you, the teacher really did it on purpose." Listening to Dashi's sincere crying, Tang San couldn't help but recall Dashi's teachings to him for so many years. These memories made him unforgettable for life, and he couldn't hate Dashi at all, so he gently hugged back and left. It was this hug that made Yu Xiaogang feel the softness of that day, and he couldn't help it. Xiao San, be my woman, give birth to our child. As he said, he threw Tang San directly on the bed. Old teacher, what are you doing? Tang San was shocked and struggled to resist. But he was pressed down by Dashi's claws and swam to the fruit. As Yu Xiaogang was doing it, he said affectionately, Xiao San, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, you can only be mine. No, Tang San fought back desperately. But somehow, she couldn't even exert a single bit of strength. Perhaps Yu Xiaogang's pitiful behavior just now moved her, making her unable to do anything to him. Gradually, Tang San also gave up struggling and explained Yu Xiaogang's shameless request. Perhaps the noise was too loud, and Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai and Oscar next door heard the noise. The three of them came in with puzzled faces, and looked at everything happening in the house from outside the door in shock. After 3 seconds, Yu Xiaogang was done. Tang San also fell asleep contentedly. Looking at the beautiful Tang San sleeping soundly, Yu Xiaogang secretly made up his mind. He must do his best to train Tang San and let Tang San make a splash in the Soul Master competition. After thinking about it, Yu Xiaogang covered Tang San with a blanket, then turned around and left to prepare for the training later. Shortly after Yu Xiaogang left, the three people who had just peeked walked in and lifted Tang San's blanket. After confirming that Tang San was indeed a woman, the three of them looked at each other and showed evil smiles. Who should I give the full equipped 10,000-year soul bone to? The author plans to give it to Xiao Wu, after all, she is pregnant. Chapter 35, Time flies. A few months later. Today is the day of the Soul Master competition. This competition is what almost all Soul Masters look forward to. Therefore, Yi Lingling and the other girls are extremely excited today. Lu Erlong looked at these excited little guys and said solemnly, let's go to the Tiando City competition area to participate in the Soul Master competition. Everyone followed happily after hearing this. But Xiao Wu was the only one who was unhappy. She held Yi Han's arm tightly and didn't want to leave. Good boy. Yi Han noticed that Xiao Wu was abnormal, so he gently touched her head and said gently, didn't we agree that this competition will never hurt you and your baby in your arms? Xiao Wu was willing to follow Yi Han after hearing what her master said, but she was still very worried. Seeing her like this, Yi Han was also helpless. Counting the days of Xiao Wu's pregnancy, it has been several months, and her belly is bulging. As the pregnancy time increased, Xiao Wu became more and more sensitive and always worried. During this period, Yi Han successfully hunted the 7th soul ring and was 19 years old. Combined with the 30,000-year card, the 7th soul ring of the first martial soul reached 100,000 years. Not only did he obtain the true body of the Emperor Flame martial soul, but he also obtained 2 new soul skills. The first soul skill of the 7th soul ring, Bone Spirit Cold Fire, bursting with ice power, making the battlefield form a double layer of ice and fire. The second soul skill of the 7th soul ring, Turtle Spirit Earth Fire, condensing a giant turtle covered with fire thorns, with extreme defense. In addition, during this period, the Fallen Heart Flame was used to assist the women in accelerating their cultivation. Except for the sensitive Xiao Wu, the women's soul power increased by 2 levels in just 1 month. With the help of the Fallen Heart Flame, their own soul power level increased by 3 levels in a row, reaching the terrifying level 73. The preliminary round of the Tiando Empire Soul Master competition was held at the Tiando City Great Soul Fighting Arena. As the grandest Soul Master competition in the Soul Master world, it attracts more than just the attention of Soul Masters. From the royal family to the common people, they all regard this competition as the grandest day. At this time, the Tiando Great Soul Fighting Arena is the center. Almost 1/3 of Tiando City is a scene of thousands of people. This shows how attractive this Soul Master competition is to people. Wow, so many people. Everyone followed Lu Erlong to the outside of the Great Soul Fighting Arena, and Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaimed. Looking east and west, this is the first time she has seen such a crowded scene. Others are similar, except Xiao Wu, who doesn't like this kind of excitement now, and holds Yi Han tightly. At this time, all the male eyes around are instantly attracted. Because, For this college competition, Rongrong specially customized exquisite and beautiful team uniforms. Xiao Wu and other girls are already beautiful, and with this beautiful team uniform, they are simply male killers. Oh my god, this is too beautiful. These beauties are like goddesses descending to earth. Which academy's team is this? There is only one man, isn't that man too lucky? The surrounding males were talking about it, and they were envious and jealous of Yi Han. Xiao Wu heard these voices and held Yi Han's arm more tightly, very scared. Rongrong vaguely guessed Xiao Wu's situation, and urged the women with a little seriousness. Okay, let's go in quickly, there may be fewer people inside. After that, everyone walked into the big fighting spirit arena and went to the waiting area for the participating teams. When they walked into the waiting area for the participating teams, everyone found that it was very spacious. There were dozens of open areas here for various Soul Master academies to wait and rest. Yi Han glanced at the academy teams present and found that they were all unknown teams. Chuo, Tianshui, etc., these more well-known academy teams have not yet arrived. As they entered, the eyes of all the males in the college teams moved towards them. Seeing the beauty of Zhu Zhuqing and other girls, the males in the college teams were all moved. But the girls ignored these disgusting guys, and instead looked at Yi Han in an ambiguous way. This scene made the males in the college teams angry. Some wretched guys stood up and wanted to go and cause trouble for Yi Han. But before these wretched guys could make a move, they were pulled back by their partners with panicked faces. Damn it, why are you stopping me? One of the wretched guys yelled at his partner. But the partner murmured in a panic. Are you looking for death? That's the team of Lanba College, and that man is the rumored Yi Han. When the wretched guy heard this, his face turned pale with fear. He is Yi Han. Then, he collapsed to the ground, and a pool of yellow liquid flowed out. He was actually scared to pee. Hearing this, the people around him were sweating coldly. Who is Yi Han? Now this name has already resounded throughout the Tiando Empire. At the age of only 19, he has already reached the amazing Soul Saint level and has a 100,000-year soul ring. Yi Han glanced at the waist coldly, and then followed Rongrong to the rest seat and sat down. Not long after sitting down, a team walked in not far away. The team was very ostentatious, walking swaggeringly, and seemed to not take the team's present seriously. Kangwei College. Yi Han glanced and recognized them at a glance. When the members of the Kangwei College team came in, they began to look around. When they saw the beauty on Yi Han's side, their eyes suddenly lit up and revealed greed. Captain, look, there are so many beauties over there. At the same time, some of them also noticed Xiao Wu. When they saw Xiao Wu's bulging belly, they immediately said obscenely. Oh my, there is another one with a big belly, young, looks so innocent on the surface, but she must be very coquettish behind the scenes. This surprised all the college teams present before, and their eyes fell on Yi Han. Rongrong and other girls were about to stand up for Xiao Wu, but were preempted by a calm angry voice. Whose dog is not tied up with a rope? As soon as these words fell, all the members of the Kangwei College team were immediately angry and roared together. Who scolded? Stand up. Yi Han touched Xiao Wu's head, then slowly stood up. At the same time, the Emperor Yan martial soul was instantly activated, and 7 soul rings emerged. Black, 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 red, red. In an instant, the terrifying aura swept in all directions. At this moment, silence is better than sound, and all the sounds present disappeared. Not only the Kangwei Academy team, but all the academy teams present were dumbfounded. Although they had heard of Yi Han's strength, they had only heard that Yi Han had a 100,000-year spirit ring. But now, Yi Han has 2 100,000-year spirit rings. 2 100,000-year spirit rings. The legs of all the members of the Kangwei Academy team were weak and trembling, full of shock and disbelief. At this time, they finally had a teammate recognize Yi Han, and remembered the fate of teacher Yi Ziqiu. All kneel down, kowtow and apologize. Yi Han looked at them coldly, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. All the members of the Kangwei Academy team immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to apologize after hearing what he said. Just as they kowtowed, an old man slowly walked in from outside. The team that was closer to the door recognized the old man at a glance and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. It's the Soul Saint teacher of Kangwei Academy, Xin Yan. Chapter 36, 32.1%. What are you doing? An old man walked in slowly from outside. When he saw the 7 students kneeling on the ground, he roared. Hearing this voice, the 7 people kneeling on the ground turned their heads and looked as if they saw a savior. The attention of everyone present was also attracted by the old man's voice at this time. Some younger juniors did not recognize him, but the teacher's generation was shocked. The old man's name was Xin Yan, a 7-ring soul saint with an extremely sinister and cruel personality. When Yi Han heard the dog barking, he also looked in the direction of the sound, and then showed a disdainful expression. Haha, the dog owner is finally here. This made the 7 people kneeling on the ground ashamed and angry. When Xin Yan heard this, he immediately understood that his students were being picked on. The next breath, Xin Yan left the 7 students with an angry look and stared at Yi Han. But when he saw the soul ring configuration on Yi Han, his legs suddenly softened. 5 black 10,000-year soul rings. 2 red 100,000-year soul rings. Such a soul ring configuration is unprecedented in the history of Douluo. After Xin Yan was shocked, he immediately suppressed his anger and stepped forward, saying with a little respect, "I am Xin Yan, their teacher. May I ask what mistakes my students made?" Yi Han glanced at him with disdain, then closed his eyes and said coldly, "7 dogs kneeling on the ground, tell your master what mistakes you made." The 7 people from the Kangwei Academy team on the ground heard what he said, and hurriedly looked at Xin Yan and said, Teacher Shi, we provoked them first. We know we were wrong." When Xin Yan heard that it was his students who made the mistake first, he immediately felt ashamed. After hearing what the 7 dogs said, Yi Han slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xin Yan, saying in a cold voice, "Your dog is not tied up properly, what should I do?" Xin Yan's face suddenly darkened, and he clenched his fists and said, "What do you want?" Yi Han had no expression on his face and said in a cold voice, "Kneel down and apologize." When these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Especially the people of the teacher's generation, they admired Yi Han's courage. Although Yi Han and Xin Yan were both 7-ring soul saints, Xin Yan's Kanmeng martial soul was very special. With his special martial soul, most soul Douluos would not be his opponents. Although Yi Han's soul ring configuration was high, if he really fought with Xin Yan, the result was really hard to say. "You are bullying me too much." Xin Yan felt endless humiliation and roared angrily. In an instant, the surrounding environment became dark and depressing. 7 soul rings suddenly burst out from Xin Yan's body. Seeing this, Xiao Wu immediately hid in the arms of Ning Rongrong beside her in fear. Zhu Zhuqing and other women protected Xiao Wu behind them, fearing that the fetus in her belly would be disturbed. Rongrong was furious when she saw this scene, and quickly came to Yi Han. Then, a flame dragon emitting a sacred aura suddenly appeared behind her. With the appearance of Rongrong's martial spirit, everyone present was shocked again. Isn't Rongrong a mutated fire dragon? Why is this dragon emitting a sacred aura now? Level 85 Soul Douluo. Xin Yan was shocked and a little flustered. After not seeing each other for a few years, Rongrong is already a level 85 Soul Douluo. Rongrong looked at Xin Yan in anger and said angrily, "Xin Yan, do you still want to fight here?" Xin Yan heard this and angrily retracted his martial spirit, and said coldly to the 7 people on the ground, "Let's go." The 7 people were slightly stunned, and then asked anxiously, "Teacher Shi, are we not going to participate in the competition?" Xin Yan ignored the 7 people and turned to walk towards the gate. Seeing this, the 7 people looked at each other and had to crawl up and follow. Stop! Just when Xin Yan was about to walk out of the gate, Yi Han's cold voice suddenly resounded throughout the venue. Everyone present was shocked, including Rongrong. Rongrong turned around and wanted to calm Yi Han, but Yi Han had already spoken. "Did I allow you to leave?" When Xin Yan heard this, the anger that had been suppressed suddenly broke out. "Arrogant boy, you're looking for..." As he just opened his mouth, Yi Han had already unleashed 2 soul bone skills towards him. First, the second skill of the right leg soul bone, explosive step. Second, the first skill of the right arm soul bone, 8 extreme collapse. Therefore, before Xin Yan finished speaking, he felt a palm strike hard on his back. Bang! Yi Han angrily spat out the last word of the move, and the power in his palm completely burst out. The powerful and terrifying force seemed to penetrate Xin Yan's body. A bloody handprint appeared behind him, and he was suddenly hit and collapsed to the ground, fainting. Teacher. The 7 members of the Kangwei Academy team were so frightened that they hurried to help. Everyone present gasped in shock. One move directly knocked the 7-ring soul saint unconscious, so terrifying. Is that a soul bone skill? Some people even saw that it was a soul bone and were shocked. Soul bones are so rare, Yi Han not only has them, but they are also so powerful. Yi Han looked at the 7 members of the Kangwei Academy coldly and said coldly, "Take your master and get out." The 7 people dared not say anything more, and nodded desperately and fled with the unconscious Xin Yan. The people present were all shocked by this scene and dared not speak. Seeing this, Lu Erlong hurried to Yi Han's side, pulled him with a concerned face, and said anxiously, "Xiao Han, how can you be so impulsive? If you alarm the organizer of the competition, it will be bad." The people present naturally understood after hearing this. There is no order without rules. It is illegal to act privately here. Seeing that Lu Erlong cared about him so much, Yi Han raised his hand and touched her beautiful face, and said with a smile, "Who asked them to cause trouble first?" Lu Erlong held Yi Han's hot hand, worried. Seeing this, the people present were stunned. Lu Erlong was famous for her hot temper. How could she be as gentle as a young wife in front of Yi Han? Yi Han ignored the people present and pulled Lu Erlong to Xiao Wu. Seeing Yi Han coming back, Xiao Wu threw herself into her arms with a face full of grievance, and tears almost flowed from her eyes. "Be good, it's okay." Yi Han hugged Xiao Wu and gently stroked her belly to comfort her. This scene immediately made the people present understand that the fetus in the belly was Yi Han's seed. At this time, a large number of footsteps came from outside. The attention of the people present was attracted. Even Yi Han's eyes were attracted and he looked towards the gate. A large number of people came in from outside. They were teams from other colleges. Exotic Beast, Blazing Fire, Divine Wind, Sky Water, Elephant Armor, etc., were all well-known teams. Yi Han looked at these teams and his eyes immediately fell on those beauties. Huo Wu, Meng Yiren, Shui Binger, Shui Yue, etc., a large number of beauties, too many to look at. The eyes of these college teams unconsciously fell on Yi Han at this moment. When they came in just now, they had already seen Xin Yan's end. Judging from the remaining breath on Xin Yan's body, that handwriting was from Yi Han's hand. Before these college teams could observe Yi Han in detail, a foul smell came from outside. Instantly, everyone present felt sick. Everyone turned their heads and found that 7 people came in from outside. The leaders were 2 middle-aged men and a young man. Behind the 3 of them, there were 4 people wearing ugly green clothes. Big shit, little jerk. Yi Han recognized them at a glance and slowly pinched his nose. Teacher Qin Ming, Yi Lingling and Du Guyan were a little excited to see Qin Ming. But it was too smelly, so they gave up the idea of going over. Tang San also noticed the situation on Yi Han's side at this moment. When she saw that Xiao Wu was pregnant with a big belly like herself, she was furious. Before she could get angry, a voice came through the soul guide. The competition has officially begun. All college teams please enter immediately. Chapter 37. All the teams from the colleges, please enter immediately. The notification sound of the soul guide came. In the waiting area for the participating teams, all the teams started to move. At this moment, they didn't care about Tang San's nausea and passed by him. Seeing that all the teams left, Lu Erlong looked at everyone and motioned to follow. Seeing this, Yi Han and Ning Rongrong and other girls followed Lu Erlong's footsteps. When passing by the Shrek team, Yi Han found that Tang San was pregnant. Tisk tisk, I don't know if it's from a flame wild boar or a big shit. Yi Han mocked in his heart, it would be fun if he gave birth to a flame piglet. Xiao Wu saw Tang San, without any emotion, just holding Yi Han tightly. Tang San saw this scene and couldn't help but feel angry and his eyes turned red. At this moment, the stench around him instantly soared to a higher level, and the stench was overwhelming. Du Guyan and Yi Lingling wanted to say hello to Qin Ming when they passed by the Shrek team. But the sudden rise of the stench made them give up and glared at Tang San with disgust. Qin Ming saw that the 2 former students did not even say hello to him, and knew that it was Tang San's fault. He was also helpless at this moment, looking at Tang San, who made Tang San so smelly that others dared not approach him. Yi Han and Zhu Zhuqing and other girls followed Lu Erlong. When they came to the official area of the stadium, everyone's eyes lit up. The huge and open square was surrounded by countless cheering spectators. In front of the central venue was a rostrum with a golden background. Behind the rostrum was the renovated VIP area, which was extremely gorgeously decorated. Yi Han looked around, and then cast his eyes on the most gorgeous VIP area. In the lower row of the VIP seats, there were 4 people, Prince Xuexing and 3 teaching committee members of the Royal Academy. The top 3 people were the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, Ning Fengji, and the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. After seeing that there was no difference from the novel, Yi Han's eyes fell back to the front. The teams that entered in front had already arranged in a neat formation in the center of the venue. Every time a college team entered, there was a special MC on the rostrum to introduce them. When the Blue Tyrant College team, to which Yi Han and the girls belonged, was introduced, the whole audience was shocked. What? Are you kidding? That kid is only 19 years old, but he has reached the level of Soul Saint 70. A Soul Saint with a 100,000-year soul ring. What kind of monster is this? Yi Han's information was undoubtedly explosive, and the whole audience was shocked and disgust. The noble figures on the rostrum were also shocked by this. Just when everyone was still shocked, an extremely foul smell suddenly came. Ugh! What's going on? What's that smell? So stinky, ugh! Why does it smell like shit? Ugh! Instantly, the audience who were cheering and jumping for joy felt nauseous. The eyes of everyone present turned to the source of the stench. 2 middle-aged men and a young man came with 4 teenagers in green clothes. As they came, the stench became stronger, making everyone nauseous. The MC also tried to suppress his nausea and introduced the Shrek team to everyone. Shit rebels, what the hell, a team that plays with shit. Fuck, it's so disgusting, get them out. The audience shouted and cursed, casting disgusted eyes at the Shrek team. The people of the Shrek team also felt extremely embarrassed and humiliated, and felt ashamed. At this moment, some of the audience with a keen sense of smell also found that the source of the stench was Tang San. It's her, it's the blue-haired girl with a big belly. With a loud shout, everyone's eyes fell on Tang San. Damn it, she's not pregnant with a piece of shit, is she? Oh my god, she didn't have a deep exchange with a piece of big shit, and got pregnant with a piece of small shit, right? Everyone was talking about it, causing Yu Xiaoging's face to change drastically. All of them have already met their end. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, muttering angrily, and the surroundings became even more foul. The sudden rise in the stench caused many of the audience to collapse directly to the ground, foaming at the mouth. On the VIP stage, the faces of those noble figures became gloomy, which was simply a shame for the Heaven Do Empire. Someone come! The Emperor Shui Yi of the Tian Do Empire shouted angrily, but was stopped by Ning Fengji. Your Majesty, we don't seem to have a rule that special spirits cannot participate in the competition. It may not be appropriate to expel them directly. Let's warn them first. After hearing this, Emperor Shui Yi was angry but helpless, and waved to the MC. After all, it would affect the reputation of the empire to drive the other party away without violating the rules. Seeing this, the MC immediately announced to the audience. The odor emitted by the Shrek team members seriously affected the order of the game and the audience experience. We give the Shit Lake team a warning. If a similar situation occurs again, they will be directly disqualified. The Shrek team members were dissatisfied when they heard the decision. But they could only accept it helplessly. Tang San tried to minimize the smell and stay calm. This decision made the audience very dissatisfied. They came to watch the game, not to smell shit. Without waiting for the audience to get angry, the MC quickly arranged to start the game. The first round of the preliminaries was drawn by lottery, and 2 teams were drawn for the first game. Since this game was the first game, the losing side was directly eliminated and did not qualify for the second game. The first game of the preliminaries, the Blazing Academy team versus the Blue Tyrant Academy team. As soon as this voice fell, the attention of all the audience present was diverted, and they immediately boiled. At this moment, they were extremely looking forward to whether Yi Han, the captain of the Blue Tyrant Academy team, was as terrifying as the introduction. When the Blazing Academy team heard this, all the members looked heavy and desperate. The other academy teams also cast regretful expressions at them. Alas, it seems that among the nearly 30 teams, the Blazing Academy team, which ranks in the top 10 in strength, has been eliminated. Yes, Yi Han from Lanba Academy is so awesome that he killed the 7-ring Soul Saint Shi Nian in one blow. What can Blazing Academy do to beat him? These words fell into the ears of the Blazing Academy team, making them ready to admit defeat immediately. But Xiao Wu, the captain of the Blazing Academy team, raised her jade feet, stomped on the ground fiercely, and said angrily, "Losing on the field is more glorious than admitting defeat. We will never admit defeat." After saying this, Xiao Wu walked directly to the competition field. Seeing this, the other members of the Blazing Academy team had no choice but to go on the field. Seeing this, Yi Han gently stroked Xiao Wu's belly, talked a few words, and went on the field alone. What? This kid is going to play alone. This kid wants to fight 7 people alone. Too arrogant. Arrogant as hell. He is Yi Han, the one with a 100,000-year soul ring. Amid the shocked eyes of everyone present, Yi Han disappeared. All the members of the Blazing Academy team were stunned, looking around like headless flies. Without waiting for them to react, the players except Xiao Wu flew out of the competition venue. At this moment, Yi Han also appeared in front of Xiao Wu, facing her face to face, shocking her to collapse on the ground. However, Yi Han did not attack her, but took the initiative to bend down, stretched out his big hand to pull her up, and said gently, "Sister Xiao Wu, I didn't scare you, did I?" This powerful and gentlemanly Yi Han made Xiao Wu, who always admired the strong, fall instantly, staring at Yi Han in a daze. Lanba Academy won. At this time, the MC announced the victory of Lanba Academy in shock. All this happened so fast, the whole process took only 3 breaths. It must be fake. He didn't even open his martial spirit. The audience didn't see what happened clearly, and their faces were full of astonishment. After hearing the result, Yi Han played hard to get, pulled Xiao Wu up, and then turned and left. Xiao Wu reacted from her daze at this moment, and kept wondering why Yi Han didn't attack her just now. Was it because he thought she was too weak, or because he thought she was a girl, so he didn't attack her? No, she had to find a chance to ask for clarification. The first game directly eliminated Chuo Academy and did not qualify for the second game. This was to avoid slowing down the plot rhythm, so the original setting was changed. In order to let Xiao Wu join Lanba Academy faster, she was taken down by the protagonist. Chapter 38, Noon is approaching. The sun shines obliquely on the competition field. The competition is still going on the field. The Soul Master competition will not stop for the whole day. The teams of each college can only use the gaps between the competitions to rest and eat. Yi Han's Blue Tyrant College has already held a preliminary match and can leave at any time. But in order to let the girls learn and grow, Lu Erlong asked to watch from morning to now. Lu Erlong looked up and saw that it was noon, so he smiled at everyone. "Let's go, little guys, come back after lunch and continue to watch and learn." Zhu Zhuqing and other girls were fascinated by the game, and when they came to their senses, they found that they were hungry. Yeah, the girls nodded, Yi Han also nodded, and followed Lu Erlong to leave. The Blazing Fire College team was eliminated, and the players had already left, but Xiao Wu had not left yet. When Yi Han and the girls left, Xiao Wu, who had been staying not far away, followed them. Yi Han and the others came to the outside of the stadium together and discussed where to go for dinner nearby. Lu Erlong led the girls in front, while Yi Han and Xiao Wu walked at the back. "Yi Han, stop." Suddenly, a delicate voice came from behind. Yi Han and the others turned their heads and looked, and it was Xiao Wu. The moment Xiao Wu saw Xiao Wu, she frowned and held Yi Han tightly. "It's okay, dear." Yi Han touched Xiao Wu's little head, and then smiled at Xiao Wu who was walking towards her. "Sister Xiao Wu, what can I do for you?" The word, sister, made Xiao Wu feel very uncomfortable, and she held Yi Han tighter. Xiao Wu walked towards them, ignoring the others at all, and looked at Yi Han and said, "I want to talk to you alone." This request made the girls very unhappy. Xiao Wu's tone and attitude were particularly annoying. Ning Rongrong, who was always arrogant, stepped forward, crossed her arms, and said unhappily, "You can talk alone if you want. Just say it if you have anything to say." Xiao Wu frowned slightly when she heard this, and looked at Ning Rongrong with a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. But she ignored Ning Rongrong, continued to stare at Yi Han, and repeated, "I want to talk to you alone." Yi Han looked at Xiao Wu with such eyes, and felt a little satisfied. He immediately grabbed Ning Rongrong and turned to the girls and smiled. You go eat first, I'll stay and talk to her, and I'll be there soon. Although Ning Rongrong and others were dissatisfied, they had to give up when they saw Yi Han say so. Rongrong looked at Xiao Wu, and a hint of vigilance flashed in her eyes. But she didn't say much, nodded, and motioned the girls to go. Although Xiao Wu was reluctant, she was pulled by Ning Rongrong to follow Rongrong. Soon, only Yi Han and Xiao Wu were left. Okay, now it's just the two of us. What can I do for you? Yi Han smiled at Xiao Wu, looking at her greedily. Xiao Wu's hair was tied into short strands of red silk. She had an extremely delicate face. Her appearance might be slightly worse than Ning Rongrong and the others. However, this extremely hot devil figure was about 60% of Zhu Zhuqing's. A red dress outlined her seductive, plump and soft body to the fullest. The pair of plump breasts on her chest were even more wonderful. If they were taken off, it would be a great joy in life. Xiao Wu also heard what Yi Han said at this time, and immediately reached out to pull Yi Han. Hiss! Yi Han was slightly stunned, and felt that Xiao Wu's jade hand was filled with endless heat in the ice, which was very refreshing. Xiao Wu pulled Yi Han to a remote corner, took a deep breath, and said seriously. Yi Han, I ask you, why didn't you attack me in the field? Yi Han smiled slightly and said, is this question important? Xiao Wu nodded immediately. Of course it is important. I want to know if I am an insignificant opponent in your eyes. Yi Han did not answer her anxiously, but pointed to the hand that was held. Seeing this, Xiao Wu immediately took her hand back, her face flushed. Seeing her like this, Yi Han immediately pretended to be serious and said, Of course not, Sister Xiao Wu, you are very good, and you are a very outstanding soul master I have ever seen. Xiao Wu heard this, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. For a moment, not knowing whether what Yi Han said was true or false, she blushed and said, Then why didn't you attack me on the field? Yi Han looked at Xiao Wu's serious look, and his heart moved. Why should I attack you? Xiao Wu was stunned by Yi Han's question. She thought about it and said, Because we are enemies, in the field, the enemy should go all out. Hearing this, Yi Han shook his head and said, Sister Xiao Wu, you are not my enemy. Ah, Xiao Wu was completely stunned, her mind was full of thoughts. Seeing this, Yi Han immediately approached Xiao Wu and said with a wicked smile. You are my woman, what are you talking about? Xiao Wu's heartbeat accelerated at Yi Han's words. She took a step back in panic, trying to cover up her loss of composure. Especially when she felt the masculine aura emanating from Yi Han, her cheeks flushed. Seeing this, Yi Han smiled secretly in his heart, knowing that his words had moved Xiao Wu. He was not in a hurry to pursue the result, but enjoyed this ambiguous atmosphere. Yi Han approached Xiao Wu again and looked into her eyes gently. I want you to be my woman, do you agree? Xiao Wu was moved by Yi Han's eyes. She felt as if she was surrounded by a warm current, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. But she still maintained her reserve and whispered, Don't you have a woman already? Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed, but there was still a trace of expectation in her heart. Seeing this, Yi Han raised a teasing smile. One more, isn't it okay? Xiao Wu's face became even more red when she heard this, and she said angrily. Of course not, ha ha ha. Yi Han laughed, and then his face gradually became cold. He directly pushed Xiao Wu against the wall, bent down and kissed her red lips, and ravaged her. Being suddenly attacked, Xiao Wu's mind was suddenly blank. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yi Han no longer hesitated, and his claws attacked Xiao Wu on the spot. Open black lens bracket ding. Complete the 11th test of the evil god and get a reward package close black lens bracket. Reward package. Soul ring age soaring 50,000 years card. The age of any soul ring is increased by 50,000 years. Soul ring age soaring 50,000 years card. The age of any soul ring is increased by 50,000 years. Just when Yi Han had just finished relaxing, this voice sounded in his mind. 2 soaring age cards, not bad, just enough to make up for the 2 soul rings of the second martial soul. While thinking, Yi Han looked at Xiao Wu who was lying in his arms. Xiao Wu felt ashamed and buried her head in Yi Han's chest. She actually, and Yi Han, in this place. Yi Han gently stroked her pretty face and wanted to speak. And at this moment, a hurried figure flashed from not far away. Yi Han turned around and saw Zhu Zhuqing, who looked flustered. Xiao Wu, you tidy up your dress first. After Yi Han finished speaking, he chased after Zhu Zhuqing, who looked flustered. Zhu Zhuqing turned around and saw Yi Han, and immediately panted anxiously. No, it's bad. We just went to dinner with teacher Erlong, and people from Kangwei Academy took revenge on us on the way. Now everyone is. Before Zhu Zhuqing finished speaking, Yi Han shouted angrily. You dare to touch my woman, you are courting death. Chapter 39. Yi Han's fighting spirit turned into wings, and he took Zhu Zhuqing with him. They flew quickly and soon arrived at the scene of the incident. From a distance, it was a wide alley with no passers-by. 3 middle-aged men were surrounding Lu Erlong and other women. Lu Erlong protected the women behind her, and flashed her soul ring to resist the attacks of the 3 men. The first time Yi Han saw the 3 men, he recognized who they were. The 3 men were Xin Yan, Yi Ziqiu, and a soul Douluo he had never seen before. At this moment, Yi Han's eyes were extremely cold, and a strong murderous intent surged in his heart. The murderous intent seemed to be able to penetrate the body and impact those enemies who dared to hurt his woman. Little cat, you stay here. Yi Han's voice was low and firm, revealing an unquestionable determination. Zhu Zhuqing nodded obediently, believing in Yi Han's strength 100%. Yi Han moved his body and rushed towards the 3 men as fast as a cheetah. He was so fast that he came behind the 3 of them in the blink of an eye. Seeing Yi Han appear, Lu Erlong and the other girls were overjoyed and looked relieved. Damn, what's wrong with their expressions? The 3 people who besieged Lu Erlong were confused when they saw their expressions. Yi Ziqiu turned his head and glanced at them in confusion, and was immediately frightened and fell to the ground. The soul Douluo and Xin Yan, whom Yi Han had never seen, also turned their heads in surprise. Xin Yan was frightened, and the soul Douluo narrowed his eyes and said vigilantly. Are you the Yi Han who has a 100,000-year soul ring and humiliates our students and teachers? Yi Han did not answer in a hurry, staring at the soul Douluo coldly. Immediately afterwards, the Emperor Yan Wuhun was directly activated, and the soul ring configuration slowly emerged. Every time a soul ring fell, the soul Douluo's face was more shocked. 3 ants dared to touch my woman. After the 7 fell, Yi Han's lips moved, coldly mocking. The soul Douluo's face twitched when he heard such arrogant words. Seeing this, Xin Yan immediately stared at Yi Han with a sinister look on his face, and said with a sinister smile. Haha, kid, in the big soul arena. You just took advantage of my unpreparedness to sneak attack me, causing me to faint. You don't have the opportunity to sneak attack this time, and the principal of our Kangwei Academy is here, so your life will be left today. As soon as Xin Yan finished speaking, he burst out his soul skills without martial ethics. The illusion soul skills generated were launched in an instant, and swept towards Yi Han's spiritual sea. Emperor Yan's true body. Yi Han's lips moved, and he spit out 4 words coldly. A huge flame formed by the combination of 22 small flames burst out. The terrifying flame aura directly swallowed the illusion attack, shocking Xin Yan all over. Principal, do it, Xin Yan shouted in fear, and the soul Douluo immediately attacked Yi Han. A cruel arc appeared at the corner of Yi Han's mouth, and a huge sword appeared in his hand. This huge sword is the Chaos Evil God Sword, which is the color of chaos and exudes a strong evil spirit. The sword body exudes chaotic evil spirit, which instantly makes the attacking soul Douluo unable to move. What's going on? The soul Douluo was shocked and couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Even Lu Erlong and other women who were watching on the side were shocked. They have been with Yi Han for so long, but they didn't know that Yi Han had such a trump card. Little soul Douluo, you are not qualified to attack me. After saying that, Yi Han swung the Chaos Evil God Sword fiercely and slashed at the soul Douluo. Where the sword passed, the space was instantly torn apart, making a harsh sound of breaking. Ah! Before the soul Douluo could react, he was cut in half by a sword, blood splattered. At this moment, his soul was absorbed by the Chaos Evil Sword and became an undead. Hiss! Everyone present looked at this scene in horror. Especially Xin Yan and Yi Ziqiu, who fell to the ground, trembling all over. Hurry up, it's your turn to die. Yi Han's cold eyes instantly swept towards Xin Yan, and swung the sword directly at him. Ah! Xin Yan didn't even have a chance to react, and was cut in half by a sword. And just when Yi Han was about to attack Yi Ziqiu, the other party took the lead. Xiao Han, be careful. Master, be careful. The women of Luerlong shouted and wanted to stop Yi Ziqiu. But after the battle just now, they were all injured and could not intercept quickly. Go to hell. Black Turtle Heavy Strike. Yi Ziqiu tried his best to burst out the fifth soul skill and sneak towards Yi Han. Yi Han was ready to resist with disdain, but saw a black shadow and a red shadow flashing over to resist. The black shadow was Zhu Zhuqing, and the red shadow was Xiao Wu, who had just chased after him. Seeing this, Yi Han suddenly reached out with his palm and embraced the two women at the same time. Then the Chaos Evil sword in his hand exploded with power, shattering Yi Ziqiu and sucking away his soul. Yi Han took back the Chaos Evil sword and looked at the two women in his arms with a slightly teasing look. You two, are you so worried about me? Xiao Wu's pretty face suddenly blushed, and she turned aside and said proudly. I didn't. And Zhu Zhuqing changed her previous cold image and took the initiative to hug Yi Han's neck. Yi Han glanced at her and found that there was a crystal tear in her eyes. I don't know if she was scared by these three people before, or because she was too worried about him just now. Okay, little cat. Yi Han touched Zhu Zhuqing's head and then let her go. Then, he looked at Luerlong and the other girls with a worried look on his face, and asked anxiously. How are you? While speaking, he also paid attention to their conditions. Except for Xiao Wu, who was the best protected, all of them were injured. Among them, Luerlong, who was the first to take the lead, was the most seriously injured. Seeing this, Yi Han felt distressed and hurried forward to hug Luerlong. Erlong, it's all my fault for not protecting you well, and letting you get hurt. When Luerlong heard Yi Han's name, her body trembled. In the past, Yi Han always called her, Teacher Erlong. Now this sudden intimate name surprised her a little. I'm fine. Luerlong responded like a little wife, and then said seriously. As a soul Douluo, this little injury is nothing. Let's take a look at these little guys first. As he said, he took the initiative to pull Yi Han to see Yi Lingling and the others. As Yi Han looked at them, they all rushed over. To be honest, the scene just now had frightened them. After all, that was a soul Douluo, a soul saint, and a soul king. Except for Luerlong and Du Guyan, they were all auxiliary soul masters. If Yi Han came later, they would definitely be in trouble. Okay, it's all my fault. Yi Han touched their heads one by one to comfort them, but he couldn't comfort them anymore. Yi Lingling, Du Guyan, Zhangzu, Ning Rongrong, holding four beauties at the same time. Suddenly, Yi Han realized that Xiao Wu was not in his arms. He looked up and found that Xiao Wu was staring at him with tears on her face. Seeing this, Yi Han was immediately distressed and quickly let go of the girls and walked over. As soon as he came to Xiao Wu immediately curled up in Yi Han's arms and cried bitterly. Looking at the aggrieved little rabbit in his arms, Yi Han's magic claws touched her ripe fruit. Xiao Wu looked at Yi Han with a blushing face, secretly cursing her master as a big bad guy in her heart. Yi Han laughed and continued to do so to ease her fear. Since Xiao Wu became pregnant, she has been like a little wife, always aggrieved. Seeing this, the other women were all a little jealous and wanted this treatment. Cough. Luerlong coughed, then looked at Zhangzu and Yi Lingling, and said slightly seriously. Xiaoju, Xiaoling, Rongrong, you should take a rest to recover your soul power and use soul skills to heal your injuries. The women immediately sat down to adjust their breath and recover their soul power. Seeing this, Yi Han immediately swore to the girls. I promise that I will never let this happen again. While speaking, a system voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Open black lens bracket the content of the 12th test of the evil god, suppress the Tianshui Academy team. Close black lens bracket. ... It was night, everyone had almost recovered. After dinner, they went to the accommodation provided by the Great Fighting Spirit Arena. When Yi Han and others arrived, they saw the 7 girls from Tianshui Academy waiting there. The moment the 7 girls from Tianshui Academy saw Yi Han, they immediately walked towards her. Yi Han was confused and a little happy at the same time. Tianshui team, are they offering themselves to us? Chapter 40. The Tianshui Academy team came towards them. Luerlong, Xiao Wu and other girls were alert. Yi Han looked at them greedily with his eyes shining. The 7 girls of the Tianshui team were all dressed in blue. The beautiful girl walking in the front was the captain Shui Binger. Shui Binger had long aqua blue hair, casually scattered behind her. Her figure was round and full, and she looked extremely hot, especially her beautiful legs. Her long and plump legs sparkled with a crystal clear color under the moonlight. An indescribable charm was continuously released from her delicate body, which was extremely tempting. As for Shui Yue beside her, and the other 5 girls, they were all so beautiful and so tempting. The names of these 6 people were Shui Wu, Yu Hero, Shui Yue, Shen Luyu, Ji Yu Qingbo, and Chu Ruoshui. Tisk tisk, it's really mouth-watering, Yi Han secretly praised, and his heart was eager to move. As Shui Binger and the others came over, they were also looking at Yi Han. For Yi Han, a handsome man with strong strength, they were more or less fascinated by him. Therefore, their faces were all slightly flushed at this moment. As she approached, Shui Binger stopped and said politely to Yi Han and others. "Hello, is it convenient for you now? We have something important to ask for, and we want to talk to you." As Shui Binger spoke, there was a bit of pleading in her tone. Lu Erlong was a little wary. After all, she also knew the teammates of other teams. It is understood that Shui Binger in front of her usually has a cold personality. Suddenly speaking in such a tone, it seems that the matter to be discussed is very important to them. Seeing this, Yi Han immediately glanced at Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu and the other girls, and said with a smile. "Erlong, you go back with everyone first, I'll stay and see what's going on." Lu Erlong didn't ask any more questions after hearing this. Take Xiao Wu and the others and go to the residence, leaving Yi Han alone. Seeing this, Shui Binger blushed slightly and said politely to Yi Han. "Hello, we have something important to ask, can you make a decision on behalf of your team?" Yi Han raised his eyebrows, looked at Shui Binger, and then glanced at the other 6 people, and smiled. What's the important matter? Why don't you tell me?" Hearing this, Shui Binger took a deep breath. Seemingly making some kind of psychological preparation, she then opened her red lips slightly. "We hope that in tomorrow's game, your team can deliberately lose to our Tianshui College team." When she said this, there was a bit of pleading and nervousness in her voice. When Yi Han heard this, he was stunned. But he soon remembered that it might be the list of tomorrow's games. The Blue Tyrant team has already won a qualifying match, so it's okay even if they lose one. Yi Han suddenly had an evil idea in his mind, and the corners of his mouth raised a playful arc, and he smiled. "Lose the game, this is something I have never thought about." As he spoke, his eyes moved around Shui Binger and other girls. He blatantly and greedily admired their graceful figures. Seeing this, Shui Binger and others couldn't help but feel a little nervous. They naturally knew that it was very difficult to make someone lose the game deliberately. In order not to embarrass this Tianshui College team, Shui Binger plucked up the courage and continued. "We know that this request is too much, but we still hope you can agree. If you are willing to agree, we are willing to agree to one of your requests." Hearing this, a trace of evil flashed in Yi Han's eyes. Pretending to be embarrassed, he said after a moment of silence. "Well, intentionally losing the game will have a serious impact on the reputation of a team. What about this request?" Hearing this, Shui Binger immediately patted her chest and said, "You can ask for anything, we will do our best to meet it." After hearing this, Yi Han raised a wicked smile. He deliberately lowered his gaze slowly and landed on Shui Binger's plump breasts. He then scanned the equally attractive figures of several other women, with greedy light flashing in his eyes. "Oh, really? Then how do you plan to satisfy me?" Yi Han's tone was full of teasing, as if he was already looking forward to their response. Shui Binger and other women were a little flustered by his naked gaze. Shui Binger took a deep breath and said calmly, "As long as we can do it, anything is fine." Hearing this, a sly look flashed in Yi Han's eyes. On the surface, he continued but pretended to be embarrassed, frowning and said, Are you really willing to pay any price for this request?" Shui Binger and others looked at each other and saw determination in each other's eyes. They are all adults, how could they not know what Yi Han meant? Anyway, Yi Han is handsome and powerful, who can suffer the loss? Shui Binger nodded affirmatively. "Yes, we are all willing, you can ask for anything." Seeing this, Yi Han was secretly delighted. He deliberately hesitated for a moment, and then slowly said, "Hee, Accompany me. Shui Binger and others heard this, and they couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. But having come this far, it was naturally impossible to retreat, and they nodded immediately. You, who do you want among us to accompany you? Yi Han was proud, and immediately walked to Shui Binger, leaned against her ear and exhaled. Only children make choices, I want them all. Shui Binger's face flushed immediately after hearing this. Although she had made preparations in advance, she didn't expect Yi Han to be so excessive. For a moment, she gently bit her red lips, and turned to look at the other sisters at a loss. The other 6 girls all blushed, but there was no obvious refusal. Seeing this, Yi Han was ecstatic, and didn't expect it to be so easy to win. But it's normal to think about it. The Tianshui team is also quite dissolute in the novel. He. Yi Han laughed a few times, suddenly stretched out his hand to hold Shui Binger's slender waist, and said with a smile. Let's go to your residence. Shui Binger and other girls blushed, and there was no way out at this moment. Soon they arrived at the residence of the Tianshui college team. As soon as they walked in, Yi Han slammed the door. With a light of desire flashing in his eyes, he couldn't wait to kiss Shui Binger in his arms. Well, the sudden attack made Shui Binger's delicate body tremble, and a blush appeared on her pretty face instantly. This was her first time to have such close contact with a man, and she didn't know what to do. At this moment, Shui Binger's heart was beating wildly, her brain was blank, and her whole body seemed to be ignited. She didn't expect that this feeling would be so wonderful, beyond all her previous imaginations. Huff. Yi Han hugged Shui Yue tightly, greedily tasting her sweetness. He liked this kind of woman who was aloof and distant in front of outsiders. But in front of him, she was obedient, like a docile and well-behaved kitten. Yi Han. Gradually, Shui Binger fell in love with her. She took the initiative to hug Yi Han's neck with her arms, and indulged in love. As this scene happened, Shui Yue blushed, and her heart was full of expectations. The other 5 members of the Tianshui team looked at each other, smiled at the same time, pulled Shui Yue, and walked towards Yi Han. Chapter 41. One night passed in a flash. Yi Han woke up early and headed back to his residence. Suddenly, a system voice sounded. Open black lens bracket ding. Complete the 12th test of the evil god and get a reward package. Close black lens bracket. Reward package. 100,000 year trunk fighting skill soul bone. Have 2 fighting skills as skills. Soul ring age soaring 60,000 years card. Increase the age of any soul ring by 60,000 years. He. Finally the good stuff is here. Yi Han was filled with joy when he saw the reward. Then, he checked the trunk soul bone. 2 fighting skills of Do Po Kangchong. 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, dragon phoenix ancient armor. Really good, Yi Han murmured and absorbed the soul bone directly on the spot. The soul bone was absorbed in an instant, and the soul power level soared by 7 levels directly. Previously, Yi Han was level 73, and after absorbing this soul bone, he reached level 80. A sense of joy surged into Yi Han's heart, and he continued to return to his residence. At this moment, 8 peerless beauties walked towards Yi Han. Master, a delicate voice came from the 7 peerless beauties. Yi Han looked up and saw that the person who was shouting was Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong ran over while shouting and threw herself into Yi Han's arms. Yi Han took the opportunity to grab her. This made Ning Rongrong blush and said delicately, Master is so bad, he. Yi Han showed a playful smile and continued to do so. While grabbing, he looked at the girls and greeted them. When he greeted them, he suddenly found that Xiao Wu was among them. After dinner yesterday, Xiao Wu had obviously left, right? Seeing Yi Han's doubts, Rongrong quickly said, Xiao Wu came here this morning. She has already quit Chuo Academy and joined our Lanba Academy. When Yi Han heard this, he was immediately surprised and looked at Xiao Wu. She is a member of the Chuo Academy team and a celebrity in the academy. She is willing to quit. Xiao Wu was stared at by Yi Han at this moment, her face flushed, but she didn't say anything. Ahem. Rongrong saw Xiao Wu's embarrassment and coughed twice. Okay, let's go have breakfast quickly. We still have to play against Tianshui Academy later. Hearing this, Yi Han immediately walked towards Rongrong with a smirk on his face. Rongrong's pretty face flushed slightly, knowing that Yi Han's smirk was not a good thing. As expected, as soon as Yi Han approached, he hugged her fiery body. Xiao Han, what are you doing? These little guys are still watching. Lu Erlong's pretty face flushed extremely, and she had no dignity from then on. Yi Han kissed her domineeringly, and said in a commanding tone. You still call me Xiaohan, call me husband from now on, come and listen to my voice. Lu Erlong's face turned red, like a young wife, she whispered. Old husband. Yi Han rubbed her with satisfaction, and then told her what happened yesterday. Surrender to the Tianshui team. Lu Erlong was stunned at first, but soon buried her head in Yi Han's chest and said obediently. You are the boss, you decide. At this time, the system voice sounded again in Yi Han's mind. Open black lens bracket the content of the 13th test of the evil god, suppress Meng Yiren. Close black lens bracket. ... After the morning, the game was about to start. Yi Han and Lu Erlong and other women entered the competition area. The competition area was the same as yesterday, with a sea of people. As soon as he walked in, Yi Han's eyes swept across the scene. After yesterday's round of preliminary eliminations, many teams had been eliminated. As for the Shitlake team, Xiao Busan has the stinky maggot soul bone, so she will not be eliminated. It's just that Xiao Busan is too stinky. In order not to affect the scene, she can only go to the competition area during the competition. After Yi Han scanned the scene, he casually glanced at the VIP seats. It doesn't matter if he doesn't glance, he found the most seats in the VIP seats. On that seat, Shui Qinghe, disguised as Qian Runshui, was sitting. When Qian Runshui saw Yi Han looking at her, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The first game of the preliminaries, the Blue Tyrant team versus the Tianshui team. Suddenly, a loud voice suddenly resounded throughout the venue. When this voice fell, the people in the audience immediately boiled. The people present were all looking forward to Yi Han's next move. After hearing this, the Tianshui College team immediately went on the court according to yesterday's plan. Yi Han also prepared to go on the court according to the plan, but suddenly pretended to be unconscious and left. Seeing this, Lu Erlong immediately shouted to the MC who announced the start of the game. We admit defeat in this game. Our teammate from the academy team is unwell. After that, she ordered a few girls to help the unconscious Yi Han back to the lounge. This scene stunned everyone present. He was fine the last second, how come he suddenly fell down? Oh my god, what happened? He was fine just now. Oh my god, didn't he work too hard last night? It's possible, he's the only man in their team, how can he not be squeezed dry? The male audience present did not see Yi Han appear. Although it's a pity, as a man, they can understand Yi Han. The Tianshui Academy team saw that Yi Han kept his promise, and they all showed joy. Qian Runshui, who was in the VIP seat, was worried after hearing the news. But thinking that her current identity is still Shui Qinghe, she can only watch from where she is. At the same time, in the reserve area of the Beast Academy team not far away, Meng Yiren from the Beast Academy became flustered after hearing the words. Since the fight with Yi Han in the Stardo Great Forest, she has gradually liked Yi Han. When she saw Yi Han yesterday, she was surprised and wanted to say hello. But seeing Yi Han surrounded by so many beauties, she gave up the idea. Now that Yi Han suddenly fainted, she had to go check it out anyway. After weighing the pros and cons, Meng Yiren immediately stepped forward and walked towards Yi Han. Vice Captain, where are you going? The next game is our team's turn. One of the female team members suddenly shouted when she saw Meng Yiren leaving. Meng Yiren ignored her and quickly went to check Yi Han's steps. For her now, nothing is more important than Yi Han except her grandparents. Seeing this, the other members immediately saw what Meng Yiren was thinking. Fortunately, the opponent in this game was not strong, so they let Meng Yiren leave. It was Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong who helped Yi Han back. Xiao Wu followed them and returned to the lounge. At this time, Meng Yiren quickly followed to the rest area of Lanba Academy. Her appearance made Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu frown slightly. In the Xingdu Great Forest, Meng Yiren had given them a bad first impression. Now that she suddenly came over, she must have set her sights on their master again. How is Yi Han? Meng Yiren came over and asked anxiously. The three women didn't want to leave her, as the master already had enough women. When Yi Han heard the sound of deep sleep, he immediately opened his eyes and looked over. Meng Yiren had short dark blue hair. Her delicate little face was now showing a worried look. She was wearing a dark leather short skirt, which outlined her graceful body to the extreme. Her height was about the same as Ning Rongrong's, and she was very well proportioned, with a slender waist that twisted like a snake. Her long legs were now wrapped in spider-patterned black silk, exuding a fatal temptation. He, I think Meng Yiren still has her charm. Yi Han's eyes greedily scanned Meng Yiren's body. Yi Han, are you okay? Meng Yiren was delighted to see Yi Han wake up. The three girls were unhappy and wanted to drive her away. Yi Han touched their heads and said with a smile, "You go to Erlong first, I'll go there later." The three girls were reluctant but had to obey. Meng Yiren saw the three girls suddenly leave, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. He. Yi Han flashed in front of her and stretched out his big hand. He took her seductive waist like a water snake into his arms. Chapter 42. Ah! Meng Yiren cried out tenderly. Frightened by Yi Han's action, her beautiful eyes were full of panic. What are you doing? What do you think? Yi Han responded with a grin. He used his arms to hold Meng Yiren tightly in his arms. The soft touch of her body made his heart ripple. Yiren, you are so tempting. Yi Han whispered in Meng Yiren's ear. The voice was full of ambiguity. Meng Yiren heard the words. Her face flushed immediately. She wanted to break free from Yi Han's embrace. But she found that her strength was not comparable to Yi Han's. Let me go, Meng Yiren said coquettishly, with a tremor in her voice. Let you go? How can I let you go? Yi Han said, one hand slowly sliding to Meng Yiren's waist. Meng Yiren felt Yi Han's action and became even more flustered. But she didn't say anything again, and just let Yi Han wreak havoc on her. Yi Han's kiss was like a flood, swallowing her seductive purple lips. Gradually, under Yi Han's attack, Meng Yiren's defense line completely collapsed. She closed her eyes and let herself sink into the whirlpool of passion. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Han finally let go of Meng Yiren. Looking at her blushing face, he was full of pride. From now on, you are my little pet, Yi Han said evilly, his tone full of domineering. Ah, Meng Yiren was shocked. How could this be? Yi Han raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, slowly approached Meng Yiren's ear, and explained softly. Become my pet, I will spoil you well. Meng Yiren's cheeks suddenly became redder. I have never heard such a direct and bold statement. Yi Han looked at Meng Yiren like this. He immediately stroked Meng Yiren's long hair gently. Meng Yiren felt an inexplicable emotion under his caress. Just as Meng Yiren was immersed in this atmosphere, Yi Han's evil claws broke it. Yi Han. Meng Yiren's face was completely red with shame, and her jade arms tightly hugged Yi Han's waist. Her voice was full of shyness and nervousness, and her heartbeat seemed to jump out of her chest. Tisk tisk tisk, she looks so hot on the surface. I didn't expect that she was more conservative than Xiao Wu. Yi Han smiled mischievously, his fingers gently slid across Meng Yiren's neck, and teased. What's wrong, my little pet? Call me master. Meng Yiren's delicate body trembled, and then hesitantly said, Master. When Yi Han heard this, the corners of his mouth immediately raised an evil arc. That's good, he. Then, the pair of devil claws began to act recklessly. Half an hour later, Meng Yiren put on her dress and fled in shame. Yi Han lay on the sofa in the lounge, watching her leave comfortably. At this moment, a system voice suddenly sounded in Yi Han's mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Complete the 13th test of the evil god and get a reward package close black lens bracket. Reward package, cultivation aptitude anti-heaven pill. After taking it, your own cultivation aptitude will soar tenfold. Sea Heart inner armor. A soft armor from the Dupo Kangchong plain, with extremely strong defense. Yi Han was shocked. I never expected the reward to be so generous this time. Meng Yiren is in the novel. It doesn't seem to help Xiao Busan either. No, when Xiao Busan went to Wuhun City, her grandparents took action to delay Xiao Busan for a while. Otherwise, Tang San would have been killed by Zhu Douluo. After thinking about it, Yi Han continued to check these rewards. When he saw the Sea Heart inner armor, he felt strangely familiar. Yi Han shook his head and commented on these rewards. These two rewards are indeed good, but they are useless to him. After absorbing all the soul bones, I am afraid that I will become a god, and this pill will not work. As for the Sea Heart inner armor, I already have the torso soul bone skill, Dragon Phoenix ancient armor, so I don't need it. Bang, bang, at this moment, the door of the lounge was suddenly knocked. Yi Han was slightly stunned, wondering who came, and then said, "Come in." The door of the lounge slowly opened. Two familiar figures walked in. Yi Han looked up and was immediately surprised. "Xiao Wu, Erlong, why are you back?" The people who came were Xiao Wu and Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong shook his head helplessly and said, "Xiao Wu has been saying that she misses you, so I brought her back to find you." Yi Han looked at Xiao Wu when he heard this. Xiao Wu looked a little tired at this moment. But there was a firm light in her eyes. She walked to Yi Han and threw herself into his arms. She hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to merge herself into his body. "Master, I don't want to leave you." Xiao Wu's voice was trembling and choking. "Master, can you spend more time with me, and spend more time with our baby?" Yi Han gently stroked Xiao Wu's hair and comforted her softly. Good boy. At the same time, she felt distressed in her heart. After all, she was pregnant. Thinking of this, Yi Han suddenly said, "I have prepared a gift for you." As he said this, a light flashed in his hand. Then an exquisite box appeared. In this box, there are 6 full set 10,000-year soul bones. Whoever opens the box can get a set of 10,000-year soul bones suitable for him. Now that Xiao Wu is pregnant, she needs stronger power to protect herself and her child, and the soul bone is perfect for her. "What is this?" Xiao Wu raised her head and looked at Yi Han curiously. Yi Han made up a lie casually, saying that this was obtained by luck. He also said that whoever opens it will get a set of 10,000-year soul bones suitable for him. Ah, Xiao Wu was shocked after hearing this, and quickly waved her hand to refuse. "Master, I can't take it." "Why not?" Yi Han frowned slightly and asked in confusion. Xiao Wu lowered her head, her voice trembling. Too precious." Yi Han rubbed her head and smiled evilly. "What, you dare not accept the things given by the master?" Xiao Wu was deeply moved by what she said, but she still refused. "Master, I really can't take it. If what you said is true, I have thought of a better candidate." Yi Han asked curiously. "Oh, a better candidate? Then tell me about it." "Teacher Erlong." Xiao Wu glanced at Lu Erlong beside her. Then she raised her head and looked at Yi Han seriously. "Teacher Erlong is now a soul Douluo of level 85. If she can absorb this set of fully equipped 10,000-year soul bones, she will definitely be able to break through to the level of title Douluo. If Teacher Erlong reaches the level of title Douluo, what happened yesterday will definitely not happen. Don't you think so, Master?" After listening to this, Yi Han's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. There are very few title Douluo who are openly active in the whole continent. If Erlong reaches the title Douluo level, he won't have to worry about the girls even if he is not there. "What will you do then?" Yi Han rubbed Xiao Wu's head. Xiao Wu softened in Yi Han's arms and said coquettishly, "I am self-sufficient with my master by my side." Hee. Yi Han rubbed her fruit with an evil smile, then looked at Lu Erlong beside him and said with a smile, "Erlong, since Xiao Wu said so, then you should open it quickly and absorb the 6 soul bones." Lu Erlong was a little surprised, but she didn't refuse. She took it directly and opened it to absorb it. After all, she didn't want to see the same thing as yesterday again. She wanted to become stronger and protect Xiao Wu and the others. Seeing this, Xiao Wu said to Yi Han in a coquettish way, "Master, let's go out for a walk, okay?" Yi Han rubbed her and smiled. "Where do you want to go?" Xiao Wu responded softly. "Let's go to Sunset Forest." Yi Han frowned, a little unhappy. Why go to that dangerous place when you are pregnant? But Yi Han soon remembered that Xiao Wu is a soul beast. As a soul beast, it is natural to yearn for places with many soul beasts. It just so happens that he can also hunt for the 6th and 7th soul rings of the 2nd martial soul. "Well, let's go." Yi Han nodded, picked up Xiao Wu's soft body, and left the lounge. Chapter 43. Time passed quickly. The competition in Tiando City has ended. Next, we will go to Wuhun City to participate in the competition. At that time, we will meet the teams of Xinglo Empire in Wuhun Hall. The sun poured down, covering the whole land with a layer of golden gauze. The teams that have passed the Tiando City competition are now gathered in the Great Duhun Field. Ugh, it stinks. Damn, this shit lake team is probably going to win this championship. Damn, how can they not win? This stench will make the teams that encounter them faint. I'm afraid Yi Han from the Blue Tyrant Academy team will faint when he encounters this disgusting thing. Among these teams that have passed the competition, there is naturally the Shid Lake team. At this moment, the stench emanating from Xiao San tortures the people in the field all the time. When Tang San heard these words, he clenched his fists tightly and his eyes turned red. Now he has developed the stinking maggot field to 10 times the stench, absolutely no one can beat it. Thinking of this, Tang San stared at Yi Han not far away with a fierce look, and growled to himself. Yi Han, you'd better pray that you don't play against me in the game of Wuhun City, otherwise I will make you stink so badly that you would rather die than live. Yi Han, who was surrounded by beauties, naturally noticed Tang San's gaze. But he didn't take him seriously, just regarded Tang San as a clown. A few days ago, he went to the Sunset Forest with Xiao Wu and hunted the second martial spirit, the 6th and 7th soul rings. Two 80,000-year-old soul beasts, combined with the soul ring age soaring card, became red soul rings, new soul skills. 6th soul skill. Chaos Devouring, devour the target's attack and convert it into your own soul power. 7th soul skill Martial Spirit True Body, Chaos Evil God Eyes, enhance the effect of all soul skills by 300%. Now that his comprehensive strength has completely crushed the peerless Douluo, what is Tang San? Yu Xiaogang, Dai Mubai and others also noticed that Tang San was glaring at Yi Han at this time, and looked in his direction. When they saw that the woman they once loved was now flirting with Yi Han, they felt angry. Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuqing and other women suddenly realized that Yu Xiaogang and others were looking at them, so they took the initiative to hug Yi Han. Yi Han felt the fiery body in his arms, and his heart was very comfortable. Then he threw a triumphant look at Yu Xiaogang and others. After seeing this, Yu Xiaogang and others were so angry that their chests were heaving. Even Tang San was so angry when he saw Xiao Wu acting like a spoiled child in front of Yi Han at this moment. Xiao Wu, you wait for me. Ning Rongrong, you will regret it. Zhu Zhuqing, sooner or later you will come back crying and beg me. Lu Erlong, sooner or later, you will regret it. They roared in anger, and anger surged in their chests. Yi Han heard their words with his sensitive hearing and found them ridiculous. Now Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing have become his pets, and he will never regret it. As for Lu Erlong, with his help, a few days ago, he absorbed the perfect 10,000-year soul bone, and his soul power soared to level 93. He also went to the Sunset Forest to absorb an 80,000-year soul ring, becoming a veritable titled Douluo. Then, in order to make Lu Erlong more powerful to protect the girls, he gave her the 10 times cultivation talent pill he had obtained a few days ago. With all these conditions added up, what could Yu Xiaogang, that waste, do to make Lu Erlong regret it? At the same time, the captain of a team at the edge was also staring at Yi Han. Huo Wu, you can only be mine. I will take you back after I kill this guy. At this moment, a man in work clothes walked and said respectfully. Everyone, the carriage is ready now. Please follow me and set off to Wuhun City. Everyone nodded and followed the staff to leave and head for the carriage. Seeing this, Lu Erlong stared at Yi Han's claws climbing quietly with a flushed face and whispered. Husband, wait until you get on the carriage, you can do it. Yi Han looked at Lu Erlong who was like a little wife, and said happily in his heart. Just now, wasn't it you who wanted to be angry and threw yourself into his arms? Yi Han retracted his claws, helped Xiao Wu who was beside him, and followed the staff. Now Xiao Wu is pregnant. In order to protect her, he gave her the Hexen inner armor. A few days ago, when Xiao Wu was given the gift, Xiao Wu took the opportunity to take out a piece of 10,000-year-old head soul bone. She said that when Shi Nian died, she picked it up and forgot to give it to herself. Then this soul bone was suitable for Ning Rongrong, so she gave it to Ning Rongrong. As Lu Erlong and his group walked away, Shi Lake and his group began to move forward. And just before they took a few steps, a man in green clothes stopped them. Shi Lake and his group were immediately upset when they saw someone dared to block their way. Ma Hongjun stepped forward, pointed at the green figure and cursed. Hey, isn't this Feng Xiaoshan, the captain of the kamikaze team? During yesterday's game, our third brother made me foam at the mouth. What, you're blocking my way now, you want to come and get me? Feng Xiaoshan's face twitched, but he ignored him, looked at Dashi, and said seriously. You should speak on behalf of your Shidlake team, right? My kamikaze team wants to merge with your team temporarily. We will participate in the Wuhun City competition together. If we win the final championship, all the glory will belong to you Shidlake. When these words came out, everyone on Shidlake's side was a little confused. Why did they help them for no reason? Ma Hongjun whispered secretly, I heard that this boy is a dog who licks the scorching fire team Huo Wu. That Huo Wu now seems to have become Yi Han's woman. Wouldn't this boy want to use our third brother's ability to take revenge on Yi Han? After hearing what Ma Hongjun said, Dashi immediately nodded and agreed. Okay, we promise you. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Xiao Busan also agreed to this decision. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, their common enemy, Yi Han. Yi Han and Lu Erlong and his party. At this moment, they followed the staff to the departing carriage. Each carriage was decorated quite gorgeously, and there were many imperial elites around to escort it. Lu Erlong led everyone into the carriage, and then Yi Han was ready to help Xiao Wu get on the carriage. But at this moment, an imperial soldier in armor came over and said respectfully to Yi Han. Excuse me, are you Yi Han? Yi Han nodded in confusion. Yes, what can I do for you? The imperial soldier heard this and immediately said respectfully. His Royal Highness invites you to his carriage, saying that he wants to talk to you about something. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Yi Han's mouth curled up slightly, and he almost forgot that Qian Runshui was also on this trip. Okay. As soon as he agreed, Xiao Wu pulled Yi Han's arm and looked at him aggrievedly. Master, don't go. Good boy. Yi Han touched her head, and then asked Lu Erlong to come down and help her get on the carriage and follow the imperial soldier. Chapter 44. Yi Han followed the imperial soldier. He walked through the crowd and came to the carriage where Qian Runshui was. The carriage was luxuriously decorated, and the golden carriage was carved with fine patterns. Around the carriage, several soldiers wearing the same armor stood upright, their eyes alert. Your Highness, the people have been brought. The soldier said respectfully towards the carriage where Qian Runshui was. Qian Runshui heard the voice and immediately gently lifted the curtain of the carriage. The scene of the carriage was revealed, revealing a warm and elegant scene inside. Qian Runshui was now in the appearance of Shui Qinghe, wearing a gorgeous robe. She glanced at Yi Han, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yi Han, come in. Yi Han listened, walked into the carriage, and sat opposite Qian Runshui. The space in the carriage was spacious, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Qian Runshui closed the curtain of the carriage and was about to speak, but Yi Han got there first and said with a wicked smile. What, Shui, are you thinking about your husband? Qian Runshui's pretty face suddenly turned red, and then she pretended to be calm and said. It's just that the journey is long, and I just want to find someone to relieve my boredom. Don't think too much. Hearing this, Yi Han immediately sat next to Qian Runshui, staring at her and smiling wickedly. Relieve boredom, how do you want to relieve boredom? As he spoke, Yi Han's big hand reached out to Qian Runshui's waist. However, now Qian Runshui is in the appearance of Shui Qinghe, and the touch is not good. Qian Runshui's pretty face turned even redder, but she still held on, staring at Yi Han and sternly said. If you do this again, I will kick you out. Yi Han seemed not to hear it, and grabbed Qian Runshui with his claws, laughing evilly. Hee, have you forgotten what happened before so quickly? You asked me to be your man. Although Qian Runshui is a man now, her feelings will not change. At this moment, her pretty face was completely red, and she wanted to resist but for some reason she had no strength. Evil domain, Yi Han murmured with an evil face. Qian Runshui's disguise was suddenly removed, revealing her original face. At this moment, she was wearing a purple dress, with exquisite curves and beautiful beauty. Douluo, it must be Qian Runshui. Yi Han looked at this beautiful face. He immediately blocked the sound in the carriage and prepared to suppress it on the spot. But at this moment, he suddenly froze, with surprise on his face. What? Qian Runshui is pregnant too. Qian Runshui's belly was bulging at this moment, and it was obvious that she had been pregnant for several months. You are pregnant. It's mine, Yi Han asked with a surprised face. Qian Runshui frowned a little unhappily when she heard this. If it's not yours, could it be someone else's? Yi Han came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and said seriously. You've been pregnant for so long, why didn't you come to me, tell me? Qian Runshui heard this, angrily looked at Yi Han coldly, and said angrily. Looking for you. Why don't you come to me? It's also, you have so many women, how can you come to me? Yi Han felt embarrassed when he heard this. But as a man, he can't be led by a woman. He immediately lifted Qian Runshui's delicate chin, looked at her, and smiled evilly. Then how do you want me to compensate you, Shui? Qian Runshui turned her head away immediately after hearing this. She didn't let Yi Han see the tears in her eyes, feeling both wronged and happy. She felt wronged because Yi Han ignored her, but she was happy because Yi Han knew she was pregnant and cared about her. Seeing the tears in Qian Runshui's eyes, Yi Han hugged Qian Runshui in his arms and coaxed her. Okay, it's all my fault, don't be angry, okay. I will be responsible. Qian Runshui's body trembled slightly. She raised her head slightly, and crystal tears slid down her cheeks. She stared at Yi Han, with complex emotions flashing in her eyes. Seeing her like this, Yi Han immediately reached out to wipe away her tears and gently held her in his arms. It seems that pregnant women are prone to become fragile and sensitive, and need men to accompany them. Qian Runshui felt the warmth in Yi Han's arms, and the grievances in her heart gradually dissipated, and her voice became softer. How do you want to be responsible? Yi Han lowered his eyes and stared at Qian Runshui, with a doting look in his eyes, and said, marry you as my wife and spoil you every day. Qian Runshui was stunned, and then a triumphant arc appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she changed the subject. HMPH, until now I still don't know what your identity is, how do you know my identity? And what kind of inheritance of gods are you currently carrying out? You didn't tell me these, and you want me to marry you. After hearing Qian Runshui's words, Yi Han felt helpless. Qian Runshui was too anxious, she wanted to know everything at once. Yi Han shook his head and directly activated 2 martial spirits. In an instant, 14 soul rings appeared and surrounded her body. First martial soul, black 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 red red. Second martial soul, red 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 red. Qian Runshui was completely stunned when she saw this scene. Twin martial souls. The second martial soul is actually all 100,000-year soul rings. At this moment, Qian Runshui felt that her worldview was shattered and she couldn't believe it. Seeing this, Yi Han immediately began to make up lies. Born an orphan, a loser since childhood, and got in trouble with a bully. He was chased by him, fell off a cliff, and encountered a cave. After entering, he obtained the inheritance of the gods and changed his fate from then on. He said that how he saw through her identity was the credit of the second martial soul. Qian Runshui was stunned when she heard this. She wanted to question it, but inexplicably felt that it was reasonable. Qian Runshui reluctantly believed Yi Han's words, and at the same time, she couldn't help feeling happy. She was right after all. Yi Han is so outstanding that there is probably no one else in the world who can match him. Then, Qian Runshui came back to her senses and said with a blush on her pretty face. Our child is a girl. We haven't given her a name yet. You, pick one. Yi Han immediately became alert when he heard this. In the second part of Douluo, there are 2 beautiful angel spirit owners. One of them has the same surname as herself, Yi, and her name is Ji Yu Yi. Let's call her Yi Ji Yu Yi. Okay. Qian Runshui thought it was a good idea and nodded. As the topic was finished, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The 2 looked at each other, and Qian Runshui couldn't help but blush and look away. Gurgle. Yi Han stared at the attractive Qian Runshui and couldn't help it. He pushed Qian Runshui against the corner of the carriage and kissed her seductive lips. Qian Runshui was seized by Yi Han, and a burning sensation invaded her legs. As time passed, Qian Runshui fell asleep contentedly in Yi Han's arms. Yi Han gently stroked Qian Runshui's belly in his arms. And at this moment, the system voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Open black lens bracket the content of the 14th test of the evil god, suppress Zhu Zhuqing. Close black lens bracket. Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing's sister. Yi Han was immediately delighted. Zhu Zhuqing was also a top-notch person. Boom. Suddenly, a roaring explosion sounded from outside. Then, Yi Han felt 2 auras that were even more powerful than Luer Long. Could it be that Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo came to kill Tang San? Or to kill me? Yi Han was confused and prepared to go out to check. Qian Runshui was also awakened at this time. When she sensed the aura outside, she felt familiar. Chapter 45. Qian Runshui resumed her disguise. She came out of the carriage with Yi Han. When they came out, they saw the soldiers in a panic. They saw a large group of black-clad people around them. The 15 academy vehicles, plus her escort convoy, were all surrounded. Qian Runshui sensed the atmosphere and found that there were 1,500 black-clad people. All of these 1,500 black-clad people were above level 40. Each academy team was assigned nearly 100 black-clad people. Among the black-clad people watching the 16 vehicles, there was a sole Douluo in each. On the hillside not far ahead, there were 2 titled Douluos. Elder Ju, Elder Ghost. When Qian Runshui saw the 2 figures, she was surprised and said to herself. At the same time, she guessed that they were all people from the Spirit Hall. Perhaps it was her mother, who was jealous of Yi Han's strength and sent people to intercept and kill him. Yi Han naturally saw this scene, but he was not panicked at all. Now that Qian Runshui was here, he could repel the enemy without taking any action. Zhu Douluo also looked over at this moment. When he saw that Yi Han's appearance was the same as the one in the portrait, he immediately prepared to take action. But the 2 of them suddenly saw Qian Runshui disguised as the Prince of the Empire. Old Ghost, it's the young master. Yu Guan looked at Gui Mei with a little surprise. Gui Mei took a look, but ignored it and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Qian Runshui immediately protected Yi Han in front of her, staring at Zhu Douluo with her eyes. Yu Guan and Gui Mei looked at each other and were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did the young master protect this kid? Could it be that this kid was favored by the young master? The 2 didn't know what to do and were in a dilemma. If they didn't kill him, they would definitely be severely punished by the Pope when they returned. If he was to be killed, he couldn't be killed. The young master is protecting him now. The black-clothed men who surrounded the convoy did not dare to act rashly when they saw that the elders did not take action. Just as the scene was in a stalemate, 2 figures came in front of Yi Han and Qian Runshui. These 2 figures were none other than Ning Fengji and Chen Xin, who were traveling with the escort convoy. When he saw the 2, Zhu Douluo, who was still hesitant, directly issued a retreat order. Shua, Shua. With a flash of his figure, the 2 disappeared directly on the spot. The black-clothed men around him retreated one after another after seeing this. With Ning Fengji and Chen Xin, they also had a reason to go back and report their failure. As the 2 left, Ning Fengji began to show concern in a false manner. Chen Xin watched from the side, always looking at Yi Han, the future grandson-in-law. Yi Han and Qian Runshui also responded to Ning Fengji insincerely. After a period of mutual hypocrisy ended, Ning Fengji and Chen Xin returned to the carriage. Yi Han temporarily parted with Qian Runshui and went to check on Luerlong's convoy. After seeing it, he found that a battle had just broken out here. The sole Douluo who was responsible for leading the team to surround the Blue Tyrant Academy convoy had been killed by Luerlong. As expected of an irritable mother dragon, Yi Han breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it was right to help Luerlong become stronger and protect the girls. Luerlong and other girls also found Yi Han at this time and quickly took Yi Han back to the carriage. After everything was sorted out, the convoys continued to set off towards Wuhun City with trepidation. After a long journey, the entire team finally arrived at Wuhun City a few days later. Shui Qinghe led the 15 academy teams into Wuhun City. Compared with a huge city like Tiando City, Wuhun City is much smaller. It is not even 1/10 of the area of Tiando City. But it still shocked everyone. Walking into Wuhun City, it feels empty. There are few shops on the street, and not many pedestrians. Most of the shops sell some items needed by soul masters. Among them, even space storage type soul guides are sold. At this time, a bishop in a red robe of Wuhun Hall came to greet them. Under his leadership, the group from Tiando City was quickly settled. The group was arranged to live in a hotel on the west side of Wuhun City. After arranging everyone there, they told everyone that the competition would officially start in a few days. After a tiring journey, these few days of rest time are enough for each college to adjust. The college participating in the Xingluo Empire was arranged to rest on the other side of Wuhun City. Invisibly, Wuhun Hall has divided the participating teams of the 2 empires into 2 camps. In the past few days, 13 of the 15 college teams have been resting and preparing for the battle with all their heart and soul. Only the Lanba Academy team and the Tianshui Academy team are different. Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Yi Lingling, Du Guiyan, Zhongzhu, Huawu. These 8 beauties are trying to please Yi Han all day long. The 7 beauties of the Tianshui Academy team, after seeing how powerful Yi Han is. In the past few days, they couldn't help but come to Yi Han and were willing to become his pets. Even Meng Yiren couldn't help but take the initiative to find Yi Han and reveal her feelings to him. As for Qian Runshui, she would occasionally find Yi Han to discuss the writing of the word, kun. Count the total number of people, a total of 17, right? In fact, not many, not even as old as Yi Han. A few days passed in a flash. Today is the day of the competition. The competition will be held in front of the main hall of the Pope's palace. The champion team that wins in the end will be crowned by the Pope himself. For any Soul Master, this is an unparalleled honor. Early in the morning, all participating colleges arrived at the competition venue. Each team has a separate rest area built around the competition venue. On the side opposite to the Pope's palace is the VIP judging seat. People who came on behalf of the 2 empires were watching the game there. People from the Wuhun Hall were watching in the VIP seats in front. A little behind the VIP seats, there was a high platform, which was where the Pope and the elders watched the game. Yi Han, Lu Erlong and others have arrived at the competition area. The draw began to draw the team that will compete today. At this moment, Xiao Wu, who was beside Yi Han, suddenly pulled him. Yi Han looked at Xiao Wu and found that she was staring at the high platform not far away with anger. Yi Han immediately turned his head and found 3 figures on the high platform. With just one glance, Yi Han's eyes were attracted by the middle figure of the 3 figures. That figure wore a 9-curved pink gemstone crown, long curly hair with a burgundy hue and purple color, and a beautiful and fair face. Exquisite and beautiful, meticulously crafted, like the most perfect work of art. A pair of rose-red peach blossom eyes, majestic with charm, revealing a hint of evil. The jade nose is exquisite and upturned, and the pink lips are round and attractive, making people want to kiss her. A purple and gold patterned tight and luxurious long skirt wrapped her plump and proud body. The skin is white and delicate, like white jade, and the snow-capped peaks of the 2 mountains are proud and surging. As ripe as a peach, with a slender waist and a round and perfect buttocks, without a single flaw. Especially the pair of slender and smooth long legs, straight and slender, and the jade feet are wearing exquisite and luxurious high heels. Is this Bibi Dong? She's really beautiful. Yi Han was deeply attracted by that figure and wanted to suppress her right there. Chapter 46, Bibi Dong, she's really beautiful. Yi Han couldn't help but murmur as he looked at the figure. Then he touched Xiao Wu, who was now full of resentment, and coaxed her. Be good, I will avenge your mother. Hearing this, Xiao Wu held Yi Han's arms tighter with both arms. Standing on the high platform, Bibi Dong stared at Yi Han at this time. He is Yi Han. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes and looked carefully. At the same time, she also found that Qian Runshui, who was not far away, was always paying attention to Yi Han. As Qian Runshui was her daughter, how could she not guess what Qian Runshui was thinking? Yu Guan and Gui Mei, who were beside her, noticed Bibi Dong's expression and immediately whispered. Your Excellency the Pope, you see, the young master really has feelings for that boy. Shut up. Before the 2 of them finished speaking, Bibi Dong shouted in a low voice. According to inquiries, Yi Han has no less than 15 women. Even Lu Erlong, who was once in love with Yu Shaogang, became his woman. If such a man becomes Xiaoshui's husband in the future, how will the Spirit Hall maintain its reputation? Yes, Yu Guan and Gui Mei did not dare to refute, so they could only nod and shut up. Bibi Dong retracted her eyes, and then subconsciously glanced at Yu Shaogang. When she saw Yu Shaogang, her eyes flickered, and memories came to her mind. Yi Han naturally saw this scene, and immediately lost his favor for Bibi Dong. In the novel, the Spirit Hall spent a lot of energy and resources to cultivate Bibi Dong, but Bibi Dong wanted to elope with Yu Shaogang. This kind of ungrateful beast, later on, she must be locked up and suppressed and trained. At this time, the teams for today's competition had already been drawn. In today's competition, More than half of the teams will be eliminated directly. First match, Tiando Blue Tyrant Team vs. Xingluo Royal Team. However, as soon as the list of players came out, the whole audience exploded. The two Imperial Royal Teams and the Wahundian Team are the guaranteed teams. These three teams should only appear in tomorrow's finals. Now they suddenly appear, which is extremely unfair to other teams. Without waiting for everyone to speak, Bibi Dong gently tapped the scepter in her hand and said majestically. In this competition, Tiando Empire has two extremely strong teams. For the sake of fairness, the three guaranteed teams will participate in advance. As soon as these words came out, the teams on the Xingluo Empire side were immediately confused. What other teams can compare with the three guaranteed teams? It's nonsense. The teams on the Tiando Empire side shook their heads and sighed helplessly. I'm afraid that even if the three teams come together, they can't beat any of the two teams. In the end, after the representatives sent by the two empires communicated, they agreed to this plan. When Yi Han heard about the team that would be fighting later, the corners of his mouth curled up. He immediately turned his eyes to the team on the Xingluo side, looking for Zhu Zhuqing. The Xingluo royal team's position was very outstanding, and they found them at a glance. The figure in the front showed a disdainful look on his face, and his eyes were purple. His appearance was 70% similar to Dai Mubai, but his figure was a few points taller than Dai Mubai. Next to him, there was a hot beauty, not even inferior to Zhu Zhuqing. What attracted people's attention most was not her figure, but the mature temptation emanating from her. This kind of mature temptation, even Lu Erlong couldn't compare. People wanted to take it immediately if they wanted to see it. Zhu Zhuqing's figure is as attractive as Zhu Zhuqing. Yi Han's eyes showed greed and evil, and he was ready to make a move. But suddenly, Yi Han found that Zhu Zhuqing was also watching him closely. He turned his head and found that she was looking at Zhu Zhuqing beside him. Zhu Zhuqing was also looking at Zhu Zhuqing, and the eyes of the two women were like sharp swords, colliding. Little cat, be good. Yi Han reached out and touched Zhu Zhuqing's head. Zhu Zhuqing immediately stopped looking at Zhu Zhuqing and rubbed her head against Yi Han's palm. This scene fell into Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, and her face was full of surprise. Davis beside her also noticed this scene and couldn't help but say in surprise. Hee, it seems that your always cold sister is not with Dai Mubai. She is with another man, and she is so obedient in front of that man. Could it be that she wants to use that man to deal with us? It seems that we have to show our skills later. After listening to Davis's words, Zhu Zhuqing narrowed her eyes and said with disdain. HMPH, just a pretty boy, let me play with this, brother-in-law, later. At this time, the two of them also noticed Dai Mubai's side. They could vaguely feel that Dai Mubai's side was very smelly, and they didn't know if it was an illusion. Just as all the teams were observing each other, the person in charge of shouting suddenly shouted. The first game starts. Team Tiando Lanba, Team Xingluo Royal, please come on the court. Everyone present came back to their senses and their eyes fell on the court. The two teams walked onto the court and formed a confrontation. On the Lanba Academy side, Yi Han and Zhu Zhuqing stood at the front. Zhu Zhuqing stared at Zhu Zhuqing with cold eyes, hating her to the bone. On the Xingluo Royal team side, Davis and Zhu Zhuqing stood at the front. The eyes of the two were full of disdain for Yi Han and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, I didn't expect you didn't get together with Dai Mubai, but chose a pretty boy. Zhu Zhuqing was disdainful and sarcastic, with contempt in his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing heard the words, and the coldness in his eyes became stronger, and he wanted to refute. But before she could refute, Zhu Zhuqing continued to sneer. I want to see what this pretty boy can do to make you be with him and be so obedient. As she said this, she raised her disdainful arc at the corner of her mouth and glanced at Yi Han. Seeing this, Yi Han protected Zhu Zhuqing behind him, and raised a playful arc at the corner of his mouth. Are you Zhu Zhuqing's sister? You have a good figure, but your mouth is a bit smelly. This made Zhu Zhuqing furious, and she said viciously. I will slowly torture you to death later. Seeing his future wife being humiliated, Davis clenched his fists in anger. The game begins. The voice of the person who called the whistle suddenly sounded, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. In an instant, all members of the Xingluo Royal team activated their martial spirits and prepared for battle. But on Yi Han's Blue Tyrant Academy side, no one activated their martial spirits. Not using the martial spirit. Davis was stunned for a moment, and then said with disdain. What, are you scared by our level and don't dare to fight? Zhu Zhuqing's original anger beside him suddenly dissipated, and he sneered with joy. Haha, Zhu Zhuqing, I thought you found a powerful man. It turns out you are also a coward. If you don't dare to fight, just get out of here quickly, or you will be beaten down and embarrassed. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes became colder when she heard these words. Yi Han touched her head, then smiled and took a step forward. With this step, the surrounding space became extremely hot in an instant. The Emperor Flame martial spirit slowly emerged on the right palm, and 7 soul rings slowly emerged and fell. Black, 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 red, red. Chapter 47. 7 rings appeared at once, shocking the whole audience. From Bibi Dong to a passing dog, everyone was shocked by the scene before their eyes. A 7-ring soul saint with 200,000-year soul rings. Davis and Zhu Zhuqing's pupils shrank, and their faces were full of shock. They didn't expect that Yi Han would be a soul saint level strongman. At such a young age, he has reached the soul saint level, and also has such a soul ring configuration. No, how is this possible? This is impossible. Davis kept shaking his head, his eyes full of unwillingness and disbelief. Weiss, calm down. Zhu Zhuqing came back to his senses first and tried to stay calm. Yi Han looked at the 2 people who were just arrogant with a sneer on his face, and smiled faintly. Get out of here quickly, or you will be beaten down and embarrassed. When Zhu Zhuqing heard Yi Han repeat what she just said, she was so angry that she trembled all over and said angrily. Weiss, let's go. Davis heard Zhu Zhuqing's words, ignored her, raised his hand and shouted. We admit defeat. Zhu Zhuqing was so angry that she roared at Davis. Davis, don't admit defeat. Let's go. Davis glared at her fiercely and said angrily. Are you an idiot? The opponent is a 7-ring soul saint with 100,000-year soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned by the sudden shout. It was the first time she saw Davis so cowardly and useless. It was also the first time Davis spoke to her in this tone. And he scolded her in front of so many people. Davis, you are such a useless man. Zhu Zhuqing clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Davis's face was gloomy, pointing at Zhu Zhuqing and angrily said. What an idiot woman, if you want to fight, just fight yourself. After that, Davis took the other 5 players off the court, too lazy to pay attention to her. Davis, you. Zhu Zhuqing felt wronged, tears welled up in her eyes. Then, she could no longer control herself and turned and ran away. Davis still ignored him, but his teammates quickly said. Your Highness, Zhuqing ran in the opposite direction of our residence. Do you want to chase him back? Davis glared at him fiercely and left directly. His teammates were glared at and dared not say a word, and the other 4 did the same. After all, Zhu Zhuqing scolded Davis for being useless in front of so many people. How could Davis not be angry? And with the departure of the Xingluo royal team, the victory of the Blue Tyrant team was announced. Yi Han led the women off the stage, staring at the direction where Zhu Zhuqing left, with a slight smile on his face. Zhu Zhuqing came to Yi Han at this time, took Yi Han's arm, and said softly. Master, thank you. Yi Han touched her head and said nothing. This scene fell on the eyes of the people present, and they were all envious and jealous of Yi Han. Qian Runshui, who was disguised as Shui Qinghe, also saw this scene. She showed a bit of jealousy in her eyes, and subconsciously touched her belly. Such a subtle move was discovered by Bibi Dong, who had been paying attention to her. Bibi Dong was puzzled, and then urged her soul power to check. Now her strength is enough to rank among the top 5 in the entire Douluo continent, and nothing can escape her eyes. Xiao Shui, she is pregnant. Bibi Dong's body trembled immediately. Although she didn't want to admit that Qian Runshui was her daughter. But Qian Runshui is still her daughter, and she is going to be a grandmother now. Bibi Dong stared at Yi Han with her eyes, and swore in her heart. If Yi Han dares to betray Qian Runshui, she will make Yi Han live a life worse than death. At night, today's game is over. The moonlight is like water, falling on the ground. After Yi Han sent the girls back to the hotel, he left alone. It's time to complete the 14th test of the evil god. With an evil laugh, Yi Han opened the evil domain and sensed Zhu Zhuqing's location. Zhu Zhuqing's location was not far from here, just in a nearby hotel. After receiving this news, Yi Han raised an evil arc at the corner of his mouth and immediately stepped forward. A few minutes later, Yi Han came to the hotel where Zhu Zhuqing was. Then he walked to the door of Zhu Zhuqing's room. With a smile on his lips, he stretched out his hand and knocked on the door gently. Knock, knock. As the knock on the door sounded, Zhu Zhuqing's delicate body trembled in the room. She couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy in her heart, and said with a hint of tears in her voice. Is it you, Davis? You finally knew to come to me. Yi Han didn't answer her, and continued to knock on the door evilly. Seeing no one respond, Zhu Zhuqing was annoyed and stood up to open the door. Crack. When she saw that it was Yi Han who came in, her eyes widened and her face was full of horror. It's you, how did you find this place? What do you want to do? Zhu Zhuqing's voice was trembling. She never thought that Yi Han would find this place. Hee. Yi Han closed the door and approached her with a wicked smile. What are you doing? Weren't you very arrogant in the arena during the day? Zhu Zhuqing retreated in panic after hearing this. Finally, she retreated to the bedside and had no room to retreat. Then are you trying to kill me? Zhu Zhuqing's face was full of fear, staring at Yi Han in front of her, trembling all over. Yi Han raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth and continued to approach her. Every step he took made Zhu Zhuqing's heart beat faster. Kill you? Isn't that too easy for you? Yi Han's voice was full of teasing, making Zhu Zhuqing tremble. Walking in front of Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Han stretched out his hand and pinched Zhu Zhuqing's delicate chin. Ah, it seemed that the force was too strong, and Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft cry. Then, feeling the scorching temperature of Yi Han's big palm, her pretty face flushed. Then what do you want to do? Zhu Zhuqing bit her lips tightly and asked tremblingly. A playful arc appeared at the corner of Yi Han's mouth. Greedily looking at Zhu Zhuqing's fiery body, an inexplicable impulse surged in his heart. This woman, although a little arrogant, is really beautiful. Moreover, she is Zhu Zhuqing's sister, which may be regarded as a different sense of conquest. Thinking this way, Yi Han held Zhu Zhuqing's chin and touched her face with his hand, his face full of evil. Zhu Zhuqing, from now on, you will be my pet. You must call me master obediently in the future. Zhu Zhuqing heard this, her delicate body trembled violently, her face full of shock. What? Before she finished being shocked, Yi Han suddenly pushed her to the back bed. Zhu Zhuqing was pushed by him, and her body was unstable and she fell on the bed. She looked at Yi Han who was looking down at her in horror, and hurriedly shouted anxiously. I warn you not to pay attention to me, I am the future crown princess of Xingluo Empire. If you dare to touch me, you will be an enemy of the entire Xingluo Empire, and then you will be worse than death. Yi Han ignored her words. Instead, he enjoyed the dying struggle of this prey. He. The evil smile on his mouth became more and more intense, and his eyes swept over this delicate body wildly. There was a scorching heat flashing in his eyes, and his throat rolled twice. Such a top-notch woman can only belong to him, Yi Han. Future crown princess, I'm suddenly even more excited. Yi Han let out a series of weird and evil laughs and rushed directly to Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 48, 42.9%. You beast, let me go. Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled, tears flashed in her eyes, and she fought desperately. Unfortunately, no matter how she struggled, she could not break free from Yi Han's restraint. Yi Han took off her sexy black leather jacket. Zhu Zhuqing felt Yi Han's hot body temperature and couldn't help trembling all over. Let me go, otherwise Davis will not let you go. Zhu Zhuqing endured the humiliation in her heart and stared at Yi Han's vicious threat. Yi Han raised an evil arc at the corner of his mouth. He. Do you believe what you said? If he cared about you, how could he insult you in public, and how could he not come to you until now? Zhu Zhuqing's expression froze when she heard these words. Yes, if Davis cared about her, how could he treat her like that? If Davis didn't do that today, she wouldn't be like this at all. He. Yi Han noticed this scene and smiled evilly. He slowly leaned close to her ear, exhaled hot air, and whispered. He has treated you like that, don't you hate him? Come on, let's take revenge on him together. As Yi Han said this, he kissed her tempting red lips and began to climb the rock with his claws. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing was kissed on the mouth. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had endless hatred for Davis and a revengeful mentality. Since Davis didn't know how to cherish her, then she wanted Davis to taste the taste of being cheated. Zhu Zhuqing closed her beautiful eyes, clamped her legs around Yi Han's waist, and began to try hard to cater to him. After a night, in a blink of an eye, it was the next morning. The sun shone through the gap in the window. The system sound rang in Yi Han's mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Complete the 14th test of the evil god and get a reward package close black lens bracket. Reward package. Soul ring age increased by 80,000 years card. The age of any soul ring is increased by 80,000 years. Fully equipped 10,000 year soul bone gift pack. Directly obtain 6 10,000 year soul bones that are suitable for any martial soul. Yi Han was woken up, then hummed lightly and slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was Zhu Zhuqing, who was doing her best to take care of her second brother. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were no longer filled with yesterday's arrogance and resentment, but only obedience. It seems that the training of the whole night yesterday has worked, and it was not in vain. Now she is very well behaved. After all, the conflict between her and Davis yesterday was the best breakthrough point. As a woman, that's it. Master, you are awake, are you comfortable? Seeing Yi Han wake up, Zhu Zhuqing immediately became charming and flattering. Such words, coming from her usually mature and cold mouth, were extremely tempting. Seeing this, Yi Han immediately stretched out his big hand and embraced Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. He gently stroked her hair, smiling wickedly and tenderly. Big cat is so well behaved. If Davis knew you were like this, he would probably be mad to death, right? Zhu Zhuqing was furious when she heard this, and said angrily. Don't mention Davis, that useless bastard. I have nothing to do with him from now on. After that, Zhu Zhuqing threw herself into Yi Han's arms, coquettishly. Master, didn't you say that I am yours? Then you have to be responsible for me in the future. Hee. Yi Han rubbed Zhu Zhuqing again, then stood up and smiled. Of course, put on your clothes and follow me. Zhu Zhuqing was a little panicked when she heard what Yi Han said. Where? Yi Han smiled evilly, and reached out to stroke her cheek. You are my pet now, so of course you will go back with me. Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed when she heard that she was going back with Yi Han. After all, if she followed him, she would have to face the sister she once looked down upon. Why, you don't listen to the master anymore. Yi Han raised his eyebrows and said with a slightly evil smile. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate body trembled, and she immediately shook her head like a rattle and said, No, I listen. After that, Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly got up and put on her clothes. Although she was reluctant in her heart, it was already the end of the matter. Now she has completely broken up with Davis and can only rely on Yi Han. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing put on her clothes. Her figure is already very good, and with the outline of this leather jacket, it is even more perfect and very tempting. Yi Han looked at Zhu Zhuqing's graceful figure, smiled with satisfaction, and then left here with her. The two soon arrived, the rest hotel where all the college teams of the Tiando Empire are located. At this moment, not long before the start of today's game, the college teams are coming out. When the college teams saw Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Han together, they were all shocked. Yi Han ignored these people and took Zhu Zhuqing directly into the hotel and returned to his room. As soon as he arrived at the door of the room, he happened to run into Rongrong and the girls coming out. Master, you are finally back. The moment Ning Rongrong saw Yi Han, she immediately rushed over. After not seeing each other for a night, the others also missed him very much and rushed over one after another. Soon, they found Zhu Zhuqing following behind Yi Han. Zhu Zhuqing, why are you here? Zhu Zhuqing's face sank and she shouted coldly. The other girls had also heard about Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing. Therefore, the moment they saw Zhu Zhuqing, they were also very dissatisfied with her. Zhu Zhuqing hid behind Yi Han in embarrassment. She didn't know how to face this sister who had been hunted by her. Yi Han looked at the deadlock and smiled at Rongrong. Rongrong, you take them to the stadium first. Zhuqing, Zhuqing and I will stay to talk. Rongrong nodded obediently and left with the girls. After the girls left, Zhu Zhuqing still stared at Zhu Zhuqing, unwilling to forgive her. Zhu Zhuqing never dared to look her in the eye, knowing how bad she was in the past. Good boy. Seeing this, Yi Han stepped forward and took Zhu Zhuqing into his arms. Knowing that she was feeling wronged, he immediately took out a delicate little box. This box was the gift package of fully equipped 10,000 years soul bones that I had obtained earlier. Little cat, this is for you. There is a set of fully equipped 10,000 years soul bones that suits you. Ah, Zhu Zhuqing was shocked when she heard that Yi Han was going to give her such a precious thing. But she didn't accept it. She knew that this was given by her master because he wanted her to forgive her sister. And Zhu Zuyun was shocked. It turned out to be a set of matching 10,000 years soul bones. Yi Han saw Zhu Zhuqing's expression and immediately coaxed her. Little cat, this is just a gift for you, I don't ask you to forgive her immediately. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flashed with complex light when listening to Yi Han's gentle words. At this time, Zhu Zuyun walked out from behind Yi Han and apologized to Zhu Zhuqing sincerely. Zhuqing, I had to do that because of the clan rules. But it was indeed my fault as a sister. I will find a way to make up for it in the future. I don't ask you to forgive me now, I just hope you can give me a chance to reform. Zhu Zhuqing heard Zhu Zuyun's sincere apology and couldn't help but soften her heart. In fact, it's really not my sister's fault. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the clan rules of the jungle. Seeing the right time, Yi Han hurriedly continued to coax her. Kitty, I know you feel wronged, but I hope you give her a chance. If she dares to treat you badly again, I will let her go, okay? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zhu Zuyun's regretful eyes in her master's solemn promise. At this moment, the hatred in her heart gradually subsided. She took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and then nodded. Yi Han was delighted and stuffed the full box of 10,000 years soul bones into her hands. Then he also took Zhu Zuyun beside him into his arms and kissed them tenderly on the cheeks. Kitty, big cat, you two must get along well in the future and serve me, your master, well. The two girls blushed at the same time and nodded. Yi Han smiled and saw that it was getting late, so he immediately took the two girls to the stadium. Chapter 49, Master, you are here. Yi Han just brought the two girls over. The girls came up to greet him with enthusiasm. They looked at Zhu Zhuqing, then at Zhu Zuyun. Then they understood that the two sisters should have reconciled. Yi Han touched their heads one by one and said with a smile. I am not late, right? The game hasn't started yet. The girls wanted to rush to tell Yi Han, but Lu Erlong got there first. It's about to start. The first game is Shidlake versus the Spirit Hall team. Oh, when Yi Han heard about the Spirit Hall team, he suddenly remembered something. Then he looked around and landed on the Spirit Hall team, and began to look at Juliana. Juliana was charming, with a head of silky golden curly hair that reached her neck. She had a delicate oval face, pretty and charming facial features, and her pink and rosy thin lips were extremely tempting. Tall and proud, wearing a tight skirt with silver and gold, and soft armor wrapped around her proud peaks. A pair of slender and white legs wearing asymmetrical silver stockings, and silver high heels protecting her jade feet. Hiss, so tempting. Yi Han licked his lips evilly, his eyes bursting with evil light. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zuyun beside him were more or less jealous. Then, the two girls took his left and right arms respectively and squeezed him deliberately. Oh, what do you two cats want to do? Do you want to squeeze me to death? Yi Han enjoyed it. The Zhu family bloodline of the Xinglo Empire is really good. HMPH. The two girls didn't say anything, and squeezed Yi Han even harder. Yi Han smiled helplessly, enjoying it while watching Juliana. Bibi Dong on the high platform and Qian Runshui in the VIP seat were watching. Qian Runshui was fine, but Bibi Dong was completely furious. Yesterday, he didn't know Zhu Zuyun, but today he made her his woman. Moreover, he was eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. It was too much. And this scene of Yi Han was also seen by the Xinglo Empire team. When they saw Zhu Zuyun and Yi Han being ambiguous, they were all shocked. Davis saw this and felt itchy in his head, as if something had grown. Zhu Zuyun also noticed Davis's expression at this moment, but ignored it. This made Davis angry, and a fire of revenge instantly flooded his body. At this moment, a shout interrupted everyone's thoughts. First game of the day. Team Shidlake versus Team Wahundian. Please both teams go on the court immediately, without delay. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the court. Both teams walked towards the competition field with confident steps. At this moment, Tang San had tried his best to suppress the stinky maggot spirit bone, so the stench was not obvious. But when Tang San saw that the opponent's spirit power level was not lower than his own, he was suddenly a little excited. As Tang San's excitement increased, a foul smell emanated from her body. Yesterday's match was between Shidlake and the Divine Wind Academy, but the Divine Wind Academy had temporarily cooperated with them. Therefore, the Shidlake team did not appear yesterday, and many people did not know about Tang San's stench for the time being. What's the smell? Why is it so smelly all of a sudden? The people present looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. The 7 members of the Wuhun Hall team looked uncomfortable and pinched their noses to go on stage. The 7 people looked at each other, and their eyes fell on Tang San. Is it that pregnant woman? It's her. The stench came from her. Yan and another team member pointed at Tang San and shouted, with extremely disgusted expressions on their faces. When the people present heard the 2 people's voices, they also set their eyes on Tang San. At this moment, the whole audience was discussing the smell on Tang San's body. Ma Hongjun and others beside Tang San shook their heads helplessly. These guys were finished. All of them have already met their end. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes turned red. As the 2 teams came on the field, the announcer was ready to announce the start of the game. Just after the game started, the captain of the Wuhun Hall team, Xiao Wu, stared at Tang San and said angrily, "Brothers, get rid of that stinky and disgusting thing first." Tang San was furious when he heard this. Stinky maggots are entangled. In an instant, countless stinky blue-silver grass shot out. Without waiting for Xiao Wu to react, he felt a stench in his mouth. The stinky blue-silver grass actually filled his mouth directly. Ah! Xiao Wu screamed, and instantly collapsed to the ground, twitching, and foaming at the mouth. Xiao Wu, Huliena, Yan and other teammates exclaimed when they saw this. Everyone present was also shocked by this scene and was at a loss. Tang San snorted angrily, then locked his eyes on the other members of the Spirit Hall team and shouted, "Stinky maggots!" Instantly, countless stinking blue-silver grass flew towards them like raindrops. The speed was like a sharp sword, leaving them no chance to react. Except for Huliena, who was standing behind, the mouths of the other 5 people were instantly filled with stinking blue-silver grass. In a flash, the 5 people collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Huliena was frightened and kept retreating behind her. Seeing this, everyone on the scene covered their mouths and noses, feeling nauseous. "It's your turn." Tang San stared at Huliena with red eyes. Recalling Huliena's mocking words just now, he immediately controlled the stinking blue-silver grass to shoot at her. Huliena was so scared that she didn't have the courage to fight, and quickly ran out of the field. "Want to run?" Tang San looked at the fleeing Huliena, his face suddenly ferocious, and he shouted, "Stinky maggot field, 10 times the stench." Instantly, an extreme stench swept the whole world. Nearly half of the people present collapsed on the ground and foamed at the mouth. And the stinky maggot blue-silver grass that flew out was also strengthened at this moment, and the speed was faster. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Huliena looked at this scene in horror, speeded up her feet, and ran out of the stadium. But the stinky blue-silver grass did not intend to let her go, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Just when the stinky blue-silver grass was about to hit Huliena, Huliena was frightened and fainted. Seeing this, Yi Han instantly flashed over and hugged her in his arms. As this scene happened, Yu Shaogang reacted and immediately shouted, "Xiao San, stop." Tang San listened to it. Only then did he sober up a little and prepare to stop the attack. But he suddenly found that maybe he was too excited just now. At this moment, these stinking blue-silver grasses were out of control. They shot towards Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Feng Shaoshan and others around him. "Oh no, I can't control it." Tang San panicked and looked at Ma Hongjun and others. "Ah, third sister, don't do it. Xiao San, stop it quickly, do you want to disgust us to death? Tang San, if you dare to use this disgusting thing, vomit." Several people were directly drilled into the mouths of the stinking blue-silver grass and collapsed on the ground spitting white foam. Then, the remaining stinking blue-silver grass was still out of control. It swept in all directions, as if it was going to fill the mouths of everyone present. "Damn it, stop him quickly." On the high platform, Yu Guan was disgusted and cursed. Seeing this, the soul masters responsible for maintaining the scene wanted to open their martial souls to intercept. Unfortunately, before they could activate their martial souls, the foul-smelling blue-silver grass entered their mouths. The soul masters collapsed to the ground, rolling their eyes and foaming at the mouth. Damn it! Yu Guan was shocked, and quickly glanced at the ghost beside him, and said angrily, "Old ghost, let's use the martial soul fusion technique." The ghost nodded quickly, and flew into the air with Yu Guan at the same time. The two instantly activated their martial souls, and 9 soul rings surrounded them, and shouted at the same time. Both poles are still. However, before the two could perform the martial soul fusion technique, 2 foul-smelling blue-silver grass flew into their mouths respectively. The two felt nauseous, and the yellow water in their stomachs came out directly. The next moment, the two rolled their eyes, lost consciousness instantly, and fell directly downwards. Chapter 50. Bang, bang, 2 muffled sounds rang out. Yugan and Gime fell heavily to the ground and fainted. Everyone was shocked. A dignified title Douluo was actually fainted by stinking. Bibi Dong witnessed this scene and was completely furious. She exuded a murderous intent and stared at Tang San below. Acting like this in front of the spirit hall was simply an insult to their spirit hall. Bang! Bibi Dong slammed the scepter in her hand on the ground and shouted, "How dare you!" In an instant, her aura surged and her majestic soul power continued to surge. The terrifying soul power instantly annihilated all the stinking blue-silver grass flying around. Tang San felt Bibi Dong's murderous intent and his plump body trembled suddenly. Yu Xiaogang panicked when he saw this. He quickly ran to Tang San and protected her behind him. He stared at Bibi Dong with gloomy eyes and said coldly, "Your Holiness, you are not allowed to hurt her at all." Bibi Dong sneered when she heard this. "If you attack the elders of the spirit hall in front of the spirit hall, you should be executed. Get out of the way." Yu Xiaogang stared at Bibi Dong with cold eyes and gritted his teeth and said, "Want to kill her? Then please, Your Holiness, kill me first." Hearing this, Bibi Dong's face suddenly darkened and she said angrily, "Yu Xiaogang, what do you mean by defending her like this?" Bibi Dong stared at Yu Xiaogang with cold eyes, and her aura continued to surge. Yu Xiaogang was not afraid at all, staring directly at Bibi Dong and said coldly, "She is my disciple, Yu Xiaogang, and even more so my lover." Bibi Dong was completely angry when she heard this. There was a dangerous cold light flashing in her eyes, as if it would burst out at any time. She had heard that the child in Tang San's belly was Yu Xiaogang's, but she didn't believe it before. "Then she must die," Bibi Dong said coldly, and suddenly raised the scepter in her hand, pointing directly at Yu Xiaogang. The top of the scepter burst into brilliant light, and flew directly towards him, hitting him instantly. Yu Xiaogang was directly shocked and flew out by this blow. However, this blow was obviously reserved, and only knocked him away. Then, Bibi Dong stared at Tang San. A cruel arc appeared at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes became extremely cold. She had heard that Tang San was the descendant of Tang Hao, and he must be aborted. After thinking, the scepter in her hand pointed at Tang San, and the top burst into brilliant light again, shooting out a light attack. No, Yu Xiaogang's eyes were full of madness, and he wanted to get up, but he was unable to do so because of his injury. Tang San watched the light attack coming towards him, but he was unable to move because of the pressure of the breath. Seeing that the light attack was about to hit his body, Tang San closed his eyes in despair. But at the last moment, the whole world changed color instantly. "I see who dares to hurt my son, get out of here." A low voice suddenly sounded, as if it exploded in the air. The voice was not loud, but the domineering aura contained in it made everyone's body tremble unconsciously. Hearing this voice, Pope Bibi Dong's face suddenly became solemn. Everyone present looked up instantly and looked at the sky. Yi Han also held the unconscious Hu Liena and came to lure Long and other women. After hearing this voice, he looked up at the sky with a smile on his face. He is still calling him son now. Maybe he just came back from Ayin. I don't know what expression Tang Hao will have when he sees his son become a daughter. With a low roar, Bibi Dong's attack was instantly annihilated. A black figure appeared silently in the air, floating there quietly, as if he was supposed to belong there. It was a middle-aged man, who looked to be about 50 years old. He was tall and burly, but his dress was not flattering. He wore a torn robe, without even a patch on it, revealing the bronze skin underneath. His originally regular facial features were covered with a layer of waxy yellow, and he looked sleepy. His hair was messy like a bird's nest, and his beard had not been trimmed for who knows how many days. "Tang Hao," Bibi Dong shouted, staring at Tang Hao in the air with resentment in his eyes, almost spitting fire. When Tang San saw this man, he, who had always been strong, seemed to collapse halfway. Tears overflowed from his eyes, and two difficult words slowly came out of his mouth. "Dad, Dad." Tang Hao was suspended in the air. Suddenly hearing a woman calling him dad, he was immediately confused. When he looked down, he was shocked by what he saw. His son Tang San, actually turned into a woman, and is pregnant. What's going on? Xiao San, how did you turn into a woman? And, what's wrong with your belly? Who did this? A ball of anger burst out from Tang Hao's eyes, as if he wanted to kill him. Tang San's delicate body trembled suddenly, not knowing how to explain, only feeling extremely wronged. Everyone present was stunned when they heard this. Bibi Dong, who was originally very angry, was also stunned at this moment. Yu Xiaoqing's whole body shook violently when he heard Tang Hao's words. Tang Hao seemed to have noticed Yu Xiaoqing's actions, and immediately glared at him, angrily. "Yu Xiaoqing, tell me, who did it?" Yu Xiaoqing's body trembled even more, and he didn't dare to say that he was the one who made his belly big. Seeing this, Tang San immediately grabbed Tang Hao's hand and stammered. Dad, it wasn't the big shit who did it." Hearing Tang San's words, Tang Hao glared at him and said angrily. "Who did it?" Suddenly, he found that Tang San was emitting a foul smell. "Ugh." Tang Hao couldn't help it and retched, saying angrily. "Why is it so smelly? Is your stomach full of shit?" Tang San's face suddenly darkened and his eyes turned red. Dare to humiliate him like this, it's time to die. In the end, Tang San still endured it and changed the subject. "Dad, my situation and my stomach were all caused by poison Douluo Dugu Bo." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience looked at each other in surprise. Yu Xiaoqing breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the ground. But Dugu Yan froze when she heard this. When Tang Hao heard the news, he shouted angrily. "Dugu Bo, what a Dugu Bo, how dare he do this to my son? I will kill him. Let's go, I will take you to kill Dugu Yan and avenge you." After Tang Hao shouted, he grabbed Tang San and flew away. Just as they were about to leave, Bibi Dong shouted. "How dare you, this is not a place where you can come and go as you please." In an instant, Bibi Dong's 9 soul rings appeared and flew towards Tang Hao. Yellow, purple, black, red. Such a soul ring configuration shocked everyone present. There were actually 100,000-year soul rings. Tang Hao was already very angry about Tang San's affairs at this moment, and his soul rings burst out immediately. Yellow, purple, black, red. Everyone present was shocked when they saw this. He actually had a 100,000-year soul ring. "Get out of here," Tang Hao shouted. A terrifying soul power burst out from him. The building below collapsed instantly, and Bibi Dong, who was rushing over, was directly knocked down. How could it be? Bibi Dong was shocked. She didn't expect Tang Hao to be so powerful. She wanted to stabilize her body at this moment, but found that she couldn't do it at all, and her body lost balance. Yi Han saw this below and immediately handed the unconscious Huliena in his arms to Ning Rongrong beside him, and rushed towards Bibi Dong.